Mountain Justice Tricia Shapiro. Homegrown resistance to Mountaintop removal, for the future of us all. Mountaintop removal does exactly what it says. A mountaintop is stripped of trees, blown to bits with explosives, then pushed aside by giant equipment, all to expose a layer of coal to be mined. In recent years, local people fighting against MTR's destruction of their homes in West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia have invited volunteers from outside Appalachia's coal fields to help them bring national attention to this shameful practice, and abolish it. Since the campaign began in 2005, dozens of local coalfield residents, students, Earth Firsters, and others have been arrested in nonviolent protest actions against MTR. This on-the-ground, insider report of a grassroots effort to end mountaintop removal in Appalachia is a fascinating account of why building solidarity across geographic, age, class, and philosophical lines in such struggles is so important but so hard. Shapiro allows the participants in this battle to speak for themselves about their motivations, hopes, and fears. And it is from these voices that we come to understand that their fight is our fight too. Steve Fisher, editor, Fighting Back in Appalachia, Traditions of Resistance and Change. In Tricia Shapiro has told with great clarity and understanding the story of the heroic efforts of the people of Appalachia to save their mountains, streams, and communities from the destruction and savageness of mountaintop removal mining. Her account of the years of resistance to mountaintop removal by the courageous women, men, and children who have risked their lives on a daily basis is a story that must be heard all across America. Tricia Shapiro has told us the heart of the matter, the dignity, the strength, the loving kindness of the folk who have given all that they have to save a precious and enduring place on the earth. Jack Spadaro, whistleblower and former director of the Mine Safety and Health Academy. Tricia Shapiro has been closely following and writing about efforts to end large-scale strip mining for coal in Appalachia since 2004. She lives on a remote mountain homestead in western North Carolina, near the Tennessee border. 4 Bill. Contents. Flyover. P1 Mountain.People. P7A.New.Movement. P69 West. Virginia. P159 Tennessee. P223 Beyond. Mountain. Justice. Summer. P281 Climate. Ground Point 0. P303 Acknowledgements. P359 Glossary. Of. Acronyms. P361 Index. P363. Flyover. If you look at Appalachia's Cumberland Plateau from a satellite's point of view, high above the Earth's surface, it looks like it has a skin disease, its surface spotted with scabby places. Come in closer, as high as an airplane, flying low from southwestern Virginia north into southern West Virginia. At first you'll see long ridgelines and wide valleys, then the typical roughly jumble of Cumberland Plateau mountains. In far southern West Virginia these mountains look pristine, draped in a lush, thickly textured, living, breathing blanket of forest, in early summer colored with more shades of green than you can imagine, the greens of hundreds of kinds of trees and shrubs. This is the mother forest for all of eastern North America, from which life has flowed to places stripped of it by glaciers and other catastrophes. Its gorgeous intricacy has evolved continuously since long before any humans were here to see it, on old mountains worn down to a multitude of soft, rounded hills and steep little hollows. Together forest and mountain, sweet air, and plentiful streams make this an intimate, homey landscape that's easy to love. People who live here believe that this is what heaven must look like. The trees here today are not old growth. Here, as throughout central and southern Appalachia, virtually all of the forest was cut early in the 20th century. But lumbering technology was primitive then, just men with saws and horses. During and after that logging, little of the land was plowed up, and much of the soil remained intact. The forest that grew back in that soil was and is diminished, but still fabulously rich and diverse. If you look carefully from your airplane view, here and there you'll also see the remains of older strip mines, small enough in scale that they mar, but don't destroy, the overall pattern of hills and hollows. The forest has closed in around them. As with old-style logging, old-style coal mining for the most part left intact enough of the natural fabric of life for the mother forest to regenerate. But on the horizon, just to the north, you'll see a dozen or more enormous gaps in the natural landscape visible from dozens of miles away, visible, in fact, from space. What looks from a satellite view like scabs are really open wounds, some of them miles across, all caused by mountaintop removal and similar modern, large-scale methods of strip mining for coal. Mountaintop removal does exactly what it says. At each MTR site, a mountaintop is stripped of trees, blown to bits with vast amounts of explosives, then pushed aside by giant equipment, all to expose a layer of coal. After that coal is mined out, still more trees are stripped and still more mountain is blown up and pushed aside to expose a lower layer of coal. MTR mining commonly lops hundreds of feet off the top of a mountain. Hundreds of thousands of acres of ancient forested Appalachian mountains have been removed this way and will never again support the glorious mosaic of biologically rich and diverse forest and stream communities that evolved there over millions of years. Strip mining on such a very large scale began in Appalachia in the 1980s and has expanded dramatically since 2000, spreading from West Virginia and eastern Kentucky into southwestern Virginia and then eastern Tennessee and Alabama. From your airplane view you can read the coal company's plans for further expansion in the ongoing clear-cutting of many more thousands of acres of forest. Often the cut trees are not even harvested but simply bulldozed together and burned, the flames shooting as high as the wasted poplar, oak, maple, and beech trees once stood, so urgently voracious is the coal company's demand for more and more and more. Come closer still, and stand on a hill overlooking a mountaintop removal site. There you'll see how the open wounds of strip mining ooze poison down into the hillsides and hollows and waters below. Rubble and knocked over trees and fly rock tumble off-site into adjacent forest. Runoff silt clogs thousands of miles of mountain streams and hundreds of miles of streams are now completely buried under debris. Aquifers are cracked by blasting, wells dried up or poisoned. Flash floods run off the stripped mountaintops. Landslides slip from unstable slopes. Heavy metals and other toxins leach out of slurry ponds and valley fills. Black water spills kill or impair everything living downstream. Coal dust and chemicals used in coal processing sicken school children. Overloaded coal trucks destroy roads and kill people in collisions. Strip mining devastates the communities down in the hollows between the mountains, where homes, schools, and churches are clustered. The wealth extracted from these mountains through logging and mining has long flowed out of the region rather than to the people who live here, and the current strip mining boom has destroyed much of what previously remained of the region's wealth of sustainable natural resources. Communities have shriveled to remnants of their former selves, as people have fled the direct physical effects of the mining or been forced to leave home to seek work. The people still living here have stayed not because they're doing well but because this is their home, because living here is an essential part of who they are. Although most people here believe that King Coal's destruction of the mountains and their people is wrong, few are willing to stick their necks out to say so, and for good reason. People who stick their necks out often get whacked in the head, particularly in Appalachia's coalfields, where power has long been maintained by violence in many forms, all of them ugly. And besides, why bother? Why take care of your home if your only hope for a decent life is to leave it? Why take care of the mountains if they too will soon be gone? Those who do speak out against mountaintop removal have done so regardless of the odds against stopping it. Standing up for what's right is part of who they are, and doing so whatever the cost makes them more fully themselves, more fully human and free. Likewise, across the country Americans know that the way we live has gone wrong. We sense that our use it up and move on way of life is in its endgame. If we think about it at all, and are honest with ourselves, we know that in a finite world fueled by a finite amount of sunlight, we can't forever have unlimited amounts of whatever we want to consume. If we haven't yet reached a point where our consumption and waste are beyond the limits of nature's capacity to support them, surely we're headed in that direction and accelerating toward it. And if, in the endgame of our current way of life, we use up or render unusable everything we can get our hands on, without much regard for the future, then somewhere very much like the deathscape of an MTR site is where we'll all be living in the future. Most people don't stand up and speak out about this either, let alone try to do anything about it. Why bother? Why stick your neck out? Those who do, like their compatriots in Appalachia, do so because working to make change for the better makes their lives more meaningful and worthwhile. They know that our future, like it or not, will unfold in a world in which we're aware that we do live within natural limits. Life in that future can be better than what we have now, more honest, satisfying, just, graceful, and beautiful. These goods need have no limits. In the past few years, hundreds of such people from all over the country have joined local Appalachians to stand up against strip mining. 4. 5. Fly over and open the door to better ways of living for Appalachians and all Americans. Their work is for our future, for all of us. This is their story. 5. 6. 7. Mountain people. In early January 2005, I received an email about a new campaign against strip mining from Bo Webb, a coalfield resident fighting mountaintop removal mining in southern West Virginia. I had first met Bo the previous summer, when I was trying to write about MTR and couldn't quite wrap my head around it. I grew up in western Pennsylvania, where the hills and valleys of the coalfield landscape are similar in scale to those near the Coal River, where Bo lives, and I knew about the smaller-scale strip mining of decades past. My great-grandfather's farm had been stripped half a century ago. When I read about MTR, I couldn't make sense of how such huge mining operations could take place in such an intimate jumble of small and swervy mountains. I needed to see it for myself, and when I sought guidance from Coal River Mountain Watch, a group of local people seeking to end MTR and sustain their community, Bo volunteered to show me around. Bo was born in West Virginia, he later told me, as we sat by the river at his house, in a coal camp house, near Whitesville, about 11 miles from here. My dad worked at a coal mine, and he got paid in scrip, and we used that scrip at the company store and paid grossly inflated prices for all the products. When coal's boom and bust cycle went bust in the mid-1950s, Bo's dad went to work in Cleveland, but the rest of the family stayed in West Virginia. As soon as his father could come back 7. 8. and work at another coal mine, he jumped on that, because he loved the mountains. During another bust, in 1960, he went back to Cleveland and started working for General Motors. So we moved to Cleveland. I was 12 years old. After graduating from high school there, Bo joined the Marines, was sent to war in Vietnam in January 1968, and came back to Cleveland the following year. I got an apprenticeship as a tool and die maker, he says. I had to have a career, and I didn't want to be a coal miner. The whole time I was in Cleveland we always came back home on the weekend and holidays. And I continued to do that after I came back from the Marines. I brought my wife right here, to this property. This was my grandmother's property and she sat on this rock right over here, and she fell in love with this place. After his grandmother died, Bo bought the land. He put a mobile home on it, for vacations, in the mid-1980s. Meanwhile, he and his wife, Joanne, had a son and a daughter. In 1981 he'd started his own machining business, still in Cleveland. After a fire in his shop in 1998, Bo decided, let's move back to West Virginia and relax. I just want to fish and hunt, and I'm young enough to enjoy it. I'm not going to have any elaborate type of lifestyle, but we'll be okay. We'll be fine. So they moved here in February 2001. That first summer, boy, I enjoyed this place. Had a big garden. I kept hearing this thing about mountaintop removal, and every now and then I'd hear these little rumbles in the mountains. I started doing some research on the internet about it, and lo and behold I found out they were blowing my mountains away, and they were moving closer. And I heard about Coal River Mountain Watch. Bo began helping them out from time to time. Bo called the State Department of Environmental Protection after a flood in 2001, asking for a water test at the river in front of his house, because I was getting a funny smell, and all the smallmouth bass in this river they're gone. I used to be able to catch 3-4 pound smallmouth. A few miles up the river, there'd been a blowout from an 8 old underground mine, and all the mud and whatnot from that blowout came down river to Bo. Bo complained for 3 weeks before someone from the DEP came out. That's the response we get, Bo says, because we don't count. According to the guy from the DEP, the stream's pH was a little low, but he never explained anything, Bo says, and of course 3 weeks earlier the reading might have been a lot different. The bass are not back yet. Last year I saw a few fingerling. It killed the fish. This got Bo riled up and ready to fight. It never occurred to Bo not to fight MTR's effects on his home place. I think that's because I got out of here, he says. He moved to Cleveland when he was still young, and shed the oppression, the atmosphere here. I guess the worst type of oppression is when you don't know you're oppressed, so you just follow along. I've heard it many times, well, that's the way it's always been, that's the way it always will be. The coal company's gonna get the coal and there's nothing you can do about it. I don't come from that school, especially being in the service and being in Vietnam, and thinking I was doing something for the country. And I come back and it looks to me like the country's turned its back on its citizens, and it made me angry. I saw a lot of violations of human rights in Vietnam, and I started looking at this, and it reminded me of that. So I wanted to do something about it. When I met up with Bo in the summer of 2004, our first stop was Marsh Fork Elementary School, a short drive downriver from Bo's home. There we saw a coal silo looming over the school, close to the edge of the schoolyard, part of a coal processing operation run by a subsidiary of Massey Energy. Coal dust and the toxic chemicals used in this facility's method for processing coal settle on the playground and seep in through the school's ventilation system. Several children and teachers have contracted unusual cancers, Bo tells me, and headaches, respiratory problems, and other illness are far too common among the school children there. All this is hard enough to believe. What were they? 9. 10. Government officials who allowed this to happen thinking? What were the coal company executives and their lawyers thinking? But worse still, right behind the processing plant, just a few hundred yards from the school, a 385-foot-high earthen dam holds more than 1 billion gallons of slurry, a black, chemical-laden liquid waste from coal processing. If the dam were to fail, and Bo tells me local workers who helped build the dam say its construction is faulty, the wall of escaping slurry would roar downstream right over the school. Bad as all of this is, at first look it seems like a limited and manageable problem: relocate the processing plant, drain the slurry, remove the dam, and the school and the valley below should be safe. A stranger driving through the valley might think that the school problem is the worst of MTR effects here. You can still see mostly forested mountainsides on either side of the road that runs along the river. Coal facilities and little towns that look rather down at the heels appear at intervals along the way, but this is southern West Virginia, deep in Appalachia, and you might well expect to see evidence of both coal mining and poverty here. But veer off from the valley a few miles downstream from the school and head up into the hills to Kayford Mountain, and there you'll see the true enormity of MTR's effect on this landscape and its natural and human communities. Kayford is the lone hilltop in its neighborhood that's not controlled by mining companies. All around Kayford, as far as the eye can see, the giant machinery of MTR is dismantling the mountains. In their place, wherever the coal is gone and the machines have moved on, heaps of rubble support either no life at all or thin monocultures of exotic grass, with patches of scrub here and there. The view from Kayford shows that the forested mountainsides along the Coal River are no more than a narrow beauty strip. The river itself has lost most of its headwater streams and is choked with sediment. Miners have been replaced by machinery. The hollows that feed into the valley 10. Have been emptied of families who've lived there for generations and stripped of the abundant animal and plant life that co-evolved there for millennia. The mountains themselves have been blown up and are forever lost. The Coal River Valley is by no means the only place where this is happening, nor is it the only place where local activists are trying to fight it. The email Bo sends me in January has a link to a call for action against MTR throughout Appalachia's coal fields in eastern Kentucky and Tennessee and southwestern Virginia as well as southern West Virginia. Summer, Bo writes, is going to be the campaign that ends the destruction of Appalachia. Over the next few weeks, Bo fills me in, we realize that we are not going to stop MTR in West Virginia without outside help. We envision MJS as a movement that will bring in a broad spectrum of people from all walks of life. We are committed to nonviolent direct action. However, he adds, I also know for a fact that when we do a direct action here in the coalfields, we will be met with violence. It is the history of the coalfields and I see no reason why it will be any different this time. As long as we stay focused, and on message, we will be okay. Let's all hope and pray that America listens and demands an ending to this insanity. Neither Bo nor his fellow activists see this insanity as being limited to MTR. Now that the easiest and best sources of coal and other essentials have been depleted, here and elsewhere, across America and around the world, and returns on efforts to extract them are diminishing, it's increasingly urgent that we stop blindly squandering resources needed to create and sustain the new ways of life we can now see we'll need in the not-so-distant future. I am hoping that our movement will bring attention to the big picture, Bo writes. I know that a world with a growing population of over 6 billion people is headed for chaos when it continues to rely on finite fossil fuels. When we resort to blowing up a mountain to extract a 10-inch seam of coal, we definitely have a glaring problem. 11. 12. I think Martin Luther King summed it up pretty well when he said, "This hour in history needs a dedicated circle of transformed nonconformists." The saving of our world from pending doom will come, not through the complacent adjustment of the conforming majority, but through the creative maladjustment of a nonconforming minority. I don't know if MJS will be successful or not. I don't know what results we will get. I just know that it needs to be done. Time is short, and I think the time is right. Resistance to strip mining in Appalachia did not, of course, begin with MJS in 2005. It's been going on for decades. For most of that time, Jack Spadaro's been involved. I came out of a little mining community in southern West Virginia, near Beckley, Jack says. My father worked for a mining company for about 20 years. My grandfather worked in the coal mines for 45 years. I have an uncle who worked in the mines for 30-some years. I got a degree in mining engineering thinking that I wanted to go into the industry and make a lot of money. But what happened was, I saw what was going on and I couldn't be part of it. In 1972 I was teaching in the engineering program at West Virginia University, and I got sent for the spring and summer down to a place called Buffalo Creek, in Logan County, where a coal waste dam failed and killed 125 people and left 4,000 people without homes and wiped out 17 communities. From that point forward I wasn't born an environmentalist, but I certainly became one. Jack joined forces with others who were fighting the ill effects of strip mining, including Ken Heckler, then a congressman and now, more than 3 decades later in his 90s still fighting. According to CRMW's Julia Bonds, part of what enabled the 1970s movement against strip mining to arise in Appalachia was that prior to that, in the 1960s, volunteers with such federal war on poverty programs as VISTA and other outsiders came to Appalachia to do social service work. When they did, she says, they brought their cameras and tape recorders with them. And they sat down and they talked to 12. These people, and listened to these people who lived up in these hollers. And then these people didn't feel so alone and so oppressed. Together, the locals and the outsiders began to organize to address problems in Appalachia. When the government figured out what was going on and who was coming in and helping people organize, they pulled the funding from the programs that had brought the outsiders here. But the movement had already started. Today, she adds, we're not dependent on Washington for funding that start-up wave of organizers. We're doing it ourselves. Back in the 60s and 70s the women led the charge. They're the ones that lay down in front of the bulldozers and stood up in front of the coal trucks. Women, especially older women, are generally perceived as less threatening than men, who in tense coalfield confrontations are apt to get into fights. It's less violent with women in the front line. But it seems as though women are more apt to get things rolling, too. Of course we didn't accomplish what we were setting out to do, or we wouldn't be fighting MTR today. They did manage to persuade Congress to pass the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, in 1977. But just before the final version of SMCRA was passed, fatal flaws were added to the bill. Jack says that he and Ken Heckler agreed, in 1977, when was signed into law, that it was probably a mistake. In the first versions of the law wasn't allowed, but then Congressman Rahal from West Virginia, who had replaced Heckler, and Senator Wendell Ford from Kentucky got language put into the act to allow mountaintop removal. They at that time sold it as something that would only happen occasionally, it would only be for something special like building a school or some other use that would be of benefit to the community. But no restriction to that effect was actually written into the law. To get the variance on approximate original contour and allow mountaintop removal you had to demonstrate that you had the plans to use it for something other than 14. Just a mine. The states, then, when they were given authority under the Act to be the regulatory authorities, they always granted the permits no matter what the intended use. That's been part of the problem all along. The way the law was written, the states could get authority to enforce the federal law. And nearly every mining state did that. Tennessee is the lone exception in southern Appalachia. It still has direct federal enforcement of SMCRA. So we went back to the same old system and the same old people who'd been failing to regulate for the 20-some years before. Since 1981 there hasn't been any true enforcement in the field, on the ground, at mine sites. All the mining operations in West Virginia are illegal. They're operating contrary to the federal law. Not one is legal. SMCRA was supposed to be a solution, Jack adds, but instead it became the vehicle for the industry to legitimize what it was doing. And they've done now, on a massive scale, what the law was intended to prevent, the dumping of spoil onto mountainsides and steep slope areas. Under SMCRA, valley fills were supposed to be small and of limited use. The justification was they needed a place, for their first few cuts onto the mountainside, to put the overburden material. That's the valley fill was supposed to be, and everything else would be returned to approximate original contour. When they got into mountaintop mining where they took off the top 400 or 500 feet of the mountain they needed larger valley fills. So they created a rule allowing something called a durable rock fill. And they got a prostitute engineer named Arthur Casagrande to write the justification for durable rock fills. Unfortunately, some people in the Carter administration fell for it. So they wrote into the rules something that allowed them to do it. All through the Reagan-Bush years the MTR operations proliferated. Rules became weaker and weaker. All through the 80s the sizes of the fills grew, the sizes of the operations grew, and no one checked them. Nobody had the courage. 14. Or the will or the knowledge, really, to check them. Even through the Clinton administration, in the 90s, the fills and mountaintop removal operations proliferated. The valley fills in this region are the largest earth structures in the country now, Jack says. They are sometimes 500 or 600 million cubic yards of material in one fill. Some are as long as 6 miles long one fill. By the mid-1990s, citizens had just had enough. They were literally being run off their land by these operations. At Blair Mountain, the site of the famous labor struggle, a man named James Weekly was going to have his hollow filled in by a huge operation operated by Arch. And Mr. Weekly came to Charleston and hired a lawyer named Joe Lovett. In August 1997 Joe Lovett, just starting out as a lawyer, met Jim Weekly, who gave Lovett his first tour of MTR and persuaded him to try to stop the permitting of a huge MTR operation slated for the hollow where Jim and his family had lived for more than 2 centuries. Joe started to research mining law and discovered a whole host of ways in which MTR violates provisions of federal laws still enforced by federal agencies. Presiding over these violations is the Army Corps of Engineers, which, under the Clean Water Act, has responsibility for determining how much environmental damage will be caused by activities that fill in streams, and granting or denying permits for such activities accordingly. For example, Section 404 of that Act specifies that fill material placed in waterways must be chosen to avoid adverse effect and achieve some desirable purpose, such as making it possible to build on or farm a patch of wetland. Calling coal waste fill doesn't make it fit Section 404's definition, nor is simply finding somewhere convenient to put that waste a permissible purpose. Nonetheless, the Corps has routinely issued permits allowing the filling in of streams with waste from MTR operations, contrary to both the letter and the spirit of the Clean Water Act and contrary to the way land users other than coal companies are 16. Treated. In addition, the National Environmental Policy Act, which passed in 1969, requires that federal agencies study a project's likely effects thoroughly and compile an environmental impact statement based on that study before approving any project that could significantly harm waterways or their environment. The Corps had never required an EIS during the permitting process for any MTR operation. Furthermore, the Corps had routinely been violating several provisions of SMCRA for which it, rather than individual states, retained responsibility. SMCRA requires MTR sites to be restored after mining to approximate original contour, that is, a mining company that blows up a mountain is supposed to pile the rubble back up into something approximating that mountain's original size and shape. SMCRA also bans mining within 100 feet of a stream without careful study verifying that that stream would not be harmed by the proposed mining activity. The Corps routinely granted variances that let mining companies off the hook for these provisions. In short, Joe Lovett discovered plenty of grounds for suing the Corps for failing to enforce laws governing mountaintop removal. He lined up several more plaintiffs to join Jim Weekly, secured the legal and financial help of the Washington, D.C.-based organization Trial Lawyers for Public Justice, and in early 1998 filed a letter of intent to sue both the Army Corps of Engineers and the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection. The resulting case, Bragg v. Robertson, led to a settlement in December 1998 that compelled the federal government to complete a 2-year study leading to an EIS on the cumulative effects of MTR on the entire multi-state coalfield region of Appalachia. Meanwhile, the settlement also forbid the Corps to grant any nationwide 21 permits for new strip mines that would have valley fills covering more than 250 acres. The settlement deal did not, however, block the proposed MTR operation threatening Jim Weekly's Hollow. In January 1999, Joe Lovett filed for a restraining order with federal Judge Charles H. Hayden II, who put the mining on hold until Lovett and Weekly could bring the case to trial. Settlement deals and other legal maneuvering before the scheduled trial date led to a block on moving forward with the proposed mining, as well as an agreement that the Corps and the DEP would tighten up most aspects of enforcement of mining regulations, specifically including the approximate original contour requirement. One issue that was not resolved by the settlement was enforcement of the stream buffer zone rule. Coal industry lawyers refused to compromise on this, so Joe Lovett asked Judge Hayden to compel the DEP to enforce it. On October 20, 1999, Hayden ruled not only that the buffer zone rule must be enforced but also that MTR valley fills were all, by definition, violations of that rule. The judge forbid the DEP to allow any mine permits that would result in mine waste being dumped in permanent or seasonal streams anywhere in West Virginia. For those opposed to MTR, this was a terrifically hopeful ruling. That hope didn't last long, though. Judge Hayden soon agreed to suspend his ruling while state and coal industry lawyers appealed it to the federal Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. On April 24, 2001, that court overturned Hayden's ruling on the grounds that the state DEP must be sued in a state court, not the federal court system. Pursuing this in West Virginia's state court system, where judges must regularly stand for re-election and are highly vulnerable to coal industry pressure, would likely meet with failure. Joe Lovett instead worked around the jurisdictional problem by filing suit against the Corps, a federal agency, in Judge Hayden's federal court, for the Corps' own failure to enforce the stream buffer zone rule. On May 8, 2002, Judge Hayden ruled in Lovett's favor. In December 2002, the Fourth Circuit struck down Hayden's ruling as overbroad. 17. 18. Meanwhile, following George W. Bush's inauguration as president in early 2001, when he replaced Democrat Bill Clinton, incoming Republican appointees set about tailoring mining rules and regulation, and their enforcement to better suit the coal industry. For example, Jack Spadaro recalls, there was a requirement for an environmental impact statement on the overall effects of this type of mining. And the draft statement, under Clinton, said yes indeed this is a severe problem and we have to curtail this mining, we have to get control of it. But it was just a draft statement. When the Bush administration came in, the guts of the statement remained the same, they couldn't change the science. But the conclusion under the Bush administration was that the solution to the problem would be to streamline the permitting process and make it go faster. The conclusion of course didn't match the science. And that's where it stands now, pretty much. The Bush administration is allowing, in their oversight role over the states, the permitting process to accelerate. No holds. As a result of this, Jack says, what we're seeing now is, more than ever before, a true grassroots movement in the coalfields. In West Virginia, a poll done by a conservative newspaper showed that about 70% of the people in West Virginia would be in favor of abolishing mountaintop removal. Jack agrees that most of that 70% wouldn't stick their necks out and advocate this in public, but he thinks they'd vote for it if they were given the chance. People are fed up. There is now a real populist movement, the people from mining communities joining environmentalists, and labor in some instances, and forming coalitions that can do some good. The problem is now, on a national level, we have a conservative government and a corrupt government, the most corrupt in the history of the country perhaps. Jack confronted that problem directly in connection with an enormous coal slurry spill in Inez, Kentucky, where on one night in October 2000 more than 300 million gallons of sludge burst from an enormous 18. pond similar to the one that looms over Marsh Fork Elementary School. Most of the sludge went into two streams that overflowed and flooded nearby homes. The Exxon Valdez oil spill in Alaska released 10.8 million gallons, the Inez spill was 30 times as big. Nonetheless, it received almost no media attention until the spill reached the Ohio River, days later. People living in Appalachia's coal fields sometimes wonder how it is that environmentalists across America can be so passionate about Alaska but apparently indifferent to the ongoing environmental catastrophe wrought by strip mining in Appalachia. Perhaps it's because Appalachia, though spectacularly biodiverse and wildly productive of flora, fauna, and fresh water, isn't pristine wilderness. Perhaps also it's because Appalachia is inhabited by hillbillies, denigrated for generations by American popular culture. In their response to the Inez disaster, government authorities apparently relied on both the national media's lack of interest and the reputed ignorance of Appalachian locals. When local people went to public meetings after the big sludge spill, they expected at least some action from the environmental agencies, Inez resident Nina McCoy recalls. Instead, the EPA, when they had one of their first meetings with the people, they told the people that there was nothing harmful in the sludge, that it was fine because everything in it was on the periodical table of the elements. And then they went on to say, you can ask your biology or your chemistry teacher. As it happens, that's Nina, who teaches at the local high school. And her students did ask her what that meant. They'd just studied the periodic table, and of course what the EPA was saying made no sense. So then what happens, she says, is just kind of give up. They're not drinking the water, they know better, but they just don't know how to fight it. So many times I think that is what we really need to focus on, not necessarily shooting everybody who runs the coal companies, but actually getting back our agencies, to make the people feel empowered. 19. 20. We have corporations that think there should be no rules, and the people just think, well, Okay, no rules I guess. They're afraid that the company will leave if to follow the rules. At the same time, miners and their wives are telling their neighbors that EPA was shoving them around, do this. Get out of here, even though at public meetings, we saw an EPA lawyer and coal company lawyer patting each other on the back. At the time of the Inez spill, Jack Spadaro was still director of the National Mine Health and Safety Academy, which trains the nation's mine inspectors and is run under the Federal Mine Safety and Health Administration. Because I had years of experience regulating coal waste dams that had been my specialty for a long time, I was asked to be part of a team to go to Inez and investigate the coal slurry spill. I was put in charge of the engineering aspects, the geotechnical investigation to determine the cause. And we were doing well. We went down in October, November, and December of 2000 and began investigating, doing a drilling program at the site of the spill to find out what had happened, interviewing people. They found that a reservoir of slurry about 100 feet deep and about 70 acres failed by breaking into underground mine workings beneath the reservoir and spilling out into Coldwater Creek and another watershed, Wolf Creek. If it had all gone down Coldwater Creek, people would have drowned. In January 2001, when the Bush administration came in, honestly, on Inauguration Day of 2001, our investigation was halted. We were told to wrap it up in a few days and begin writing our report. Well, we had 35, 40 more people we wanted to interview. And we had a whole lot of evidence that the company, which was a subsidiary of Massey Energy, had submitted documents to the government 6 years before, when there had been another breakthrough. Those documents were essentially lies about what was underneath that impoundment. The breakthrough 6 years before had been the same sort of failure. Into Wolf Creek. So they submitted a plan to rectify the 20 situation in 1994. But the plan showed that there was 50 feet of cover between the mine workings and the bottom of the reservoir, and a 100-foot coal barrier. In reality, we found, through this drilling program, about 15 or 18 feet of coal barrier and less than 15 feet of cover over top of the mine workings. We discovered in the investigation, in interviews, that people at the mine knew that there was only 15 feet of cover. But they submitted a document showing a 50 and 100-foot barrier. So they lied in their submittals to the government. I felt that the company should then have been cited for that, and for knowing and willful negligence at least, if not outright fraud for what they'd submitted to the government. But the Bush administration didn't want to do that. So they had people tampering with the writing of the report. Jack's team would send drafts in and they would be rewritten. The head of, appointed by Bush, a guy named Dave Loriski, started poking his fingers into this investigation, and I felt that was inappropriate. So I withdrew. I resigned publicly from the investigation and stated my reasons. It came time to do a public release of the report, and Loriski called me several days before the release and essentially ordered me to sign the report. And I refused to do it. Twice. The report was issued without my name on the report. I fought with the Bush administration for the next 2 years about this. It was mainly about the government aiding and abetting a company that had violated the law and put people at risk. Because when that thing failed, it killed 1.6 million fish, wiped out water supplies to 17 towns, killed everything for 100 miles, all the way to the Ohio River. In June 2001, federal officials changed the locks on Jack's office and placed him on administrative leave, accusing him of abusing his authority as director of the Mine Inspectors Academy. After that trumped-up charge failed to stick, Jack was ordered transferred to Pittsburgh, far from his family and home in West Virginia. He opted to negotiate an early retirement and has continued to fight against abusive 21. 22. Mining practices ever since. Jack believes that there's still a lot that could be done in litigation. I think we can revisit some of those same issues that were brought up in the late 90s in federal court on a state level. And then also go back in federal court and hammer away at the same issues, since nothing was really ever resolved on things like approximate original contour, the illegality of mountaintop removal and the valley fills, the Clean Water Act. None of it's been really resolved. The absence of such clear judicial resolution enabled the Bush administration to continue to use regulatory directives and redefinitions allowing mining companies to violate the law's apparent intent on these issues. For example, in May 2002, the Bush administration redefined fill for the purposes of the Clean Water Act as anything that would have the effect of filling in a stream bed, thus gutting the Act's requirements that fill placed in waterways must be chosen both to avoid adverse effect and to achieve some desirable purpose. Supporting litigation is currently the main focus of Jack's current efforts against strip mining. I'm in for the long haul. I think we can win this. Because I think what is happening is not only illegal, it's just plain wrong. As of 2005, Jack says, MTR in West Virginia has removed close to 400,000 acres, 320-some thousand in Kentucky, 150,000 total strip mining in Ohio, about 90 to 100,000 acres in southwestern Virginia. It's up to close to 1 million acres that have been completely wiped out. About 14 people have died in flash floods in the last 3 years, Jack adds to the reasons why MTR is plain wrong. Hundreds of homes have been flooded from rapid runoff from mountaintop removal operations. 22. When I first started in the mining industry, in the 1960s, there were hundreds of thousands of miners working. We've produced more coal in the last few years in West Virginia than we ever have in history with the fewest number of miners, because of mountaintop removal. It's put people out of work. A handful of people are making a profit from this. There's a handful of people controlling the corporation who are really making the money. And the rest of us are suffering for it. I catch up with Bo again in West Virginia in mid-February, where he introduces me to his daughter Sarah and son-in-law Vernon Haltom, and Patty Sebok, a fellow CRMW activist who's married to a disabled underground coal miner. Together we drive down to Blacksburg, a pretty little college town in western Virginia, for a meeting of about 36 people aiming to organize MJS. One person has traveled here from Atlanta, the rest from around the region West Virginia, Western Virginia, Western North Carolina, Eastern Tennessee, and Eastern Kentucky. In addition to the crew from Coal River, West Virginians at the meeting include Larry Gibson, the one person still living up on Kayford Mountain. Larry rode down to Blacksburg with Abraham Mwara, an organizer with Ohio Valley Environmental Coalition in Huntington, West Virginia. From Tennessee come Amanda Womack and John Johnson, a big bearish fellow in plaid flannel shirt and camouflage pants, with a long ponytail and long brown beard. Both are affiliated with Quechua Earth First. In Knoxville. So are Paloma Galindo and her husband Chris Irwin, a law student, who is intense, fast-talking, impatient, and very much attached to his laptop computer, on which he makes many notes during the meeting. Chris and Paloma have apparently done a large share of the work of organizing MJS to date. Chris speaks probably more than anyone else at the meeting, John and Paloma nearly as much as him. When Bo introduces me to Chris, as a writer working on a book, my impression is that Chris is wary. 23. 24. Bristly, thinking that I'll waste his time if he lets me. Like John, Chris, and Paloma are in their mid-30s. Several people, in their 20s and 30s, affiliated with Western North Carolina's faction of Quechua Earth First, have driven up for the meeting. Although North Carolina is outside the coalfields, a core group of half a dozen or so Asheville area anarchist eco-activists, with the support of a larger network there, is strongly committed to MJS. One of those here today is Sage Russo, in his mid-20s, short and slight for a man and much tattooed, with dark curly hair and a tidy beard, an improbable mix of Brooklyn and North Carolina mountains. Sage is a dedicated Christian, highly unusual among anarchists. Prominent among the local Blacksburg folks organizing the meeting is Chris Dodson, in his 20s, also small and slender, with blonde dreadlocks, homemade-looking patchwork long shorts, hiking boots, a mellow demeanor, vegan but not evangelical about it. Dave Cooper has traveled here all the way from Lexington, Kentucky, but he's well accustomed to travel. Since a year ago last fall, Dave's logged many thousands of miles to scores of places throughout the region and beyond, presenting a slideshow and talk on MTR, hoping to make a wider public aware of and outraged about it. Sitting next to Dave is Bill McCabe, a Coalfield native now living in eastern Tennessee and working on staff with Sierra Club's environmental justice program. He describes himself as not a tree hugger, although, he adds, "My church is in the woods." While he personally supports MJS, he says Sierra Club won't officially endorse it. 24. For a day and a half, the organizers report back on what's been going on, region by region. They discuss issues of concern to the whole campaign. They talk about what needs to be accomplished in the next month, from courting media to tweaking the MJS website, and individuals volunteer to bottom line making specific things happen. By prior agreement, no one is in charge of MJS, and decisions are made by consensus rather than majority vote. Proposals are discussed and modified, concerns voiced and addressed, until all present reach agreement. The group also discusses an emerging problem with the term mountaintop removal. Officials and mining companies in Tennessee say there is no MTR there. They call it cross ridge mining and claim it doesn't destroy whole mountains. Bo notes that coal companies generally are redefining mountaintop removal very restrictively, so they can say they're not doing it. He suggests using the term steep slope strip mining to get around this subterfuge. At lunch on Saturday, passing mention is made of taking over a mountaintop near the end of summer, either an active MTR site or a place proposed for MTR. CRMW folks don't know anything about this but laugh and say they know plenty of mountains they could suggest. After lunch, Bo tells the meeting that CRMW's top priority this summer is to stop Massey's operations next to Marsh Fork Elementary School, stop the coal loading and coal prep operations, fix the dam, stop blasting at the MTR site above the school. School ends for the summer on June 8. Might MJS do a direct action to shut the coal plant down in mid or late May? Bo emphasizes that permanently shutting this site down is doable, as the school was there long before the coal plant, which should never have been permitted, making this a potential early success story for MJS, one that would provide encouragement and build campaign momentum. After some discussion about needing an overall public statement of goals for MJS, John proposes that the group write an MJS mission statement to broadcast to potential allies and the world at large. After much discussion, here's what they come up with. 25. 26. Summer seeks to add to the growing anti-citizens movement. Specifically, MJS demands an abolition of MTR, steep slope strip mining and all other forms of surface mining for coal. We want to protect the cultural and natural heritage of the Appalachia coalfields. We want to contribute with grassroots organizing, public education, nonviolent civil disobedience and other forms of citizen action. Historically, coal companies have engaged in violence and property destruction when faced with citizen opposition to their activities. MJS is committed to nonviolence and will not be engaged in property destruction. Posted on the MJS website and reproduced again and again in MJS literature, this would serve as both a definition of and a guideline for MJS throughout the summer and beyond. Shortly after the meeting in Blacksburg, Bo does a radio interview for a station in Asheville with Julia Bonds. Judy's family lived in the same hollow, near Whitesville, for 9 generations. Then, in 1994, Massey moved in. Neighbors moved out. Judy's home was covered with coal dust and rattled by blasting. Fish died in the streams her family had always relied on. My grandson lay in bed one night when it was raining, Judy recalls, and we knew other dams had failed. He was 8 years old at the time, and he tried to reassure me, because he knew I was worried. He said, "Mama, don't worry. If that dam breaks, I've got a path that we can just climb the mountain, and a cave that we can hide in." I didn't have the heart to tell my grandson that we'd never make it. My grandson developed asthma, and things became worse and worse. Finally they moved, the last people in their hollow to leave. Judy would have stayed, but she feared for her daughter and grandson. Most Americans simply do not understand where their so-called cheap electricity comes from, she says. There's nothing cheap about it. And Americans need to understand that coal from cradle to grave is 26. Dirty. There's no such thing as clean coal. And they need to understand that our materialistic lifestyle, the use of excessive electricity that you don't need, we're destroying our children's future. We're selling our children's necessities for our luxuries. Bo notes that their local allies against MTR are few. There's a lot of apathy and intimidation in the coalfields, he says. Massey, the coal company that dominates Coal River Valley and mines extensively elsewhere in the region, hires most of its employees from out of state, Bo says, because coal companies would prefer to rid the coalfields of natives who might someday be in their way or complain about what they're doing. Bo explains to the radio listeners that a mix of toxic chemicals is sprayed on coal at the plant next to Marsh Fork Elementary School and that 3 teachers there have died of cancer in the past few years. A former principal, just retired, now has bone cancer. 2 girls who went to school there have had ovarian cancer, highly unusual in very young women. One of them has died. Other kids at the school have asthma and blood disorders. We're inviting everyone in, he says. There's a place in this for everyone. This is not just an Appalachian problem, it's a national problem. It's a worldwide problem, when you come right down to it. America's cheap electricity does come at the expense of coalfield residents. Why should someone in West Virginia lose their home for the profit of a coal company? That's not right. That's not American. Around the time of this radio interview, I begin corresponding with John Johnson, intrigued by how things he said at the meeting in Blacksburg. 27. 28. Coming from an anarchist, ecocentric perspective, so closely connect with Judy and Bo's sense that MTR exemplifies a rush toward bankruptcy in America's current way of life. I agree totally, John says. MTR is totally an example of the utter insanity of modern industrial capitalism. I don't think it's just America. It's the whole modern world. The flip side is that America and other cultures also have a lot of ingenuity and creativity when it comes to doing things differently. John's a damn Yankee, as he puts it. He grew up in the Northeast, then his family moved to Tennessee when he was 15. In college, at the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, he found himself becoming more open to alternative ways of viewing the world. I'll be straight with you, part of it was from doing drugs, smoking pot, and dropping acid. And part of it was from listening to punk rock music and heavy metal, which has a very rebellious, challenge authority thing going on. And I started meeting people who were acting on their beliefs. He began attending protests and meetings of activist groups, and became involved in environmental/racial justice campaigns in Chattanooga. Among the environmental activists he met were people working on forest issues, who eventually connected him with Earth First. In the early 1990s, I got exposed to the anarchist movement. I got exposed to the most radical wing of the anarchist movement, the anti-civilization bunch. Those ideas have had a profound influence on the way I view things. He's matured enough that he no longer thinks he has the right answer for the way the world should run, but I do know there are slivers of the truth. There are things that I know could and should work, but not the totality. In 1993, John and several others decided to reconstitute a Southern Appalachian bi-original chapter of the radical environmental movement Earth First, which they named Quechua, the Cherokee word for the region. Before then, in 1991, he'd decided to drop out of college and become a full-time revolutionary activist, and to dedicate my life to overthrowing the government, and the corporations, and the whole 28. Social order, which I perceive as very wrong. At the same time, in the early 1990s, he was protesting against the First Gulf War and against police brutality. By 1994, I really liked the Earth First take on things, the ideology of deep ecology and biocentrism. So John made a conscious decision to focus on environmental issues. Besides, Earth Firsters are a lot of fun. Even the non-Earth First, the mainstream conservationists, are great people. By 1996-1997 my environmentalism had transformed from an intellectual thing to a totally heartfelt, Passionate, I tell people that not only am I in love with my fiancée, Amanda, but I am hotly in love with the landscape of southern Appalachia. Before then, I couldn't talk to you about the particulars of nature. I could just tell you why we needed to protect it, as our life support system. Now that I have this interest in it, and this love affair with it, I'm trying to learn it. Because I want to talk to people about the particulars, about salamanders and freshwater mollusks, and the different kinds of trees. While I'm enjoying seeing individuals as different as Bo, Judy, and John on the same page, other people are worried that MJS is becoming too radical fringy. One of those people is Dave Cooper. Born in Cincinnati, Dave grew up Republican, conservative, middle class. When he was still in high school, during the Carter administration, the first Arab oil embargo and ensuing energy crisis hit home. It was crystal clear that we needed to do energy conservation then, he says. And then we just forgot about it. Dave went to Vanderbilt University, in Nashville, then worked at a General Motors plant in Ohio for 7 years as a quality control engineer. When that plant closed down, he went to work for a defense contractor for 3 years. 29. 30. During this time, in 1986, he joined the Sierra Club, mostly because he'd gone camping and hiking when he was a kid and missed it. He went on his first National Sierra Club outing that year, and got exposed to some other Sierra Club people, and they're all talking about lobbying and writing letters to Congress. I thought they were a bunch of kooks. 2 decades later, he's a full-time activist. In the past year and a half, he's done nearly 180 roadshow audio-visual presentations and other talks on MTR in 13 states, many of them at colleges and universities, some for radio and TV, others for churches, civic groups, environmental clubs, and even a corporation or two. I'm a little concerned, he writes in late February, about the tilt of our MJS group and membership towards the F side. It needs to be more mainstream, and we have to talk and listen to regular folks if we want to get our message across and be heard. I'm speaking to all these Rotary clubs, and you really have to tone down the echo blabber or they will tune you out immediately. I think this may be a problem this summer if we don't get the more mainstream groups like KFTC on board. MJS at this point already includes very different sorts of people and clearly understands the need to include people with a much greater range of differences if they're to have any success with building a mass movement against MTR. One set of differences among MJSers concerns perspectives on nature. Some are more inclined to see nature in terms of the usefulness of its various elements to humans, while others see nature primarily as something that has value in and of itself. The first point of view is sometimes labeled anthropocentric, the second biocentric. In practice, they're not so much two separate camps as they are two directions that encompass a whole range of attitudes toward nature. Extremists in either direction are unlikely to be interested in MJS, neither anthropocentrist extremists who see no value in nature at all beyond its utility to humans, nor biocentric extremists of the anti-civilization camp, who believe that 30. The development of human society past the hunter-gatherer way of life has been a mistake. In between those extremes, most of the range of anthropo to biocentric opinion is present among MJSers from the start, with common ground found in the idea of nature as our life support system. People who are working to protect that system primarily for its value to themselves can work side by side with others working to protect it for its own sake. The mutual respect needed for meeting on that common ground is relatively easy in this case, as MJS participants generally share a sense that humans are part of a larger natural community to which they have responsibilities, and a sense that it's wrong to plunder nature and leave it a wasteland. Another set of differences concerns how activists see or don't see the fight against MTR as part of broader efforts toward more extensive, even revolutionary change in society. Several factors make it relatively easy for MJSers to live with differences among themselves on this issue. Foremost is the campaign's agreement to welcome and encourage all efforts to end MTR, and to welcome in everyone who wants to help, as long as all participants eschew both violence and property damage. Also helpful are a cluster of attitudes among the self-identified radicals in MJS, many of whom call themselves anarchists as well as Earth Firsters. Unlike libertarians, who envision a world of cussed individualists, every one for oneself, anarchists tend to favor self-organizing communities of cussed individualists. Solidarity and mutual aid matter out of them, community is built. Self-defense matters, too, which affiliated anarchists involved with MJS construe as including defense of one's ecological life support system. Thus, for this movement's anarchists, working together with non-anarchist coalfield activists defending themselves, their communities, and the land from MTR is a good ideological fit. It's helpful, also, that some of those coalfield activists see MTR as part of broader, systemic problems in America helpful, but not necessary. There's no requirement for ideological unity in this campaign. There's also no requirement for philosophical unity about nonviolence. MJS requires its participants to adopt nonviolence and avoidance. 31. 32. Of property damage as a tactic for this campaign, not as a way of life. Nonviolence and avoidance of property damage have often, perhaps more often than not, been linked in campaigns that adopt civil disobedience, for both practical and philosophical reasons. However, Earth Firsters have long been of several minds about this. Has consistently eschewed violence and taken care to avoid risks of physical harm to anyone in its actions. Although most individuals and campaigns have usually eschewed property damage as well, some have chosen to damage or destroy machinery that is used to harm living ecosystems. Efforts have also differed about what exactly constitutes property destruction. In addition, most of the people involved in MJS personally believe that they have a right to use violence in self-defense. If someone attacks them, they have a right to fight back. Others in the campaign, though, are personally committed to avoiding violence in all situations. MJS's nonviolent, no property damage position has been adopted both to enable such diverse people to work together and because there's general agreement that, as a practical matter, it's what's tactically best for this campaign. MJSers encompass a wide range of differences about religion as well. Some are fiercely secular, actively hostile to organized religion. Others perceive themselves as spiritually engaged, but not necessarily in a church-going way. The movement also includes Christians whose anti-MTR activism is motivated by their religion. Most MJSers who have any sense of spirituality at all perceive it as connected with or activated by contact with nature. Most are at least somewhat familiar and comfortable with the precepts of deep ecology. A few of MJS's religious deep ecology believers see themselves as worshipping Gaia, or pursuing forms of paganism. Most incorporate deep ecology into Christian or other religious beliefs and practices. By and large, MJS does pretty well with avoiding religious disagreements. The fact that religious MJSers typically have a sense that God speaks many languages, and that there 32. 33. Are many paths to God, diffuses much of the hostility to religion that godless MJS activists might ordinarily feel or express. It also means that differences about religion tend to be perceived as lifestyle differences, rather than heresy. However, lifestyle differences turn out to be the source of some of the most dysfunctional divisions within MJS. Appalachians living in the coalfields have a range of rural lifestyles that have little in common with the urban punk sensibility of many other MJSers. In addition, MJS's coalfield-based activists are mostly middle-aged. MJSers based outside the coalfields are mostly younger. Lifestyle differences among MJSers don't line up neatly along local/outsider or older/younger lines. Across those lines are endless permutations and combinations of hippie, hillbilly hippie, crusty punk, vegan, omnivore, ninja, pirate, and other preferences in clothing, food, music, and other matters. Still, for a host of reasons having to do with differences in life experience, coalfield locals and outsider activists often experience moments of mutual incomprehension, opportunities for giving or taking offense without real intention. With MJS's recruiting efforts focused primarily on college-aged urban activists, such moments look likely to multiply in the months ahead. Tension across these various differences is inevitable. MJS's hope is that focusing on a clear common goal ending MTR, combined with persistent efforts at mutual respect, and at finding strength rather than weakness in the sum of everyone's differences, will be enough to make those tensions manageable. MJS activists are busy on many fronts this February and March. A donation wish list for MJS is now circulating. An activist in southwestern Virginia is working up a list of threatened and endangered fish and mollusks in the area, for use in challenging MTR there. Judy Bonds, Dave Cooper, and others are working on outreach to religious groups, from nuns in Ohio to Baptists in West Virginia, connecting support in the fight against MTR with religious responsibility to care for God's creation. OVEC and CRMW, with outside funding promised, have begun. 33. 34. Seeking coalfield organizers to hire for the summer. Folks in Tennessee are researching coal companies and permits there, mobilizing activists to attend or submit comments to hearings on mine permits for sites north of Knoxville up near the Kentucky border. They're also moving toward appealing a court ruling against a challenge to the Federal Office of Surface Mining's failure to study and consider environmental impacts before permitting the MTR site at ZEB Mountain, recently bought by National Coal Corporation. In early March, Chris Irwin bounces his truck back into the woods to photograph a 25-acre landslide a few ridges southwest of ZEB Mountain, on a former strip mine officially deemed reclaimed in accordance with government regulations. It was as if the reclamation was a cancer that had finally burst from the skin of the earth, Chris reports. What caused megaslide is evident, you can hear it: water. At least 4 different sources of water were cutting through the shale and coal-blended soil. An unstable substrate combined with water and really steep slopes creates landslides. Ridge tops may be cheap for coal companies to blast, it's impossible to repair. We see slides fairly frequently, but rarely one this size, an official with the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation observes. And, in fact, on his way to the big slide, Chris saw several other, smaller landslides that he'd not heard about. That such slides could happen on reclaimed land at all, let alone frequently, calls into question the adequacy of reclamation protocols and presents an opportunity, as Chris and others in Tennessee see it. Normally Quechua Earth First regards politicians as scum who are not to be trusted on any level, Chris writes in another email to the MJS listserv. But tactically at this juncture in our campaign here in Tennessee, all the arrows are pointing to our state agencies. TDEC regulates water permits for Tennessee. Mountaintop removal aka Cross Ridge mining by its very nature destroys highland watersheds. TDEC has been wavering lately on the wisdom of being a rubber stamp for the final solution. 34. 35. For our watersheds. MJS is aiming to compel them to instead protect streams by protecting their mountains. In mid-March, MJS organizers from around the region once again gather for a weekend meeting, this time in Asheville, at Warren Wilson College just east of town. Close to 4 dozen people attend, at least a dozen or so newcomers since the meeting in Blacksburg. Bo tells the meeting that there's been heavy blasting behind Marsh Fork Elementary School in the past month. In Kentucky, activists affiliated with KFTC are looking to see what their role in MJS might be. Aaron from Blacksburg reports on plans for a listening project in and around the town of Appalachia, Virginia, going door to door to hear people's concerns about mining in their neighborhoods. Listening projects have also been done or are soon to begin near ZEB Mountain in Tennessee and in Coal River Valley. College students from several states are expected soon to visit Larry Gibson's place at Kayford Mountain, to see MTR firsthand, in the hope of drawing them into MJS for the summer. Paloma reports that the MJS Internet listserv now has 267 members, and that 2 or 3 people are signing up at the website each day, volunteering to help this summer. Looks like we'll have more people than we know what to do with, John Johnson says. Chris Irwin responds, we'll know what to do with them. Much of the weekend is devoted to working out a rough draft calendar for the summer, and to meetings of and report backs from working groups focused on listening projects, training camps to be held early in the summer, finances, art, intake process for volunteers, media and outreach, logistics of housing and feeding and transporting volunteers, music and scouting for possible action sites, and to learn what's happening with mining in various places. Informally, in conversations during breaks in the meeting, activists are still considering a mountaintop. 35. 36. Occupation sometime during the summer, with possible locations to be scouted in the next few weeks and discussed at the next monthly meeting, in April. Kayford Mountain in West Virginia is 5 hours of fast driving from Asheville, mostly on highways. There's a network of wide, well-built highways throughout this region, but when you get off these roads you're often quite quickly on narrow, light-duty roads with no shoulders and steep drop-offs, not built to withstand heavy truck traffic but subjected to it nonetheless to suit the convenience of mine operations. Coal trucks pound the hell out of roads running within a few yards of people's homes, and come tearing around blind curves too fast for anyone who happens to be in the wrong place at the wrong moment to get out of their way. Dozens of people on foot and in cars have been killed this way. Sharing the road with coal trucks is scary, and people who live in the coal fields live with that fear every day. When I visit Kayford one afternoon in late March, I meet Larry at the Stanley Family Cemetery, near the top of the mountain, amid a constant din of working equipment from the surrounding mine sites. Trees around the cemetery are still winter dormant. On the back of a white painted rock marking the entrance to the cemetery, Larry has painted a Bible verse, Psalms 95:4, in his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. Larry's family has been burying relatives here since the early 1800s. Members of the Stanley family have lived here for 220 years, Larry tells me. They lost most of their land a century ago, in 1906, as so many other southern Appalachian families did when land companies greedy for timber and mineral rights moved in. We had 566 acres. We now have 50. A crooked land company and a crooked notary cheated my family out of because they couldn't read, he says. Gesturing to the trees at one side of the cemetery, Larry says. Before they started this, in '86, you could come in here and above the 36. 37. Trees there you could see a pasture with cattle and horses in it. Above the trees. Now there's nothing but sky there. The mountainside where the pasture was located has, like all the mountains for miles around now, had its top blown off and been reduced in height by hundreds of feet, with the rubble pushed aside into valley fills. This here was the lowest point. Everything around me was higher, about 300 feet higher than this. The strip mining that surrounds Kayford stretches for 17 miles. Larry's little 50-acre island in the middle is the only place that isn't controlled by mining companies. 13 permits, 7,538 acres, several different companies, Larry says. As we're walking up the private access road to the cemetery, we stop to look at tire tracks from a big mining truck that's been using the road without Larry's permission, presumably to dump something beyond the edge of the cemetery. Similarly, mining trucks tear up the private dirt road that goes through Larry's property past several cabins maintained by relatives, because it's a shortcut to property a mining company controls and has been logging just beyond the cabins. Fly rock from blasting has landed in the cemetery and its parking area from as far as 1,500 yards away. In fact, Larry's picked up fly rock all over his property, on the road, in his yard, plenty of places where he or someone else could easily have been standing when it fell. We've had rocks coming on our property as heavy as 5 tons, Larry tells me. Later he'll show me photographs, and tell me to look for fly rock boulders along the road I'll take down the mountain. Some are as big as easy chairs. For all the land that's being torn up by mining here, there are very few mining jobs. When I was a boy, in 1960, Larry says, they had 25,000 men. Now 500 men take out 5 times as much coal as the 25,000 did. The coal companies hire just a few locals so they can tell people, well, we're hiring. But you go sit at the mine site and watch the cars when they're coming out. Pennsylvania, Ohio, Tennessee, Missouri. Just a few hundred people live in the hollow below Caford now, all clustered along the road by the creek, none up in the hills. They're used. 37. 38. To be a high school here for 1,500 students, but it closed. We have one elementary school in the hollow, and they're talking about closing it down. We lost 16 schools that I remember. I ask why people around here aren't angry about all this. They feel powerless, Larry says, adding that the mining companies have succeeded in dividing and conquering. They're very good at keeping them fighting amongst themselves. The people that they hire intimidate the people that they don't hire. Fear is so thick you can cut it with a knife. There's good reason for that fear. Since Larry began speaking out against MTR and the destruction of his home place, he's been keeping a list of attacks against himself and his property. It's now a very long list. He's been run off the road. His cabin was burned down in 2002, after a threat the day before. His dogs have been killed. People have shot up his house. People have come here and shot at headstones in the cemetery. He shows me the marks from bullets hitting a relatively new stone. His camper, parked up here, was shot up so badly he had to put a new door on it. They ripped the windows out of it, they shot it up, turned it over. The cap on his truck has been busted up. Mining companies also exercise control through the flow of money among locals. If they ain't making any money, they wait for crumbs. They don't want to rock the boat lest if a job opens up the company won't hire them. Or, if they don't wait for crumbs, they leave. We take Larry's truck up past his home, then continue on along the dirt road past his relatives' cabins. He thinks there's likely to be blasting off that side of his property right about now, and he'd like me to see it. We drive past a sign warning about blasting, and I ask Larry how that can be. Are they allowed to turn his property into a blast site just by posting a sign? What sign? I don't see no sign, he says, grinning. You gotta know, us hillbillies, if there's not a picture, we can't read. In fact, the sign marks the edge of his property, and we trespass a short ways onto land the mining company has been logging, to see what's happening. 38. 39. When we get out of Larry's truck, the land we're standing on, which Larry says they're going to drop by several hundred feet, is peppered with fly rock. Some pieces I see are big as bricks and they came from a blast site 500 yards away, Larry says. Certainly, looking down into the enormous mine site several hundred feet below us, the active mining looks that far away. They're currently blowing off another 150 to 180 feet of rock to get at an 8-foot seam of coal. Several times Larry asks, "Do you hear a whistle?" expecting a warning whistle, although they don't always whistle a warning before blasting. If there's a tree still standing and you hear a blast, get behind it. Actually, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a tree now. After the recent logging, only scattered spindly little trees remain, too thin to offer cover. We'll never know whether my being there stopped the blasting that day. Mining companies don't like to publicize their MTR operations. They don't know who you are, Larry tells me. They know I've been at the cemetery with you. Several mining company pickup trucks have driven past while I've been here, their drivers waving at me and Larry. Larry knows they keep track of his comings and goings because they talk about it on public communications radio channels, which he sometimes monitors. I want to emphasize to you how dangerous this area is, Larry says, not just for strangers but for the people. They have no responsibility toward the people that live here. Larry is 59 years old. He looks older. Dave Cooper and others continue to be concerned that MJS isn't doing well enough at including mainstream environmental groups. The KFTC members Dave invited to the Asheville meeting left early and remain wary. Others are concerned that MJS is inadequately rooted in local communities, and thus risks doing more harm than good. One organizer, thinking of leaving the campaign, writes in a letter to friends that 39. 40. This campaign holds the terrifying possibility of eroding away what foundation for change has been created. Inciting people from outside of Appalachia to come to our region, while spending a very limited energy towards asking the coalfield residents and organizers what vision they themselves hold. Direct action in Appalachia this summer, being chiefly organized, or being perceived to be organized, by F. Activists from Knoxville and Asheville will not stop or slow MTR. It will gain attention to the issue, but it will alienate locals and make them less of groups like OVEC, Appalachian Voices, CRMW, and the array of others who have spent years planting and cultivating seeds of change. If MJS comes into West Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee this summer and attempts to plant, by relative force, grown trees of this needed change, and then disperses, the trees will die. Those residing in the areas where the proverbial trees are planted will not understand the intricacies of sustaining them, but there will be more than a few who are ready and willing to cut them down and use their branches to beat the hell out of OVEC, KFTC, and the rest, and ultimately all our visions of a better world. Concerns about MJS's inclusiveness and outsider problems come to a head with publication of an article in West Virginia's Charleston Gazette in May, a few days before MJS's planned kickoff rally in Charleston, at the state capitol. The article begins, "Environmental activists from around the country are being urged to descend on Appalachia this summer for a series of protests." Sponsored and promoted by a Tennessee-based affiliate of the controversial group Earth First. MJS organizers are most upset by one particular quote in the article, "Frankly, OVEC is wary, as we don't know all the groups and individuals involved," said Vivian Stockman, project coordinator for the Ohio Valley Environmental Coalition. "We are very relieved to see this note on the website. MJS is committed to nonviolence and will not be engaged in property destruction. The best that can be said of this is that Abe Moira, OVEC's representative at recent MJS meetings, hasn't adequately conveyed to Vivian what MJS is up to. Many MJS organizers, but Webb among them, see Vivian's statement as a betrayal." 41. The Gazette article's most insidious quality, though, is its treatment of violence. It notes the potential for confrontation at MJS's rally on Thursday, asserts that Earth First is linked to violent eco-terrorism with specific reference to tree spiking and the planting of a pipe bomb by opponents of F, in an F, organizer's car in California in 1990, and notes that in West Virginia, in 1999, a mob attacked Secretary of State Ken Heckler and other anti-mountaintop removal activists who were reenacting the march that Union miners made in 1921 during the Battle of Blair Mountain. The article's overall implication is that MJS will be a magnet for violence, and that sensible people might be wise to stay away. Thursday's rally turns out to be thoroughly civil. MJSers pass out fact sheets about coal and MTR at the Friends of Coal rally being held right next to and just prior to the MJS event. Several hundred people attend the FOC event, many of them miners given the day off from work and a bus ride to do so. A few FOCs stay to watch the MJS rally. There are no confrontations, and a few courteous conversations. After the rally, coal industry supporters in the region's media begin to refine what through the rest of the summer will become a persistent labeling of MJS as a bunch of weird outsiders who are somehow both dangerous and frivolous. We learned this week, the State Journal's political editor writes, that West Virginia will be treated to a visit by the traveling eco circus. Until August, West Virginia will be thick with Birkenstocks and patchouli oil. These are the kind of environmentalists who say they won't use violence but are dangerous enough to have to make that clear. We can expect padlocked gates, people chained to equipment, human shields in front of pine trees, and maybe even a sit-in. Throw in some dried fruit and a glass of soy milk, and you've got yourself a party. Shortly after the rally, out of the blue, Webb receives an email from Peabody Coal saying they don't do MTR and shouldn't be in MJS. 41. 42. Target. I tell Bo that I've been seeking interviews with representatives from several coal companies, and none has been willing to talk with me. Bo's reaction: "It doesn't surprise me that they won't meet with you. Now that MJS is out, they have to strategize and work on certain buzzwords so they can all tell the same lies." Heading toward Knoxville for the next MJS organizers meeting, in April, I stopped for a walk in the woods on a mountain near Caryville, a few miles south of Zeb Mountain. The leaves are just beginning to come out on trees along the trail here. Maples are leafing out, but the mast trees, oaks, hickories, other nuts are barely showing leaves. Shad bush is blooming up here, down in valley, where the season's further advanced, dogwood's already in full bloom. I hear a Carolina wren calling tea kettle, tea kettle, tea kettle, tea. Migrating birds are now coming through on this sunny day. I hear quite a bit of warbler noise, even as late as mid-morning. Blooming along the trail are pure white trillium, violets, jack-in-the-pulpit, toadshade trillium not yet turned its mature red, white star chickweed, wild strawberry, several yellow buttercuppy things. The last of the various ferns' fiddleheads are unfurling. The flowers of bloodroot have already gone by, Mayapple and columbine are up and leafy but not flowering yet. Ramps ought to be up and ready for digging, and morels up and ready for picking too, though I don't see any myself. In the woods today, I meet Jim Massengill, an older fellow who grew up on the mountainside facing Caryville here and still camps up here on the mountain. Jim's family has lived here for long enough that one of the mountains nearby was named after them. He at first thinks I'm here to poach morels, and he starts his conversation with me with warnings about snakes and game wardens. We chat warily for a while, and then he says, speaking of himself and his neighbors, we 42. 43. Love these mountains. We love these mountains. I ask him what he thinks of coal companies' plans to blow up the tops of many of these mountains. Without hesitation he says, we're gonna stop that. No longer wary, we talk about strip mining and the horrific clear-cutting that's preceding it on thousands of acres of beautiful mountainside like the one where we're standing. Jim's family arrived here in the 1830s or 1840s, migrating south from Kentucky. At one time, they owned 11,000 acres. Like Larry Gibson's family, they lost most of it a century ago. In the late 1800s, a land company came in here and they had what they call gun thugs, Jim explains. And they run all the people out of these mountains and took the land. That's what I was told. Timber was taken out first, followed by coal. When Jim was a child, in the late 1940s, the only road over this mountain was one dirt lane. That road was first paved only a few years ago, and this summer it's to be fixed up and widened, a convenience for logging and mining trucks, I guess. Federal funding is involved, ostensibly to make the road safe for school buses. Jim remembers huge old hemlocks being taken out of the woods near here, some years back. They left them alone because the people that owned the land would not let them cut them. There was 11 of them. Monster hemlocks, as big as 9 feet across at the base. I cried when I seen them cut. I'd seen them since I was a kid. Jim's father owned and worked a scattering of little dog hole coal mines in the area, where he scraped out enough coal to make a modest living. His father's working life extended into the first wave of strip mining in the 1950s and 1960s, but he wouldn't have anything to do with that. He didn't believe in strip mining. He was a deep miner. He wouldn't work in strip mines. They destroyed the timber, they destroyed the land. About 10 years ago, up on this mountain not far from here, Jim tells me, I was on a four-wheeler, and I seen a bunch of wild turkeys, and I just eased up on them. They were at a place on a hillside where miners 43. 44. Had drilled auger holes sideways into the mountain to take out small deposits of coal left behind by previous mining. Snakes were coming up out of the auger holes, and were pecking them and eating them. I sat there and watched them for probably 30 minutes. I never seen nothing like that. The turkeys were so focused on what they were doing that they didn't run from Jim, who was quite close. Usually, a wild turkey, you get close to it, and it's gone. But they were really eating those snakes up. They'd peck 'em in the head, reach and get 'em, throw 'em up, and swallow 'em down. From the number and variety of snake stories Jim has to tell, I wonder if he isn't some sort of snake magnet. He tells me he once stumbled into a den of maybe 50 copperheads out in the woods near his old home place. Man, they scared me to death. I'm sure they did. I tell him I think maybe I won't want to go hiking off trail with him. I promise to put Jim in touch with some of the folks in Knoxville working on the MJS campaign. He later sends me an email. It would take days to really show you the damaged mountain and woodlands in this area. I would be honored to talk to you or anyone that can help us stop all this nonsense. I alone don't have the knowledge to get it done, but with your help we can get a lot done. The April MJS meeting is held in a classroom at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, less than an hour down the road from Caryville. In response to the growing concern about inclusiveness, and particularly in response to the controversy stirred up by how OVEC's Vivian Stockman was quoted in the Charleston Gazette, the meeting starts with a long discussion about equality and solidarity, how to allow diverse voices to be heard and to enable various groups and individuals to participate in MJS. Diane Beatty, OVEC's CO Director, here instead of Abe today representing OVEC, says that OVEC does want to be involved with and supportive of MJS. She mentions an enormous amount of anger directed at Vivian over the newspaper article she was quoted in, and says Vivian has 45 found that anger painful to deal with. Diane says that in the past OVEC has worked on campaigns in which well-intentioned outsiders have come in to help and have done things that cause problems that OVEC later has had to clean up. They've made OVEC's work more difficult rather than bolstered their energy and resources, and then left. OVEC does want MJS to succeed, Diane emphasizes. Larry tells the group that there are folks in West Virginia who do not feel invited. For the past century and more, local voices haven't been heard, they've not been taken seriously or valued, so failing to invite people opens old wounds. Bill McCabe affirms that MJS needs to respect and listen to folks in the mountains who've been working against MTR for years, long before MJS was dreamed of. Chris Dodson notes, at this point, that there are different groups working to the same end, and we don't all have to do things the same way. If we disagree, we should do it with respect. Patty Drouse, Dave Cooper's partner, observes that people at MJS planning meetings are well voiced, but people who are not yet at the table aren't. Another woman from Kentucky says that there at least, people don't have a clear idea of MJS. They think that civil disobedience is all there is to it. There's little awareness, for example, of ongoing and planned work like the listening projects. A while back, John Johnson says, MJS organizers made an effort to come up with a comprehensive survey of existing local organizations working against MTR. Obviously we've missed people, he says. The group brainstorms for a while about who's not at the table today and should be contacted. The inclusiveness problem is not just about getting strangers to the table, but also affects group dynamics among those who are already here. In that connection, John says that he's an anarchist, not a leader, and notes that there's no hierarchy in MJS. He acknowledges that the big mouths need to make more space for others to speak up, but at the same time everyone else needs to be more aggressive. 45. 46. About checking them. We made a mistake over the past few months, he adds, creating the impression that everyone has to completely agree with MJS to work with it. Non-profit organizations aren't going to endorse civil disobedience, but even if they don't sign on officially, many of their members will want to help and should be encouraged to do so. John adds that he's uncomfortable with a strict policy of following the lead of coalfield locals, because by itself that won't necessarily result in straight-up confrontation with coal companies and their profits. He has a responsibility to act on his own principles, he says. He believes he has to act on behalf of his life support system, the ecology of his home bioregion. But he also believes that we should listen to local voices in sorting out how. Bo sees the inclusiveness issue as related to the ugly rhetoric about MJS outsiders poised to invade the coal fields, and he's angry about it. Coal companies have used this sort of rhetoric about outsiders for 100 years, he says. There are no outsiders in America. After lunch on Saturday, regional report backs are full of specific plans for the months ahead. In West Virginia, CRMW has learned that Massey is requesting a permit from the state DEP to build a second coal silo right next to the existing silo beside Marsh Fork Elementary School. CRMW and others are requesting a public hearing on the application. MJS's schedule for its time in West Virginia this summer should stay loose until they know when that hearing will be scheduled. A listening project has begun in the neighborhoods near Marsh Fork Elementary, and letters about the school have been published in Charleston and other West Virginia newspapers. Speaking events with Judy Bonds and other coalfield activists are scheduled not just around the region but around the country. Abe Moore has been busy organizing in Logan County, ordinarily a place very hostile to any efforts to hold coal companies accountable. An OVEC and CRMW are setting up a house in Coal River Valley for half a dozen grant-supported summer interns as well as additional traveling MJS activists. In Tennessee, plans are being made for MJS time in Nashville, in the 46, 47 Knoxville area, and in the coalfields north of Knoxville, near Caryville and Zeb Mountain, including a variety of ideas for direct action. In the past month, they've been working to get hearings on MTR-related permits, and working on fundraising. Lawyers are being contacted for legal support this summer. After the meeting is over, I sit down for what becomes a long talk with John Johnson about the state of the campaign against MTR and how he came to be so involved in it. He tells me he first heard about MTR in the late 1990s, but at that time he was already stretched pretty thin as an activist and didn't think he could take on another issue. But then we found out about this project on Zeb Mountain and he thought, holy shit, it's in my backyard now. Here in Tennessee, John reminds me, technically it's Cross Ridge Mining, because they're going to put the mountain back together, supposedly. If you go to the Office of Surface Mining, there's no mountaintop removal in Tennessee. But it's still massive strip mining, and really disgusting. Unlike southern West Virginia and eastern Kentucky, which have seen so much MTR that most of the landscape is now affected by it, in Tennessee so far there are only a few islands of MTR, with the natural fabric of most of the landscape still sufficiently intact to support normal forest regeneration. MJS's goal in Tennessee is to keep it that way, to prevent MTR's spread. After he found out about Zeb Mountain, John helped arrange to bring Dave Cooper and Judy Bonds to Tennessee for anti-MTR roadshow presentations in Knoxville, Chattanooga, and Crossville, alongside himself and other Tennesseans talking about how MTR was moving into Tennessee. More Tennesseans got involved, and they met more people fighting MTR elsewhere in the region. In 2003, John and two other activists affiliated with Quechua Earth First blockaded a road at the Zeb Mountain site by locking themselves to large metal drums filled with concrete. Then, in August 2004, Jeremy Davidson was killed by MTR operations in Virginia. KEF had already been working with some people in that area on a timber sale in the Jefferson National Forest. So when people in Virginia suggested the idea of organizing a protest in response to the boy's death, KEFers came up and joined in. The Jeremy Davidson murder was really a big catalyst for, oh my god, a 3-year-old kid, killed in his sleep by a boulder from a strip mine. Around this time, Chris Irwin and others were talking with Sue Daniels, a biologist at Virginia Tech, about the idea of a Mountain Justice Summer, a campaign to address MTR the way Mississippi Freedom Summer and Redwood Summer had used nonviolent direct action and civil disobedience to address racial injustice and forest destruction. Chris started talking up this idea among KEF people in Tennessee. Judy and Dave and other folks in West Virginia and Kentucky thought it was a good idea, too. If I had my druthers, John says, noting that Chris Irwin would disagree with him about this, we'd wait until next year to do MJS, because it would give us more time to organize for it. Better still, instead of saying wait until 2006, I wish that we'd started thinking about it in 2003, to be better prepared for doing it now. It's a super pressing issue. But if we had another year, we would be avoiding some of the issues that have come up, about people not feeling good about being invited, and about us not putting enough energy into grassroots organizing. More time would have made it possible to build more relationships with more people. Still, John believes that MJS has now, at this point, got enough of this done to be on track for pulling off a successful summer. 48. 49. John would like to see more people who have concerns about MJS raise them out in the open, in meetings. And he notes, about some of the people I've been a little worried about, worried that they're creating an unhealthy power dynamic within the group. I've heard them acknowledge that we need a bigger tent, and I've heard them acknowledge a little bit, not as much as I'd hoped, that we have to address the power dynamics, and that we have to keep reminding people that we want them to be full participants. And that we want a community of equals, not a community of leaders and followers. I don't know this at the time, but later learned that there have been ongoing problems of this sort within KEF, mostly involving Chris and Paloma. I note that in this month's meeting, he and Chris were a lot quieter than in previous meetings. Yet, that was totally intentional, John says. It's hard, because we care so much. And it's not like we have bad ideas. But there does come a time when we have to recognize that we are talking too much, to not just pay lip service to making space for other people but to really make the space. If we have this thing where Paloma says something, Chris says something, I say something, then everyone else says okay, I feel uneasy about it. Regardless of all that, I think things are really moving in a good direction. I think we did open up some space this weekend, and I hope that that continues. This summer, John says, I want people to come here and fall in love, and maybe decide to stay. I want to see people come home and fall in love. I want to see people who live here, both in the coalfields and adjacent to the coalfields, become empowered to really challenge King Coal. So I want to see several high-profile, pretty intense, non-violent direct actions throughout the summer. I want to see a lot of people helping out with grassroots organizing and listening. And he wants to be able to say at the end of the summer something that can't honestly be said today, that mountaintop removal is an internationally recognized environmental issue, and if not quite internationally then a nationally recognized environmental issue, so that Americans 49. 50. Everywhere recognize that there is a conflict in the coalfields, because the way coal is mined fucks up the land and fucks up people's lives. John believes that the direct action component of MJS is poised to do this the same way Earth First created more tension around the logging of the old-growth forests in the Pacific Northwest. A lot of people know about that because people blocked roads and sat in trees and occupied offices and raised hell. But given the nature of MTR, the total nature of its destruction, way more is at stake, John says, than in the western forests, where forest of some ecological value does grow back even on most clear cuts. The mountains are not going to come back is the final solution for the forests, and the mountains themselves. Meanwhile, at ZEB Mountain, mining is still continuing as fast as NCC wants to do it. You know, John says, we're probably not going to be able to save that mountain. But they might make it cost so much to mine it that nobody wants to take other mountains. We want to send a clear message to the industry that they just can't get away with this stuff. I want to see mass outrage, and public discussion about how electricity is produced and used in this country. MTR is the poster child for everything that is wrong with industrial civilization. And there's this collective denial in our culture. The president says global warming's not an issue, so global warming's not an issue. Global warming needs to be an issue, and all the other environmental issues need to be issues. At some point, everyone is gonna wake up and say, oh shit, the ecosystems have collapsed and we're all gonna die. After the meeting in Knoxville, I drive north and catch up with Bo back home in West Virginia. I've been thinking about MJS's potential to encourage a virtuous circle, starting with a few locals like Bo and Judy standing up against MTR, others from elsewhere in the region and outside it joining them and encouraging more locals to stand up, and so on. That's what we're hoping to do, Bo says. We've been working on 50. 51. Trying to get locals organized for a couple years, and it's like pulling teeth. A lot of the local people are against. They just are afraid to speak out. Bo hopes that getting national news coverage will help a great deal with this. Outside the region, you tell people about Marsh Fork Elementary School and their jaws drop. It's so egregious. If people here start seeing national coverage of the issue, Bo hopes that will empower more of his neighbors to say you can't do that. He thinks the school is the right issue to mobilize anti-MTR sentiment into action. For the next 3 weeks he and his friend Ed Wiley, who lives a few miles upriver and has a granddaughter attending the school, will be going door to door, listening to people and talking about the school, to see how they feel about it and what do they know about it, what do they actually know about the sludge dam above it, what do they actually know about the prep plant, what a prep plant does, and the coal silo, and adding another silo, and the chemicals used, and how much can that dam take. The dangers of it. They'll hand out free pH testing kits so folks can test the streams by their homes for acid mine runoff. And they'll ask people if they'd be willing to go door to door and talk about this themselves, or hold a sign up at the school, "Will you stand next to me, and stand up for your child and other children on this river?" Because it's their future. And if we allow it to continue, shame on us, because it's our responsibility as adults to protect our kids, whether the government's doing it or not. If the government's turned its back on us, and they're not going to protect us, we have to protect ourselves. They're forcing us to be revolutionaries. I hate using words like that. But they are not protecting us. We don't get the same protections other citizens do. We're all Americans. Look at how many Americans from West Virginia have volunteered in times of crisis and died per capita. More folks from West Virginia have died in wars than any other state. There's no such thing as an outsider in America. We're all in this together. And we'd better start standing up together, because the corporations are taking our country over. 51. 52. The outsider propaganda directed against MJS this year plays to a deep-rooted and well-founded suspicion of outsiders here, where there's such a long and pervasive history of outsiders coming in and taking over land and coal and timber rights. Bo points out the obvious counter to that: if you want to talk about outsiders, let's talk about the coal companies, most of whose executives and stockholders live far from the coalfields. They're all outsiders. Look at the big four-wheel drive trucks going up and down the road here along the Coal River. They're from Virginia, from Kentucky, more and more from Ohio. They're bringing in outsiders to displace our workers. Because our workers don't like this kind of mining, the destruction it entails. The coal companies manage to turn the outsider label to their advantage only because they work on this 24 hours a day, 3 shifts. They have many people, we have few, and we're going in a lot of different directions. The organizations fighting MTR have been doing a protest here, and then 6 months later, hey, let's go over there and protest, and let's write this, let's fight this permit and that permit. I think we need to focus as one whole group of people that comes together, that sees an injustice and says we're gonna concentrate on this and nothing else, and we're gonna get a victory here. Bo believes that their best shot at such a victory is at Marsh Fork Elementary School because it's so atrocious. And I think it's winnable, and if we can't win that one, we're not gonna win any of them. I would like to see an awakening in America that there's something wrong not just in West Virginia, but there's something wrong in Kentucky and Tennessee and Virginia and Pennsylvania and Ohio. As a matter of fact, there's something wrong everywhere. When it comes to mineral extraction, humans that are in the way are being screwed. We need a thought revolution, Bo says. A military revolution's not going to do it. We can't defeat the government. We have to change people's minds. Bo recently did a presentation on MTR with Julian Martin of the Highlands Conservancy, one of the mainstream groups that MJS hasn't. 52. 53. Quite got inside its tent. Julian said it real well: if you've got to blow up a mountain, that's not acceptable. If you gotta get the coal, do it underground, responsibly. But this is not acceptable, this has to stop. And if we have to turn off the lights to stop doing that, then that's what we're gonna have to do. Actually, MTR provides a small enough percentage of coal used that conservation measures could easily make up for it. We don't have to turn all the lights off, only the ones we don't really need anyway. MTR is for profit, Bo adds. End story. There's no other reason for it. And if coal companies had to pay for the environmental impact and all the cleanup, of course it wouldn't be profitable. If corporations have the same rights as citizens, let's make sure they have the same responsibilities as citizens. I do believe that in the end the truth will win. I believe that if you can explain the truth, and get it out there, in the end it will win. And if I thought it wouldn't win, I'd go start shooting the bastards. Tomorrow. You've gotta be optimistic to do what we're doing. We haven't got anywhere doing it the same way. We've got to make a bold change in direction. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what direction to take other than this. And I'm trusting that the American people, when they see this, are gonna go, this isn't right. And maybe they will even start understanding that they're living in slave cities. They're slaves to the man, too. Maybe we'll create an uprising all over. May passes in a blur of activity mostly aimed at getting ready for and recruiting people to come to the MJS training camp at the end of the month, and at getting the campaign up and running with actions in West Virginia. Dozens of intake forms for people seeking to attend camp are processed. One sent by a West Virginia state trooper apparently seeking to infiltrate the camp is screened out. Fundraisers are held, volunteer lawyers are lined up, logistics for the rest of the summer begin to be sorted out, state water testing protocols are researched, and plans for 53. 54. The campaign's time in each state take shape. Farther afield, Project Censored begins following MTR among its news stories of social significance that have been overlooked, underreported or self-censored by the country's major national news media. In mid-May, hits on the MJS website pass the 10,000 mark. During this time, I talk with Chris Irwin about how he became an activist, and how he sees the summer ahead. My family's from East Tennessee, he tells me. We've been here in Knoxville for 6 generations. When Chris was 13, he and his immediate family moved for a few years to West Virginia. Where they lived, near Charleston, was such a weird combination of massive pollution and natural beauty. I hated it. The river caught on fire while he was living there. One time when it rained, the rain ate the paint off their car. Every family he knew had someone with cancer. And then when cancer started eating my stepfather, inside and out he found it unbearable to be at home, so I just grabbed my books and I was outdoors constantly, in the forest near his home. Then they clear-cut all that forest. And I realized everything was really messed up. After Chris's stepfather died, he and his mother moved back to Tennessee. He started reading about environmental groups and issues. He read more and more through college. He started going to environmental protests and was arrested twice in anti-nuclear protests at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. He joined the Peace Corps and went to West Africa. In the late 1990s, he hopped trains to the Pacific Northwest, where he met Paloma in 1998, when they were both in jail after a forest action. By then he was involved with Earth First. Swore she'd never leave the Northwest. I told her I would stay. She saw me mourning my bioregion after a while and gave in, said, "All right, I'll try the South out for a while." 54. 55. A few years ago, in what had become Chris's practice of monitoring Tennessee Department of Environmental Conservation permits, I started getting these cross-ridge mining permits for ZEB Mountain, saw that they were turning these streams into industrial drainage ditches, and wondered why. I hadn't heard about mountaintop removal at that point. Then I went to this action camp, in Kentucky in 2002. Larry Gibson spoke there about THIRD, and afterward Chris told Larry about the permits at ZEB. Larry said he'd seen that before, and here's what's going to happen next in the sequence of destruction that plays out on MTR sites. So Chris read everything I could get my hands on what was going on in West Virginia. MTR, Chris saw, was coming south, following the coalfields. By then, Chris, John Johnson, and Kef generally were involved in fighting timber sales on exceptionally biodiverse national forest land in far southwestern Virginia, at the edge of the same coal fields through which MTR was progressing toward Tennessee. In August 2004, Chris asked a guy he knew there to help him scout and understand MTR in Virginia, and a few days before they were to do this, Jeremy Davidson was killed there. Chris drove by the Davidsons' house with his friend, and we talked about it the whole weekend. Chris's friend set up a community meeting, and they said let's have a march through the town of Appalachia. Chris, back in Knoxville, publicized the march through Kef and other channels. Dozens of Kefers came from Tennessee and North Carolina, and so did Judy Bonds and other anti-MTR activists from West Virginia and Kentucky. At least 200 people showed up, Chris says. Coal miners showed up. They led the march. Chris has focused on fighting MTR, and on organizing the summer campaign, ever since. I think what will happen is one of these states. I think Tennessee is most likely, because we're not owned by the coal. 55. 56. Industry will pass something that will kill. Chris believes this will happen through pressure being put on the governor and legislators. We want to appear large and scary to the governor, to the General Assembly, and to National Coal. He thinks chances for banning MTR in Tennessee are good, especially if we can form coalitions with hunters and four-wheelers and fishermen. The environmental community's not going to do it. If it ends up being just a bunch of tree huggers, then we're going to lose. If Tennessee does pass such a measure, I think maybe Kentucky will follow suit. So many people through miseducation have been pacified into thinking they can't fight back. Sometimes all it takes is an example of a few people who successfully do fight back and show that that's not true. Thoreau said that most men lead lives of quiet desperation. I think everyone is living that right now. Everyone knows things are really messed up, but we've all been pacified into thinking that resistance is impossible, especially people in the coalfields. Not only can we fight back, but we outnumber the bastards 90-10, which is one of the secrets they don't want us to know. And fighting back is a lot of fun. And it's healthy. Edward Abbey said that the antidote to despair is direct action. It's not psychologically healthy for us to just internalize things and not fight back. A lot of people think that we're all conservative in these hills. I get that impression from these groups that are, I hate to say it, but often from the north. It's a form of classism. I don't know how many times I've been told, basically, these dumb hillbillies don't understand direct action. They'll just freak out, and they're super conservative. But when you talk to them, you find out that they were using their pickup trucks to blockade. They think that petitions and stuff are bullshit, but they recognize when you are using your body to lock yourself to the equipment and shut down mines. Too many people, especially college-educated people, have this Beverly Hillbillies crap in their mind. And the coal companies will use this, telling local people that these 56. 57. Outsiders coming in want to destroy your community. Before leaving Tennessee, I revisit the woods near Caryville. It looks like early summer down in the valley by the highway now, but up here it's still spring. Maples are leafed out, oaks showing only reddish leaves. Blackberries are just coming into bloom. The night after I was last here, in April, an ice storm came through and froze the early growth off the trees up on top of the mountain but not down in the valley. The trees and shrubs up here have had to start over with leafing and haven't yet caught up. I hear lots of birdsong this morning. The warbler migration has already come through. What I hear today are summer residents wrapping up their mating season and beginning to raise their young. A swarm of tadpoles is swimming in a puddle in the middle of the trail. I see elk prints in the mud here, but no elk. Under the thickening forest canopy, the spring ephemeral wildflower show is mostly over now. I see 2 fading yellow trilliums, some yellow buttercuppy flowers, patches of purple violets, purple geranium. May apple is now blooming, and a few white anemone. A glorious diversity of herbs has emerged from the forest floor since my last visit, many leaf sizes and shapes and plant habits. And now that the trees have leafed out, I can more fully appreciate their diversity too: buckeyes, maples, oaks, cherry trees, shagbark hickories, tulip poplars, pines. Trees of various ages tell me this forest hasn't been clear-cut in many decades, if ever, although stumps here and there and the lack of any really old trees affirm that it has been selectively logged. Elk, tadpoles, wildflowers, birds, and diverse hardwoods tell me that even though this area has been logged repeatedly, and patches of it have been strip-mined, the logging was selective enough to leave much of the soil intact and the mining was small-scale and patchy. Enough of the fabric of life here has remained intact for this rich, resilient ecosystem to heal itself and support most of the species that lived here before humans began altering this landscape. 57. 58. Jim Massengill has told me that for generations local families owned and hung onto and managed much of the forest around here for timber so that it would continue to be an intact forest that could be selectively harvested in the future. He's deeply offended by the wave of careless logging going on in the region now. My first thought about this logging was that it must be the leading edge of mountaintop removal coming in. In fact, heedless clear-cutting began here in the late 1980s and accelerated in the 1990s as chip mills moved into the region, spreading north and inland from the coastal pinelands much as MTR is now spreading south from southern West Virginia and eastern Kentucky. Where the two creeping catastrophes meet, an ugly synergy is created. If there's little point in saving trees for their potential gain in value, when the only market you foresee is a chip mill, there's even less point in saving any when the land is about to be blown up under them. Prices for the low-grade wood fit only for chip mills are low right now, though low enough that, as I've seen, sometimes timber clear-cut off MTR sites is simply burned or bulldozed aside. This makes a lot of people who love these forested mountains sick and mad as hell. A few days later, back in West Virginia, in Naoma, near where Bo lives, I stopped by the house that's just been rented for the summer internship program. There I talk with Hillary Hosta, who'll be living there and managing things this summer. Plans for the program are focused along the Coal River and up the still inhabited hollows branching up from the river. The hope is that once people elsewhere in West Virginia's coal fields see what's happening here, CRMW and OVEC and other activists will start hearing from them about what they want to do in their own areas and how the developing network of activists can help. Hillary was born in Los Angeles and moved to Canada with her family when she was 12. In the mid-1990s, when Hillary was still in college, she attended the first Ruckus Camp, an activist gathering arranged by a founding Earth Firster, Mike Roselle. 5 weeks later, Hillary hung her first banner, off a bridge in Seattle, and has continued. 58. 59. As an activist ever since. She moved to Appalachia this spring, and she's falling in love. The landscape I am definitely loving, she says. It's growing on me, very much. But it's the people who really, in a way, have broken my heart. Because you fall in love with them, and then your heart is broken because of what they're dealing with daily. Hillary thinks change will begin to happen when people here are aware that this relationship is inequitable and unnecessary. Many people here really feel like there are only two options: they live with this abuse and receive very, very little in return. Or they don't live with this abuse, they receive nothing, and they will have to leave their homes because they will have nothing. And then the coal companies can just come back in after they're gone, and strip it all. And they really don't believe that there's another option, and that's what's so sad. Coal River Valley is simmering right now, Hillary says. Maybe it's been simmering for some time, and I just got here and am noticing the undercurrents. Maybe people have been bubbling for a long time and just haven't had the spark, the event hasn't happened that's really made it bubble up over the top. Marsh Fork Elementary could be that. I think that's asking a lot from Marsh Fork as a campaign tool. I think that Marsh Fork will help us gain momentum, grow in size, grow the ranks of coalfield residents who have had enough. I think Marsh Fork is a tool that can be used effectively to reach out to other people in the nation and the world. What makes it a beautiful campaign tool is how horrible, how terrible, what an atrocity it really is. One of our challenges is going to be when people from the outside world come in here and go, why are you standing for this? Why are you taking this? Why is this happening? People will want to defend their position just like a wife will defend her husband. What Bo calls the slave mentality, Hillary sees as the mentality of a battered woman defeated by her circumstances. 59. 60. Recently Hillary watched Matuan, the John Sayles movie about coal miners' struggle for a decent life in Appalachia early in the 20th century. She was struck by how the power dynamics in the relationship between coal and these communities has not changed at all, and how then as now coal companies used much the same rhetoric about outsiders to divide people who might otherwise be allies. They're using that tactic today, using already existing cultural prejudices and differences and fear about one another. Fear, the all-powerful tool of oppression. They're using fear of loss of economic stability, fear of loss of to divide the communities so that they don't unite and rise up as one to resist the oppression. Because they would win. Because the possibility of the power dynamic shifting exists then. Using fear this way also deflects anger at the coal companies toward other targets, toward those outsiders. They're using the same tools because they still work. They're putting out propaganda saying, "Ooh, be afraid of the eco-terrorists." These beautiful people who've given of themselves to do public service, some for 10 years or more. Beautiful, harmless people who care about community and the world they live in. And they are putting the label terrorist on them. It's really outrageous. And then they're hitting on the really cheap points where they know that there are social hang-ups that people have with one another, such as with hairstyle and clothing. They're saying you need to be afraid about these differences, so you should be afraid of these people. They're using stereotypes that are easy home runs for them because they're already there. The Birkenstock-wearing, patchouli-smelling hippies that don't pay taxes, those are some pretty strong stereotypes. It's not difficult for them to reinforce. Hillary doesn't intend to remain an outsider here. She hopes she can stay for a while. Since she was 18, she's never stayed in any one place for more than 10 months. But funding for the Naoma House and Intern project runs out in September, and she says, "I need to be able to sustain myself. I own nothing. I don't own a TV. I don't own a 61 bed. I would like to stay here beyond September, because I have so many campaign ideas. So many. They go beyond what I can accomplish in 3 months. And I do care about this place. I'd like to be here maybe for a few years working." Judy Bonds recently attended a formative meeting for a new organization, Christians for the Mountains. "We talked about the need to have and religious leaders play a part in the care of the creation," she tells me. "The care of the creation is on the back burner, and I've noticed a move on the religious right side a part in this. And I'm just thrilled. I believe that that is the salvation of the religious right. The religious right now is absolutely going against Jesus's teachings. And it breaks my heart. Not only that, it makes me ashamed. They actually are turning people away from Christianity instead of bringing people into the fold. A lot of activists have lost their faith because of the religious right. I've tried to tell people in the religious community, there's a lot of people out there who think we're hypocrites. The teachings of Jesus of love and understanding, caring for the sick and the elderly, caring for the people that are in prison, people that are lost, it's as though the religious right has been hijacked by Satan. I honestly think that God cares a lot about that creation, not just man, but everything He created. Everything in the Bible tells me so," Judy says. "The Bible says that after God created everything else but not yet humankind, He looked around and saw that it was good. Genesis 9:12 is one of my favorite scriptures," she says. "God said, this is a covenant made between you and me and every living thing on earth for perpetual generations, not just between myself and man, for now. I don't just care about man. I care about every living creature on this earth. I think man has ignored that because of his own greed." Judy was raised Free Will Baptist. "Of course, as I got older I went on my way and forgot about the church. I always believed in God, I always was a Christian, but it was something that didn't cut into my 61. 62. Everyday life. This journey has taken me right back into my spirituality and to my Christianity. I truly believe that for any type of movement, particularly environmental movement, to gain momentum and to present its case effectively to the people of America, Christianity and the religious aspect to be a part of it. I truly think there has to be a movement within the religious community to join in for this to work and for us to save this earth, our children's future, God's creation, and our souls. I truly believe that. Judy believes that Americans today are a generation that's addicted to comfort, to instant gratification, addicted to technology, addicted to everything that makes their life really easy, all of which creates a barrier, a buffer between the comfort-seeking individual and the natural world. And I do think it's designed to be that way, she says, particularly with the TV dumbing people down, particularly our children. All the games and technology that children have is to take their minds off nature and get back to what's really important, and it keeps them in the house. I would like to bring Earth First, and the religious community closer together. Earth First are doing God's work, they just don't realize it and they won't acknowledge it. I know a lot of people think this is funny. Judy doesn't. She respects the spirituality of John Johnson, for example, and wants some of the legitimacy associated with conventional religion to rub off on Earth First, which she thinks gets an unfairly bad rap. Judy believes that the pagan Earth Firsters doing God's work are going to have a much easier time of it with God in the next world than, say, the operator in Tennessee who hangs a giant Jesus is Lord sign on his coal silo. I've seen the look on some Earth Firsters' faces when you talk about God. But no matter where I go, I'm going to talk about the care of the creation, because that's who I am. And when you quote Genesis, you can see something in their eyes go, what? What? It says that in the Bible? That's pretty radical stuff. In the 1990s, Judy and other anti-MTR activists could plausibly 62. 63. Believe that momentum on this issue was going their way. Joe Lovett's lawsuits were resulting in settlements and rulings that, it seemed, would start to reign in MTR. Even in West Virginia's notoriously pro-coal state government, in spring 2001 a fellow named Matt Crum took charge of the DEP's enforcement of environmental regulations violated by coal companies in West Virginia. Crum actually enforced the law, for example, by encouraging inspectors to shut down mining operations responsible for blackwater spills until they fixed the problem causing the spill. In the past, inspectors had felt pressured to turn a blind eye to such violations. Around this time, Judy recalls, we had decided, now is the time for civil disobedience, and people of faith need to be the first people to do this. We all agreed on that, and we were in the process of picking a place, and the perfect site, and the perfect circumstance for this to happen, because you don't just pull something out of your hat. And then terrorists took down the World Trade Center, on September 11, 2001. It set everything back. It seemed like that was all everyone could think about. The newspapers, the media paid no attention to anything but 9/11. Still, she was anxious to move forward with their plans. MTR was continuing, accelerating, and delay meant more and more destruction. I was impatient, and everyone said no, now's not the time to do this, let's just wait a while. So we got back into our comfort zone fighting permits, going to permit hearings, a lawsuit. By 2003, Judy and other anti-MTR activists knew that testifying at hearings was getting them nowhere, and that anti-MTR lawsuit results were apt to be overturned on appeal. By then, it was also increasingly obvious that the Bush administration was failing to live up to previous settlements and apparently hell-bent on weakening the mining regulations that they already were systematically failing to enforce. At the state level, things looked no better. In August 2003, incoming DEP head Stephanie Timmermeyer fired Matt Crum and restored cozier relations between the DEP and coal companies. 63. 64. Matters did not improve in 2004. Apparently not content with failing to enforce the stream buffer zone rule, in January 2004 the Bush administration proposed changing the rule to grant mining companies variances that would let them off the hook if they tried not to mine closer than 100 feet from streams to the extent possible, using the best technology currently available. The best technology imaginable can't make it practical to stay 100 feet from a stream if a valley fill is planned, so in effect what the Bush administration was proposing was to exempt mountaintop removal operations from the buffer rule. The pattern of anti-MTR legal rulings heading for slapdown on appeal continued through 2004 as well. Back in October 2003, Joe Lovett had filed suit in federal court seeking to bar the Army Corps of Engineers from issuing any more of its nationwide 21 permits for any proposed MTR operations, regardless of the size of the proposed valley fill. In July 2004, Judge Joseph R. Goodwin ruled that such permits violate the Clean Water Act and could no longer be used anywhere in his district, the Southern District of West Virginia. In September, the Bush administration announced that it would appeal Judge Goodwin's ruling to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Meanwhile, the Corps was failing to obey Judge Goodwin's ruling, and the judge refused Joe Lovett's motions to compel them to do so. In November 2004, President George W. Bush won re-election. The coal industry could count on 4 more years of proven friends in power in Washington. Judy and others fighting MTR couldn't afford to wait those 4 years out. MTR was destroying their home places. They needed to act now. And so the summer campaign began. The coming summer is filled with unknowns, and Judy is reluctant to predict how it might turn out. The biggest vision I have is bringing it to a national level, working the religious component, working with Summer and all the different states coming in, while she and Bo and Dave Cooper and others continue to work the road show outside the coalfields. I see all these components. 64. 65. Working together. I'm not placing my hopes on one thing. You have to make them all happen, and they have to fit together. Judy would like to see MJS in West Virginia drop banners and stealthily put signs in strategic places because, believe me, people in the coalfields appreciate humor, and appreciate a little bit of an outlaw, people who dare to stand up. This shouldn't really be seen as outlaw behavior, but instead as free people being free to express themselves openly. In the coalfields that makes you somewhat an outlaw. A lot of people, particularly if they're not from Appalachia, have not figured out that Central Appalachia is a banana republic, plain and simple. It is not like being in America. The same rules do not apply. That's why the effort to bring national attention to mountaintop removal and all its ill effects is so important. If Americans outside the region understand that this is happening in America, Judy and other coalfield activists hope and believe that good people everywhere will find that unacceptable and won't allow it to continue. Judy has believed for years that civil disobedience is a key for bringing this to national attention. We know we're taking a chance, she says, but what else do you do? If you continue to do what you have done, plug along in your activist comfort zone of writing letters and going to permit hearings, and you come up against a stone wall, and every option that you have is blocked, you've got to go to the next step. We've run out of options. And so it's come to MJS. I ask Judy how is it that she, unlike most of her neighbors, is willing to stick her neck out and fight MTR? It was the protection of my family, my grandson and daughter, that got me involved in this. And my home place. And the outrage and the anger. The outrage turned to anger, then back to outrage, then to frustration and anger again. Then it led to understanding, and education. Every morning I'd wake up with coal dirt on my car. And then I got to looking in my house and the coal dirt was everywhere. It permeated everything. And then I got to thinking, does everybody live like this? And then I educated myself and I became even more outraged. 65. 66. My mother was a very strong Appalachian woman, very outspoken. Both of her grandmothers were also very strong, very outspoken. She attributes this partly to Cherokee culture, as her Scotch-Irish ancestor who first came to this region, before most Native Americans were forced out, married a Cherokee woman, and Cherokee women had a lot of autonomy. When she married into the Scotch-Irish family, she lost that public autonomy, that public respect, that public place of leadership. But not necessarily in private. Judy thinks that Cherokee background is what drives a lot of the Appalachian women involved in the fight against MTR, as many of them count Cherokee women among their ancestors. I'd always heard there's an old saying in Cherokee, and it's Appalachian, that while the men sat around the campfire and talked about what to do, the women got out and done it. On the other hand, she says she blames a lot of this materialistic culture on women. The men like the power and the profit. But for a man to keep that trophy wife, he has to provide that trophy with all the beautiful trimmings. And she craves that. I've noticed a lot of the women of the coal miners tanning beds and diamond rings and fancy cars and fancy shoes, plenty of clothes. I know that, because I was there once. There's never enough, always more, 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 more. Judy knows her Cherokee ancestors and her anger at how her home and family have been affected are good reasons why she should fight against MTR, but they don't fully explain why she has devoted her life to this. What sent her down this path remains, ultimately, a mystery. I don't know. I just feel compelled to do it. I try to touch it, but it's something I can't touch. It escapes my grasp, every time I try to touch it. Now I can't ever go back. Because I know the truth now. You're not going to get every coalfield person, just like you're not going to get every American. In a way, though, Judy and her colleagues have already got most of their coalfield neighbors. Most people know that MTR is not a good thing. The hard part is getting them active, motivated to do something. I asked Judy whether she thinks that maybe everyone involved in MJS 66, 67, or any kind of activist work that seeks to change the world is a misfit in some way. We're not comfortable with things the way they are, and that makes us more prone to act than our neighbors, who for whatever reason are better able to go along with the status quo. I think they're the misfits, she says. I think we're the normal people. They've caught a disease, and they're not even aware of that. They're addicted to comfort. Looking at the big picture, Judy's right. Only for a few decades out of all of human history has even the minority of humans in the fully industrialized world been able to view such a level of consumption as normal, and this won't last. Their grandchildren won't live like they do. We're trying to change that before they get a rude awakening, she says. Changing that mindset and lifestyle before the resources needed to make that change are desperately depleted is a lot easier than doing it Mad Max. We're reaching out to college students, and trying to get the college students to reach out to the high school students because they're the ones going to be faced with this awful future of no resources and a mess to clean up. Judy's also trying to reach parents. We're selling our children's feet to buy ourselves fancy shoes. It's ironic that people seen by much of the rest of the world as ignorant hillbillies are so far ahead of most Americans in understanding this. Judy points this out when she's doing road shows. After explaining to the audience why it's important to pass the Clean Water Protection Act, she'll say, "I think it's awful ironic that us ignorant hillbillies have to teach America about the Clean Water Act and the importance of having clean water." Some people find it funny. Some people don't find it funny. And some people it goes over their head. Appalachia, because it's been passed by and in many ways left behind by mainstream modern culture, retains remnants of older culture useful for making a transition to ways of living well that don't depend on far-reaching consumption and destruction. Part of this is local lore about subsistence, about hunting and gardening and the wealth of edible and 67, 68 medicinal plants and other renewable resources in the woods here. But part also is habits of mind and living that don't depend on spending money. For example, entertainment is traditionally seen here as something you do for yourself and the people you know, not something you buy. This was the way it was for eons, until the industrialized world came, Judy says. People did entertain themselves. Sitting on a porch, in a swing, or just sitting there listening to the birds. Looking at the wildlife. Going for a walk. Walking up the road and saying, "Hi, how are you doing, neighbor?" Talking to your neighbor and looking out for your neighbor's children. It doesn't exist anymore except in a very few places in the country, particularly here. Here you can still see people sitting on porches and talking. That it still exists here is because corporate America didn't deem Appalachia important enough to fully commercialize life here as it has elsewhere. There are no shopping malls or multiplexes along Coal River. That there's anything of the older way of life here, that it hasn't been displaced as it has elsewhere in the country, is an accident of neglect. Lucky us. Judy isn't being ironic. She really means it. 68. 69. A new movement. There's been a school at the site of Marsh Fork Elementary since the 1940s. When Judy Bonds was a student there, in the mid-1960s, it was a middle school. She remembers that the school was rebuilt after being partly destroyed by fire in the 1950s, then rebuilt and expanded after another fire in the late 1960s or early 1970s. It became an elementary school in the 1990s. The school is the lone survivor in the Coal River Valley of a series of school closings and consolidations that began in the late 1960s, in tandem with depopulation of the valley after the mostly boom years in coal mining from the 1940s to the early 1960s ended. Depopulation accelerated in the 1980s as MTR began, as many families were forced from their homes by mining operations or lost their jobs to mechanization and out-of-state hiring. What population remains here now is concentrated along RT3, as most of the hollows along the streams that feed, or formerly fed, the Coal River have been taken over by MTR operations. When Judy was in middle school, the high school football team played on what is now Marsh Fork Elementary School's athletic field. On nights when games were played, you couldn't find a place to park within a mile of the school along RT3. Friday night football was really big, Judy remembers. Not everybody went to the same church, but 69. 70. Everybody went to the same school. The school was a real close tie, for our sense of community. When I went to school here, there was no mining around this school whatsoever. Football games, you could look up on the hill and see people with bonfires up there watching the football game from the top of the mountain. It was kind of comforting to look up there and see those people standing up there. Now that mountainside is off limits to all but Massey employees working the enormous mountaintop removal site just over the ridge. That MTR site feeds coal to the Goals Coal Prep Plant, a Massey subsidiary, where coal is washed with water and chemicals by the river right next to the school. Coal moving along the prep plant's conveyor belts and into and out of its coal silo sheds dust and chemicals into the air just 150 feet from the school grounds. The byproduct of the coal's washing, called slurry or sludge black goo laden with toxins, gets pumped up into the 2.8 billion gallon slurry pond back behind the 385-foot earthen dam that looms over the plant and the school. Construction on the dam began in 1985. Of course I did not know that in '85, Judy says. A lot of people did not know that dam existed, thought it was a few buildings up there, and they loading coal up there. I didn't find out about that dam until 1997 or 1998, when I found out about the one at Marfork. Someone said, "Well, don't you know there's a dam over the elementary school?" The coal companies really do not want anyone to see what they're doing, don't want anyone to know what's going on in Appalachia. It's as though we're the coal company's private serfdom. And that's how they treat us. How dare you? Don't look at that. If you did dare to look, if you hiked up through what was left of the mountains here in 2005 and picked your way through the mine sites, here's what you would have seen. A long tramp through woods gets you to a long drainage ditch that feeds into the sludge pond. Follow the ditch downhill. 70. 71. Clamber over the Massey access road that circles the pond, and continue along the ditch to where it empties into the sludge pond. Seen from maybe a quarter mile back from the dam, the top of the dam's wall looks pretty high above where you're standing. Exactly how high is hard to guess, though, since scale is hard to reckon on enormous MTR sites devoid of natural features. The pond, a lake, really is irregularly shaped and too big for you to see all of it at once when you're standing at the edge. Where you're standing, trees line the edge of the pond. The top layer of liquid on the sludge pond is oily, black, opaque, ugly. If there's blasting today anywhere nearby, you'll surely feel it here. Blasting at the MTR site behind Bo's house a while back shook Ed Wiley's house several miles up the river. Since that blasting took place about midway between Ed's house and this sludge pond, Ed worries that what rattled his house might also have damaged the dam. In addition, a great deal of other blasting has taken place much closer to the pond. In some places, dead trees stick out of the pond near its edge, having been submerged as the pond filled. As the trees rot, they'll break off and could clog the overflow system intended to ease liquid out of the pond during times when runoff from rain is heavy. If that system gets clogged, the uncontrolled rush of water could overwhelm the dam. This and other potential dam failure scenarios worry parents enough that some won't send their kids to school on days when heavy rain is forecast. On your way to and from the sludge pond, you'll pass by active mine sites with miners at work. But not very many miners. This whole mining complex, including the sludge pond, the prep plant by the school, and all the 1,849 acres of surface mine sites feeding it, employs perhaps 60 to 80 workers. Maybe 20 to 25 more miners work in a nearby underground mine that also feeds the prep plant. Surprisingly, you don't see much coal being taken out of the strip sites. Most of the thick, easy-to-reach coal seams were mined out of Appalachia long ago. The seams you'll see exposed here now are thinner and seem hardly worth the effort of removing hundreds of feet of mountain to reach them. Still, they work. 71. 72. These sites 24/7, using floodlights at night. You ought to be well camouflaged and careful as you pass by the active sites, as security tends to be more vigilant there, where there's so much expensive equipment vulnerable, than at the sludge pond. Back in the woods you'll see a great deal of dust, in the air and on the ground, with no evidence of either current or recent spraying of water to keep dust down as required by mining permits. The trees that you're walking among will probably be gone soon, likely burned rather than harvested for lumber or even firewood. Wasted forest, wasted mountains, and hollows and streams. Only the memory remains of places that used to be here: Clay's Branch, shoe-made hollow places where hundreds of local people, many now displaced from their former homes, grew up exploring and hunting. At 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, May 24, 2005, about 24 people have gathered in front of Marsh Fork Elementary School, clustered under a big oak tree that looks like it's dying, perhaps poisoned by the particulates and chemicals emitted by the prep plant next door. It's raining when I arrive, but it soon stops. Reporters have been invited here today, and Bo Webb tries out his talking to media spiel on me. I'm here because for the past year and a half, gosh, longer than that, we've been trying to bring attention to the abuses of these kids at the school by this mine company. We've gone to the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources, the County Health Department, the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection, the Governor's Office, the County School Board, the State School Board, and the federal EPA, various politicians, and they keep passing the buck. We filed Freedom of Information Act for the MSHA reports on the sludge dam. I've got some of them with me. The dam has various leaks. The toe of the dam is leaking, which is one of the most 72 dangerous places. The downstream foundation of the dam is leaking. There's widespread leaks all over the dam, and we think it's time to stand up and get attention. Someone is not doing their job. They're either being paid off by the coal company, they're intimidated by the coal company, or they don't want to stop progress, or maybe they just do not want to admit that the school's here. But it's not just the school kids that are in danger, these MSHA reports. It's everyone downstream. That dam's holding back 2.8 billion gallons, and there's a lot of lives that they're playing Russian roulette with here. So that's why I'm here today. I want a government that has the authority, and I believe the federal EPA has the authority, to shut down this mine site, shut down that dam, dry it out, cap it, and throw them out of here. They should not be allowed to mine in this state. They have more violations, Massey Energy does, than all other coal companies combined in West Virginia. I think that they have lost the right to mine coal in this state, in my opinion. Anyone that abuses these kids like they have been doing should be shut down. If wants at some future date to mine coal underground up there, responsibly, we would not be opposed to that. But we want the kids moved out of that school, we want the school torn down because it is laden with chemicals and toxins, and we want another school built up the road, upstream. Most of the people here today are long-time locals, like Bo, but some outsiders are here to support them, including Hillary and the interns now living just up the road in Naoma, as well as a carload from Tennessee, Chris and Paloma, Gina and John Johnson, whose role today is to provide security for cars. CRMW's Patty Sebok arrived here early today, she tells me, and soon afterward a car carrying 2 state troopers pulled up. I showed them the pictures and I started telling them the story about what sits behind the school and what's going on. They said that they had heard rumors that there was a camp going on, an action camp, referring apparently to the week-long MJS training camp that's to begin near Pipestem, West Virginia, this evening. And they said that they were concerned because they heard it was the Earth Movement people. And I said, well, I don't know who the Earth Movement people are, and he said, well, they blow up power lines and things like that. And I said, well, I'm not going to blow up the power line, I wouldn't have any power. And he started laughing, and kind of got relaxed a little bit. And he said, you all are our people, and I said that's right. Debbie Jarrell, Ed Wiley's wife, tells me, I've lived here all my life. Generations of my family have lived here. I have a 10-year-old granddaughter inside the building right now. The reason we're here is not only the slurry pond, not only the prep plant, or the silo, or them wanting to put another silo right beside that. How much poison do our kids need? It's time for the community to put their foot down. And that's why I'm here. Melissa Beckner moved here only about 4 years ago, she tells me. Her daughter goes to this school. She had the little childhood sicknesses, but she never was really sick until she started kindergarten last year, and she has been sick ever since. She has to take for allergies and asthma, she keeps a headache, she keeps a sore throat, a stomachache. And I didn't know, I thought it was just her, until Ed and Debbie told her about other kids at the school being sick. And not just the kids are sick. I keep headaches, Melissa says, just from being around here. I didn't keep headaches until I moved down here. And I keep sore throat, upset stomach. It's from being around here. I mean, I live down here. We just want to save our kids, and keep them safe. CRMW primarily Bo and Ed went door to door recently to try to get a handle on how many kids at the school have health problems. There are a lot of sick kids, Bo says. Sore throats, coming home with 74. 75. Headaches, coughs. Sometimes the next morning they're okay, and they'll come home from school and it'll be the same thing. Sometimes they'd be like that all week, and then the weekends they'd feel better, and then Monday when they went back to school they would start feeling worse. Of 125 homes surveyed, 60 had kids attending Marsh Fork Elementary. Of those 60, 53 had children with health problems, mostly respiratory but also symptoms such as headache and nausea that get better when the child is away from school. In addition, several students, former students, and teachers have contracted unusual cancers in recent years. Some have died. Larry Gibson's here today too, down from Kford half an hour or so away. He's holding a sign that says, "Remember Buffalo Creek 125 dead." My family lost 66 people to the Buffalo Creek disaster in 1972 because of coal, he tells me. Larry's father's family had been there for generations. You got this over here, he says, pointing to the coal processing plant, and you got the impoundment above the school. How safe do you think these kids are? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what they're doing here is wrong. The comparison with the Buffalo Creek disaster isn't unduly alarmist. Here as there, the dam is flawed, different flaws, but potentially fatal just the same. And here as there, the coal company knows the dam is flawed. I helped build dam, says Jackie Browning, another local man attending the protest today. I was the main dozer operator on that dam, from 94 to 99 till I got disabled from chemicals. A lot of has got big mud pots in it. You have to compact a dam. Back when they used trucks to haul the refuse up there, you had to put the refuse down in 2-foot lifts and it had to meet a strict compaction test. And that determines the strength of that dam. Well, when they put the belt line up there, the belt carried lots of water with the refuse. In rainy weather, you'd start to push that slate across that dam from where the belt brought it, maybe 150 feet in from one side, push it across the top. 75. 76. Of the dam, 960 feet wide, toward the other side. You've already got water in that slate. You have to push from the belt head over 800 feet. You cannot, on these rainy days, push that far without hanging up. You can't get all the way across. But you have to keep hauling what the belt delivers, so the loads of slate mud water pile up maybe 200 feet from the far side of the dam. Mud oozes out of the pile into the resulting low spot between the growing pile and the far side, and that thing just fills up with this soft mud, like jelly. When the weather improves, the belt starts delivering waste without so much water, and you just start filling that in, right over the mud. There's no compaction there. Underneath there's a big deck of jello. And jello, of course, is not a good structural material. How come when they used trucks they had to meet a compaction test? It was strict. Now they use dozers to push, they do not compact proper at all, and nobody worries about it. Inspectors don't come when it's raining, and when they do come, it looks fine and they're told everything is fine. On paper, they'll say everything's passing. But it's not. I went down and talked to them, and the engineer told me, we know we've got problems. Jackie is also keenly aware of how toxic the chemicals used at the plant really are. He's badly disabled from his own exposure to them, and wonders what they're doing to the children attending school here. I was down at the plant on the coal pile for a little while, he says, just a short distance from the school, and that's where I got the exposure. The last 6 weeks that I worked they increased the chemicals, about 3 or 4 times what they supposed to, in order to get that real fine coal out. The more chemicals they use, the more coal they can recover. They increased so high that my system couldn't stand it. It's just like I drank acid, it just ate me up. Since then, Jackie has been plagued by multiple chemical sensitivity and a range of neurological and respiratory symptoms. By just before noon, close to 60 people have gathered in front of the school. 4 police cars are here. Several of the protesters, including 76, 77, Bo's daughter, Sarah Haltom, are carrying cameras to document whatever happens. Local TV and radio reporters are here, too. Chris Irwin, Judy Bonds, Hillary, and a couple of others are holding a large banner reading Massey Energy Corporation raping our homeland as the demonstration prepares to move up the road from the school toward the driveway and gate of the coal facility. The demonstrators line up along the road in front of the school, holding up signs so people in passing cars can read them. Some drivers, a few dozen over the next hour or so, honk their support as they go by. At noon the procession starts up the road, with Bo in the lead, alongside Jackie Browning, who looks a bit nervous. At the entrance to Goals Coal 2 police cars have stopped traffic in both directions. Another police car is parked in the plant's driveway, which is closed to deliveries right now. Demonstrators and the big banner stretch across the driveway in front of the gate, but at the request of police, they refrain from blocking it completely. When everyone has reached the plant entrance, and the police have allowed traffic to resume on the road, Bo speaks to the crowd, followed by Jackie and then Judy. It is time to join together to halt this destructive mining practice that destroys our homes, communities, and Appalachian mountains and culture, Judy says. From across Appalachia and the entire country, Americans are building a strong movement called Summer. Who is Summer? The crowd shouts back, we are. We are the ones whose homes are being blasted, Judy continues, whose homes are being dusted, whose children are being poisoned every day. We are everyday citizens who have been abused and denied our rights for over 130 years. It's a shame that we have to beg our government for our basic human rights, to live in our homes in peace and send our children to a clean school without fear of being poisoned or crushed to death by a dam. We welcome all of our brothers and sisters that will. 77. 78. Join us to fight for justice for mountain people this summer and beyond. Welcome, Summer. Next, Bo reminds the crowd that 2 days from now representatives from the state DEP will hold a hearing at the school. Massey has applied to build another silo identical to that monstrosity over there, right next to it, he says. Give our kids some more coal dust and chemicals, I guess. They haven't killed them with that one, they want to speed it up. Bo asks everyone here to come to the hearing. We want them to do their jobs. We want that sludge dam shut down and dried out. Take their license away. They don't have the right to have a license in this state. Debbie Jarrell addresses the crowd briefly, describing the siting of the silos as pure arrogance and reading a list of demands, including, 1. That the coal processing plant beside the school be shut down, 2. That the school be cleaned up or a new, safe school be built nearby, in our community, not a long drive away like the other schools that have replaced those closed in the valley, 3. That Massey withdraw its request to build a second silo, 4. That Massey stop blasting that affects local homes, and 5. That Massey shut down all of its surface mine sites. It's now shortly after 12:30. The protesters move to line both sides of the driveway but, cooperating with the police, still refrain from blocking it. Bo and Judy walk across the bridge and up the driveway to deliver the list of demands to Massey. You know, that was so strange, Judy tells me later. No one stopped us, so we just kept going. And all of a sudden the police said, Whoa, wait a minute. Where are you going? And then here came the 2 Massey employees, and they just completely ignored me. Here I was, a woman standing there and I was invisible to them. All they wanted to see was the mail. And I'm glad Bo was there and said what he said, but I just kept listening and watching because I thought, okay, I'm being peaceful, I'm gonna listen. So I did. I could have just kept going. That really would have got their attention. But I never thought about that. There was a calmness and a 78. 79. Peacefulness in me. I felt like I was doing the right thing. Bo and Judy ask that someone in authority come out to receive and discuss the list of demands. Massey security people say no one will meet with them, and ask them to leave. By now, Judy says, one of the guards was becoming a smart aleck, and he was beginning to make Bo very angry. Bo controlled his anger pretty well though, until the man took his hands and fluttered them out like we were insects and said, go on, get off here. You're trespassing. If you don't leave, we're gonna arrest you. And the policeman said, it's over. And Bo said, no. Trespassing? You say I'm trespassing? If you think I'm trespassing, then I want you to keep your coal dust and your fly rock off my property, Marty, calling the security guard by name. And at that point I had to bite my tongue to keep from laughing, Judy recalls. The guard said, go away, you. And so Bo said, you know, I'm not going anywhere. What happens if I just stand here? And the policeman said, well, we'll just have to arrest you. Bo said, I reckon you're gonna have to arrest me. And then the policeman looked at me and said, what are you gonna do? And I said, well, I'm with him. So they took Bo, got him by his arm and walked him away. No one even come near me, Judy continues. No one put their hands on me. They acted like I wasn't even there. So I looked at the policeman and I said, "What do you want me to do?" He said, "Oh. Just follow this way." It feels sad to see them led away. When I tell Bo this later, he says, "That's good. That's good that was the effect." On the way to the car, Judy continues, "I said a prayer thanking God for the safety of the people and asking Him to watch over everyone while we were gone, that they would do what they should be doing, stay calm, and not get in trouble." When Bo and Judy reached the police car, they had no idea where they were gonna put me, so they finally cleared out the front seat. They were stunned. 79. 80. Judy thinks about having to arrest them, and they were really very respectful. Meanwhile, the crowd is chanting, "Massey, close the plant." The driveway reopens for business, and a cement truck comes on through. The police car holding Bo and Judy drives away, heading for the state police substation downriver near Whitesville. "I have to say the ride to Whitesville was scary," Judy says. "That was the scariest part of the day, though, not because she's just been arrested, but because of the driver's speed. That guy flew." At the police station, Bo and Judy are charged with trespassing and are released after the demonstration disperses. The police apologize for having had to arrest them. Later that day, at 8:30 p.m., not much more than an hour's drive away, 68 people gather in the dining hall at the Appalachian Folklife Center near Pipestem, West Virginia, for the opening circle of Mountain Justice Summers Training Camp. The group here tonight includes most of the faces I've been seeing at MJS meetings, plus quite a few new ones. It's a young crowd. While many of those who've been organizing MJS these past months are in their 30s, the majority of people here at camp are in their 20s, only a very few older people, in their 40s and 50s, are here. There are more men than women, but not overwhelmingly so. Dress trends toward hippie or crusty punk or camouflage, with an overlay of hiking/camping gear. One by one, going around the circle, the MJSers identify themselves and state what they hope the campaign will accomplish this summer. Larry Gibson says, "My people are an oppressed people, and it's 80. 81. Hard to reach oppressed people who don't know they're oppressed. It's MJS's work to reach them." 19 years ago, when he first started fighting MTR, he says he couldn't get two people together to work with him. He's deeply touched, teary, to see so many people here today. Later he tells me, "Before, for so many years, I would look behind me and I wouldn't see anyone. When I first started talking about this, I couldn't even get my own family to listen to me. Most of the other people in the circle simply state their names and give brief, one-sentence summaries of what they'd like to see this summer." Abigail Singer, an Earth First activist who's lived in Knoxville off and on for several years and has been involved with MJS since its beginnings, wants to inspire the rest of the country to transition to a sustainable lifestyle. One of the Asheville organizers says, "What I'd like to see is national coal companies' stock prices drop like a rock." Hyena, from Kentucky, wants to work on developing a real clear picture of the way of life we want to have, not just what's wrong with what we do have. John Johnson's supposed to deliver a rabble-rousing rant after the go-around. Instead, he starts crying. Like Larry, he's touched to see so many people here and he says more people are coming. He says he hopes that MJS will be the spark that begins the end of the death machine that's gripping the entire planet. MTR, John says, represents everything that's wrong with the modern industrial commodity market way of life. He says he doesn't have much of a spiritual practice, but believes that the mountains are asking for our help. More campers arrive overnight, bringing the total at breakfast to about 80. Workshops scheduled for today cover nonviolence and de-escalation training, MTR issue education, and mountain culture and cultural sensitivity issues. All are mandatory for anyone here who wants to participate in the coming campaign. Also relating to cultural sensitivity, A potty mouth jar has been set up in the camp's main meeting hall and dining room. Anyone who cusses owes 25 cents and the fine is 50 cents for each Jesus Christ, or God damn. The idea behind this is to train MJSers from outside the region not to inadvertently offend religious, personally conservative locals. Because the language of many of the folks here is customarily pretty salty, this turns out to be a pretty good fundraiser as well as a cultural sensitivity tool. At lunch, I catch up with Dave Cooper, who just arrived this morning. Dave gave a talk in Louisville last night, then stopped at home to get some sleep with the intention of driving here in the morning and arriving midday. I woke up at 2:30 in the morning. I was so excited I couldn't get back to sleep, so I just got in the car at 3 o'clock and was driving all night. Finding more than 80 people here was a dream come true, he says. We worked really hard to get to this point, there's real good energy here, the weather's nice, it's a beautiful spot, everybody's in a good mood so we're off to a really good start. Chris Irwin, too, thinks MJS is off to a good start, his ambitious goal earlier this year of 30 or 40 full-time MJS volunteers looking pretty realistic now. I think maybe 30% of the people here will travel from place to place for the whole summer, he says. But then another 35 to 40% are going to we're going straight back to Tennessee to begin our organizing and preparing. The number of full-time MJSers make us the largest non-profit staffed organization fighting mountaintop removal in America ever. The turnout comes as a relief to Chris, after all this hard work, months, and thinking, good God, there's going to be 20 people that'll actually show up. And that was a real danger, because I think a lot of people still don't know what MTR is. If Americans were more aware, I think we'd have 1,000 people here. When I catch up with John outside the dining hall, he tells me, I'm high as a kite. Not on well, maybe a little bit of caffeine, but nothing else. There's a great crew of people here. I'm totally impressed with how engaged people are. In the past, John's seen forest defense camps. 82. 83. Where a good many people seemed most interested in partying. Here, today, people are focused on the work at hand. People are taking it real seriously, John says. I'm totally pleased. Chris Dodson, now one of the interns at the Naoma House, tells me, exactly what we're all going to be doing is going to become more clear when we can all get together and plan it all out. Everybody's sort of coming from a different place. But my perception of it is that we're going to be assisting with logistical stuff for MJS when MJS is in the area. And beyond that, we're going to be doing similar things to what CRMW and OVEC have been doing, in organizing that community, Coal River Valley, specifically with regards to Marsh Fork Elementary. There's probably going to be a lot of door-to-door, a lot of hearings and stuff. But then my vision, also, is to have MJS things being coordinated with the community, and hopefully from the community. And he hopes that the program at the Naoma House will not shy away from civil disobedience. I bet that we could really make change at Marsh Fork. I don't think they're going to build another silo. They're trying to, but we're kicking their ass. They're not going to. And I think it's possible for that whole facility to be done soon. That afternoon, I sit in on Dave Cooper's MTR 101 workshop, adapted from his roadshow. Like the roadshow, today's workshop relies on slides, accompanied by Dave's narration of facts about MTR. MTR in West Virginia is concentrated south of Charleston, west of Beckley. MTR uses explosives made of ammonium nitrate and diesel fuel, the same powerful mix that was used to bomb the federal building at Oklahoma City. Most of the land, and by far most of the forested mountains in West Virginia, is controlled by out-of-state owners, typically coal or timber or land holding companies. Appalachia's mixed mesophytic forest is the most biologically diverse hardwood forest in the world. MTR is profitable only because coal companies are allowed to externalize so many of its costs. Coal companies called the fatal 1972 Buffalo Creek Sludge Dam disaster an act of God. They. 83. 84. Slurry Pond looming over Marsh Fork Elementary School overlies old underground mines. If it breaks through to the mines below, millions of gallons of sludge will gush through the old mines and blow out a huge flood God knows where. Lespedesia, the exotic grass typically planted on reclaimed MTR sites is, in addition to being ugly, inedible to livestock and wildlife. MTR brings poverty and depopulation not only because it employs so few people but also because the ill effects of MTR preclude other economic activities. Dave Cooper generally tries to bring coalfield locals along to speak at his road shows. Today he's joined by Larry Gibson and Pauline Canterbury, a 75-year-old resident of Sylvester, the next town down the Coal River from Whitesville. Pauline's main problem is coal dust. In 1997 Massey got permission to put a processing plant in Sylvester. The plant is built just upwind of the town, where a bluff used to shield the town from wind. In building the plant Massey blasted off the bluff, and as soon as the plant began to operate, airborne coal dust began to fall on Sylvester. Lots of coal dust. Pauline and her neighbor Mary Miller collected dust samples daily for 2 years. They took their evidence to state officials and to the Federal Office of Surface Mining. They took Massey to court and got an injunction. Massey built a multimillion-dollar fabric dome over the plant and still the dust rains down on Sylvester. We're being sacrificed for cheap energy for the rest of the world, Pauline tells the MJS Group. Our homes have lost 90% of their value because of MTR mining. Their goal is to get us out because flat land is hard to find in West Virginia, and Sylvester is a fairly wide, flat place in the valley, potentially useful for processing plants, storage depots, and other coal-related facilities. But coal dust is not their only problem. The Coal River now runs at just a trickle when it's not raining, because so much water is being taken out to wash coal and then pumped up into giant slurry dams like the one by Marsh Fork Elementary and another up behind her home. There are no escape routes from the valley should any 85 of these huge dams break. Locals can't even go to visit their ancestors' graves without a coal company escort, as old graveyards were mostly sited high up and many are now surrounded by strip mining. It does my heart so good to see all you young people here, she says. This is your world. I'm just sorry that I'm leaving it like we are. Pauline is followed by Larry. When we go into this summer, he says, above all we've got to be right, to do the right things so that the people remaining in the coal fields after the summer's over will be better off, better able to speak for themselves, to protect themselves, and to end MTR. Larry is keenly aware of the potential dangers MJS poses for coalfield locals, as the bad things that have happened to him have often followed times when he's had outside supporters up at THIRD. The high point of the day comes early in the evening, when Bo and Judy arrive at camp and are greeted with enthusiastic applause and many hugs. On their way here, they tell us, they stopped to pay their fines in Beckley, at the Raleigh County Magistrate's office. A police officer they passed in a hallway said to them, "I know who you are, and I know what you did yesterday. And I just want to say off the record that I respect what you did and I'm proud of you." They didn't know what their fine would be when they walked in. It could have been up to $100, but after they talked with the magistrate, he ordered a fine of just $5 each plus court costs. Bo and Judy arrive at camp in time to represent West Virginia in a panel discussion on strategy for the summer, state by state. Just before this discussion, MJS's summer schedule is unveiled, showing the campaign moving from West Virginia to Kentucky, and then on to Virginia in June, back to West Virginia for most of July, then to Tennessee in August. There are 85 people in the room this evening. With more doing cleanup in the kitchen and security patrol outside, there are at least 90 people at camp now. I got chill bumps when I walked in this room today and saw all of you, Bo tells the crowd. This is the right issue, and the right time, he says, to change the way people are enslaved to corporations and cities. 85. 86. All over America as well as here in Appalachia. West Virginia's new governor, Joe Manchin, who before his election had business with coal and timber interests, on his first day in office said, "West Virginia is open for business. Today, in reaction to yesterday's action at Marsh Fork, the governor's office called CRMW to set up a meeting with the governor to discuss the school. Bo hopes MJS will keep up the pressure on Massey about the school this summer, keep the moral high ground, and make this a national issue. More immediately, he hopes to see lots of people turn out for the state DEP hearing at the school tomorrow evening. Without question, tomorrow night is going to be the largest opposition, ever, in West Virginia, to a mining permit, he says. A young woman named Allie presents for Kentucky. "We don't have an awesome group like you all," she says, a little wistfully, gesturing toward Bo and Judy. The relatively low-key events planned for MJS in Kentucky are clustered in June, a backwoods camp, a mountain witness tour in Martin County, a film festival and rally in Lexington, and perhaps some visits to the homes and offices of coal company executives. Speaking for organizers in Virginia, Erin tells the story of young Jeremy Davidson's death. "Southwestern Virginia is traumatized," she says, "and no grassroots organization has arisen to fight MTR there." She suggests that people go to the area now to start listening projects and scouting in advance of the MJS camp slated for the area in late June. The other main event in Virginia this summer will be a demonstration at Massey headquarters in Richmond on July 8, coinciding with an International Day of Action Against Climate Change. Planning for this is just beginning. 86. 87. Speaking for Tennessee, Chris Irwin, manically caffeinated, delivers a grand rant on the history of mining and landscape in Tennessee. "We are really close to turning the tide in Tennessee, which is why we need your help," he says. MJS organizing there is focused on two coalfield areas, both near the Kentucky border, the New River watershed area just west of I-75, and Egan Mountain to the east of it. Chris notes that National Coal has bought up the land or coal rights to more than 100,000 acres, including the ZEB Mountain site. Egan is being mined by Mountainside Coal, a Kentucky company. Paloma reports on the listening project in Elk Valley, in the shadow of ZEB Mountain. Similar efforts are being planned around Egan. "There is a place for everyone in this campaign," she says, "from direct action, to legal monkey wrenching, to letting locals know what they can do about blasting and other problems." John Johnson adds that the Tennessee Valley Authority, a huge producer of electricity, has signed contracts with Massey and Arch to buy MTR coal from West Virginia. TVA's headquarters in Knoxville will be another focus for MJS protest this summer. Leaving camp late the next afternoon to drive to Marsh Fork Elementary School for the 6 p.m. hearing there, I pass a green minivan parked near the camp's driveway and angled to get a good look at cars leaving the camp. Two people, neither in uniform, sit in the front seats. They've apparently been there a while. The guy in the passenger seat has his feet propped up in the window. I wave as I pass, and a mile or so farther on as I approach the main road, the van pulls up alongside me and turns off in the other direction. When I arrive at the school, I stop under the big oak tree to chat with people from the camp, Chad and Gabrielle and their baby, Ukiah. A tall, big, middle-aged man approaches us and asks, "Are you for us? 87. 88. Or against us?" His tone is belligerent, his manner ambiguous. Feeling a bit protective of the very young little family, I step closer to the man and tell him I'm a writer. He hands me a paper to read, a quote from something published back in 1884 about a local land grab. He said his family's land had been taken from them by a 2-cent per acre tax. They couldn't afford to pay it, but a land company could and did. I thank him for the paper and head for the school gym, leaving him and Chad chatting. More than 130 people assemble for the meeting, filling up the bleachers in the gym, facing a folding table and chairs at which several state DEP officials are seated. More than half of those attending are from MJS camp. Several state troopers stand near the doors of the gym. As people arrive at the hearing, they're handed a list of rules, including one that says the only people who will be allowed to speak are those who've previously shown an interest in the permit under consideration this evening. Bo, standing with Judy, Sarah, and Vern, floats the idea of putting masking tape over the mouth of everyone who's not allowed to speak. Instead, he negotiates with DEP officials an agreement that everyone here who wants to speak should sign up to do so, but that the officials running the meeting reserve the right to schedule some of the speaking for another hearing, if this one runs too late. Each person who wants to speak will be allowed to do so for only 2 minutes. Ukiah and her parents sit next to a 30-something-year-old local woman, who's totally charmed by the baby. Other folks from MJS camp are looking noticeably more cleaned up and conservatively dressed than usual. John Johnson hands flyers about MTR to anyone who'll accept one. Local print and TV reporters work the room. Outside, a stranger, not in uniform, is taking photos of license plates, walking from car to car, sometimes looking inside a car through its windows. Most likely he's either a coal company operative sending a message to locals that their presence here has been noticed, or plainclothes law. 88. 89. Enforcement keeping tabs on MJS. When two MJSers approach and ask him questions, he doesn't say a word and keeps a completely blank look on his face, one of them later tells me. One of the two gets the idea of standing in front of the license plates, and for a while plays tag with the camera guy, dashing forward to where he's going, then veering off to another car when he does the same. Finally the guy with the camera cracks a smile and gives up. The state official who opens the meeting looks nervous. The bleachers are now full to overflowing, with some people sitting on the floor. First up among the speakers is a local man in a wheelchair, who has grandchildren at the school. He's followed by Larry Gibson, who displays a jar of coal sludge from the Inez disaster. Lined up front and center on the bleachers are Bo, Judy, Larry, and a cluster of other locals, including Pauline Canterbury and Mary Miller, the Sylvester Dustbusters, both wearing dust masks. A state official in plain clothes, Dennis Stottlemyre, assistant to state DEP head Stephanie Timmermere, runs the timekeeping with unseemly enthusiasm, ringing a bell with a flourish when a speaker's 2 minutes are up, and cutting power to the microphone if the speaker continues. Overall, though, he doesn't look happy. None of the officials at the table does. They look like they wish this would all go away. For most of the meeting their faces are stony, sober. When it's Judy Bonz's turn to speak, she faces the crowd, turning her back on the DEP. At the end of her speech against the proposed new coal silo, she turns around to face the state officials and says, "Shame on you." The crowd stands and cheers. Bo Webb also turns to face the crowd. He talks about the leaks in the dam and invites everyone present this evening to invite their friends and neighbors to rally in front of the school on May 31st, the following Tuesday afternoon, to demand that someone representing Massey come out and talk. He too ends by turning to the state officials. "You guys, your day is coming, especially you," he says, pointing at Stottlemyre. 89. 90. Pauline Canterbury, up next, speaks to the officials a bit, then pauses and says sharply, "Are you gentlemen listening?" They had been talking among themselves. Pauline's voice of mom snaps them to at least a semblance of attention. Dozens of people speak against the proposed silo, and against other effects and risks from the facility as well. Nowhere in the permitting process is there a chance for citizens to address the cumulative impact of coal operations on the school or on their community as a whole. The state officials here today are considering only whether to permit that second silo. All other comments and concerns are considered irrelevant, but not to the crowd, and not to John Johnson. Speaking to the officials and gesturing toward the crowd, he says, "This is what a citizens' uprising looks like." Local people, as well as MJSers, smile and applaud. The meeting breaks up shortly after 8 p.m., after everyone who wishes to speak has done so, with the crowd in the bleachers in a good humor. Some people are singing, many chatting. The DEP officials keep busy at their table. Outside, Bo and Judy thank the crowd for coming. "We already love you," Judy says, speaking to the MJS volunteers. "You are one of us. You are Appalachians. We will have justice this summer." Debbie Jarrell, while real happy to see so many MJ sirs here, later tells me she feels the hearing is a formality that they have to go through, it's not something that they really take into consideration. I don't feel like our opinions matter to them. Debbie is also disappointed that only a dozen or so locals attended the hearing. There's 200 some kids go to that school, she says, and finds it very disappointing that more of their families and neighbors didn't come. She's hopeful more local people will show up on May 31st. In the crowd outside the school, I catch up with the man who before the meeting had wanted to know if MJS was for us or against us. He tells me he'd worked in a coal prep plant and is sick from it. He's afraid to talk with me about it, won't even give me his name. But he says he'd sure like to show the woods near his home, not far from the school, to 91. Some of the MJS kids who came to the hearing. He knows some real nice places to go, he says. For now at least, he's apparently decided MJS is for him, not against him. At breakfast the next morning, John Johnson announces that the FBI has visited the local sheriff's office nearest the camp to talk about MJS, and that in response the sheriff's office has sent officers to visit people living nearby to tell them about the camp and ask them to report anything strange. It's not clear whether this has anything to do with the surveillance of cars going in and out of camp. At least 4 different unmarked vehicles have been keeping an eye on the road leading to camp, very openly. In addition, an incident at the camp's entrance has MJS security volunteers on heightened alert. One of the people involved tells me that last night several MJSers were down at the open tent set up as the camp's entry checkpoint, acting as security guards and greeters for any new volunteers coming in. There's only one entrance to this camp, he emphasizes. Among the security volunteers that evening were several who enjoy sneaking through the woods. One of is famous for disappearing and then when you're walking in the woods all of a sudden he pops up out of nowhere. It's this person's favorite game, offered and usually accepted as a gesture of affection and friendship. This person had left the checkpoint for a while, leaving 3 of his friends there. All of a sudden they heard somebody creeping around in the woods across the driveway. They thought it was their friend, sneaking up on them as usual. So they conferred, well, he's doing a pretty good job sneaking up. He's pretty quiet. One of the people at the checkpoint was wearing a headlamp, and he went across the drive and kind of crept up on the person and turned on his headlamp. And all he can see is a vague outline and a pair of eyes. They stare at each other for several seconds. Then the guy with the headlamp asks his buddies, "Should I pursue?" He's joking at this point, still thinking the guy in the woods is their friend. And his buddies responded, "Yeah." So he pulls 92 out his knife, a huge 9-inch long knife, like a Marine Corps knife, a short sword, and then charges, still thinking it's one of them. The guy took off, ran like a bat out of hell. It's pretty funny. We're real sure it wasn't law enforcement. Law enforcement sneak teams, the feds, or whatever, they operate in teams. It was just one person who ran away. I think it was probably a coal company person, perhaps seeking the camp's registration book, or wanting to eavesdrop near the security tent, or creeping down toward the main meeting building to hide someplace where he could monitor the next day's activities. The camp takes all this in stride, without much fuss, and gets on with the day. Workshops today include Direct Action 101, led by Hillary and John, which covers the history and rationale behind nonviolent civil disobedience as well as the basics of planning and executing such protest actions, choosing targets and tactics, clarifying goals and messaging, assigning roles, devising action scenarios and contingency plans, de-escalating potential violence, and so on. Another workshop focuses on camping skills, and Chris Irwin leads a legal workshop that boils down to 3 phrases, 2 of which you should repeat to yourself, 1 of which you should say to the police: "Shut up. Cops lie. Talk to my attorney." I spend most of the day talking with campers about how the campaign's going. One of those I catch up with is a security-minded, self-identified anarchist who'd refused to talk with me on tape earlier in the campaign but agrees now to talk about the idea of an open revolution. I'd heard him mention this previously and wondered how he thought it connected with MJS. We want everybody involved in fundamentally changing how the world runs, including not just people that agree with us, but people who agree that the system as it stands right now is really not properly serving. The United States of America is no longer a government of, by, and for the people. It is of, by, and for the corporations. A lot of people can see that who don't necessarily agree with many. 92. 93. Of our other points. We know that not everybody's going to agree with everything we say. We just want to make an open society where people are free to be different and to live the way that they want to as long as they don't bother other people. And we know that that's going to encompass a whole lot of different belief systems, a whole lot of different types of communities. In order to bring this about, we need to put pressure on various social forces and shine the light on various shady practices. And to do that, we need to do more than just pass out information. We're actually going to have to do action, and both interfere with business as usual and interfere with things that are contributing to erosion of democracy, erosion of autonomy, self-determination. People really love action. That resistance and change actually are possible. So many people think you can't change City Hall, this is the way it's always been, you just can't change nothing. Change is possible, if people just get up off their dead butts and do something. Later I ask Sage, who also identifies himself as an anarchist, what he hopes to see happen this summer. I really hope that everyone that came here from outside the area falls in love with it enough to not have it be a summer gig for them, he says. Or if it is, that they're back here next year. I also hope that we maintain good relations with the people in every coalfield town that we go into. And I'm hoping that we're able to start to unify the states, so Kentucky's not just dealing with it as Kentucky, Tennessee not just as Tennessee. So that we feel more strength. And I'm hoping that everyone in the country, next time they see a clean coal commercial, they're able to put the vision of what's going on this summer with it. And that the momentum just stays up. For Sage, as for many Southern Appalachians, living in this landscape is an ongoing conversation with God. I think that's why religion has such a stronghold, Sage says. When talking about the land, religious stuff comes up all the time. You don't really hear that a lot of other places. They might love the land, have an ecological sense of what's 93. 94. Going on, a lot of history is there, but it's not a religious thing like I'm called by God to be here, I can't leave. Many of the people, like Sage, who live in Southern Appalachia and are active in MJS, have specific attachments to particular home places. But at the same time, they also identify with the entire region's landscape and culture, and recognize that it's necessary to protect the whole thing, not just your own home place. You're not going to be able to do it all by yourself in your neighborhood. You'll need and want to make connections with people in other parts of the region because they've got a lot in common with you, and you're not going to be effective unless you work together. Part of what's enabled the abusive power relationships between coal companies and local people is that communities have been small and isolated and not connected with each other, so that the large economic interests, which operate throughout the region, can control it. I raise with Sage an idea Judy Bonds and I have talked about, that the religious connection to the land helps bridge the gap in MJS between the conservative Christian coalfield locals and the so-called godless anarchist outsiders, because so many of those godless ones have a deeply felt spiritual connection to the natural world, and to the southern Appalachian landscape particularly, and they recognize this in each other. I'm the oddball Christian anarchist, Sage tells me, and I constantly get crap for it. So he was surprised to hear, last night, in conversation among anarchist friends who ordinarily disdain religion, they started talking religion. I was like, you've been here for a little bit, it resurged in you, and you couldn't leave it out of the conversation, could you? Both the Christian coalfield locals and the anarchist revolutionaries are deeply uncomfortable with much of mainstream American culture, with how far astray this is from the way they believe the world ought to be. It gets really simple, Sage says. Maybe they sit down and start having a religious conversation with some folks that came for the camp. And they realize that they're not really matching up on religion. But they'll recognize that they are matching up what's in their hearts. 94. 95. John agrees with Sage and Judy that the landscape-connected Christian spirituality of people in this region is akin to his own spirituality. I've rejected my Christian upbringing, he tells me, but I appreciate that there are Christians who have this spiritual connection and spiritual impetus to protect the land and to stand up for social justice. John says his criticism of Christianity can be pretty vicious, but then I run into people who believe and who I really like and respect, who have what I consider a very good and very healthy interpretation of Christianity, one that leads them, as a religious calling, to work to change the world in ways John himself works toward. I have a high tolerance for good Christians, he says. I'll take my hat off and bow my head with them, at least be respectful. I have an extremely low tolerance for the religious right, for people who identify themselves as Christian but have devoted themselves to furthering a repressive, uncritically capitalist agenda. If people are going to believe in God, I want them to be motivated by a loving God who's going to encourage them to do good in the world, justice, not just charity. One interesting and, John thinks, very good effect that's resulting from the mutual respect between Christian activists and anarchists in this campaign is that there are some things that happen in the radical movement that have not happened here. There's a tendency among anarchist militant types to poo-poo regular civil disobedience, where you simply offer yourself up for arrest, as Bo and Judy did at Goals Coal. They view it as symbolic. To them it's not direct action, like shutting down a piece of mining machinery, for example, and it's putting yourself at the mercy of this evil, violent system. And I've not heard that here. Paloma tells me that one of the things she likes best about MJS is that you have these different cultures coming together. You have this kind of counterculture of people that have spent a great deal of time examining their value system, and purposefully breaking some of the societal norms. And then once they break them, they're looking at them. How does that make me feel? Am I okay with that? Am I not okay with that? Do I want to continue this, or do I want to go back? And this is a 95. 96. Really healthy thing for people to do. But the people who do this often are in this bubble, only people that are backing up that belief. So they're breaking these rules, such as dressing or undressing in public, or language, or how they behave, and, intentionally or not, perhaps offending people outside their bubble, including some of the people they're aiming to work with in this campaign. And people living inside the bubble tend to become unaccustomed to others taking offense. If somebody who's part of this counterculture experiences something that makes them uncomfortable, their response more often is going to be, "Whoa! Why does that make me uncomfortable? Let's look at my own beliefs, let's challenge my own beliefs." This self-challenging habit can encourage self-improvement and personal growth. However, together with the high value placed on autonomy by this counterculture, it also can license selfishness and parasitism by individuals whose behavior, however outrageous, is likely to go unchallenged by anyone inside their bubble. Saying that a particular behavior is destructive, disrespectful, dishonest, wasteful, or just plain wrong is generally considered uncool or oppressive in this subculture. This attitude is especially entrenched among some of its younger members most disdainful of all things mainstream. None of this is much of a problem at Pipestem. But it has potential, as the campaign continues, for both sapping energy and resources from the campaign and sowing division within it. Still, not only is MJS trying to envision and bring about a better future, in some ways the movement and the individuals who make it up aim to embody that future. I think MJS is unique, says Abigail. It brings together all different kinds of people, coalfield residents with anarchists with everything in between. It also has a really realistic analysis of power in our society. We're not putting all our faith in passing a certain bill or getting certain politicians to endorse what we're doing. I think that everyone here recognizes that while it's important to incorporate some legislative work into our organizing, that's not where the real change is going to happen. The real change is gonna happen on 96, 97, a local level, in people's communities. It's gonna happen on a cultural level. And we need to be working on all these different fronts, building our power collectively. I think this issue represents a whole big slew of issues that we all care about. There are so many different issues that we all could be devoting a lifetime to working on. It gets overwhelming. But MTR touches on so many things: human rights, environmental, cultural genocide essentially. And it's such a graphic example of all these things. I feel like it's a good example of what's wrong with our culture and why we need to change, a good one to start stimulating conversation on a national level. I'm hoping that this summer sparks a much larger uprising that looks not just at energy or protection of watersheds or cultural sensitivity, respect for different people, but an overall shift in consciousness, where people tie all these things together and examine their role. Driving away from camp that night, about half an hour down the road, near the interstate, I come upon traffic backed up and several police cars flashing lights. A sign tells me this is a sobriety checkpoint. It's about 10:30 p.m. on a Friday night, the beginning of the Memorial Day weekend. When I reach the checkpoint, a state trooper asks for my license and registration and shines a flashlight inside my car. As I'm taking out my license, he says he sees coal dust on my car and asks if I've been driving around any coal tipples. I ask what this is all about. He says my car was at Marsh Fork Elementary School last night. They don't see many out-of-state plates around here, and what brings me there? I say I'm a writer. He asks, do I write for a newspaper or magazine or what? I don't answer. He looks at my registration, shines his light through my car again, says see you next Tuesday, May 31st, and waves me on. At no point does he ask if I've had anything to drink that evening. The next morning, Saturday, one of the campers helping with security announces that an intruder was heard during the night, walking around 97, 98, near one of the barns on the property, then near where campers' tents are clustered, apparently heading toward the road. Once again, no, it wasn't our friend who likes to sneak up on people. And once again the best guess is that this isn't police, but is either a coal company operative or a curious local. My late-night experience with the police is also announced to the camp, with a warning: the police know who we are and are looking for us, so be sure to wear seat belts, don't carry contraband, and don't drive drunk. There's a near blizzard of optional workshops at camp today on federal and state laws affecting coalfields, first aid, plant identification, listening projects, history of MTR, scouting, video activism, secure communications, water testing, and affinity groups. At the same time, people are beginning to leave and to make plans to leave camp. Some have commitments back home after this Memorial Day weekend. Most will plug back into MJS later in the summer, when it moves to their area or they're free to travel to it elsewhere. Some will go back to their home places to continue working on MJS all summer, with now and then excursions to major MJS events throughout the region. The main event of the day is the monthly MJS organizers meeting, now including the new people at camp as well as the regulars. First focus is on the upcoming May 31st demonstration. This time, MJS is to join local activists, and the task at hand is how to integrate all these well-meaning outsiders into the effort against Massey at Marsh Fork Elementary. Bo addresses the crowd. He's not asking anyone to get arrested on Tuesday. You have your own free will, he says. Whatever you decide to do is up to you. But he does ask that anyone who decides to do civil disobedience cooperate rather than resist arrest. The goal is to deliver the same list of demands to Massey, and to have a person in authority at the Goals coal facility come out and talk with them. He asks that locals be allowed to try to deliver the demands before MJSers from outside the community do so. 98. 99. John Johnson reviews what happened to Bo and Judy on May 24. No handcuffs, taken away in a police car, ticketed and released. He notes that law enforcement might do things differently on Tuesday and adds, "I'm hoping that a bunch of us will stand in solidarity with them." Hillary describes, hypothetically, a scenario in which successive waves of MJSers follow an initial wave of locals to present the demands. She asks what Bo and Judy think of this. "I think it's perfect," Bo says. Judy says it would touch our hearts. After a good bit more discussion, and with general agreement about what to do on Tuesday, the group moves on to other matters. The schedule for the weeks ahead gets tweaked a bit. The complexity of planning and executing multiple actions, some open but some covered, in multiple places is noted but not resolved. The issue of nonviolence and property damage has been put on the agenda for discussion, as many people here think it's important to revisit this, given that many newcomers to the campaign here now weren't present for earlier discussions and consensus. To start with, Paloma sums up past MJS discussion. She notes that MJS's consensus against violence or property damage was adopted both to protect local activists from reprisals and because many people here wouldn't be involved with summer without that consensus. In addition, she notes, coal companies would surely use any violence or property damage this summer to discredit the campaign. John adds that MJS wants to be able to accuse the coal companies of committing violence and property damage through mountaintop removal. For that accusation to be most effective, MJS itself must be nonviolent. He notes also that most coal miners are big guys, bigger than most of the people sitting in this room. As a practical matter, we don't stand a chance fighting back if physically attacked. If you're at an action, with MJS's own video cameras running, take the lick, John urges, or allow him to step in and take it for you. If you're accosted someplace else, walk away from it if you can. 99. 100. Chris Dodson notes that speech can be violent, too. MJSers should avoid making threats. One of those who came to this campaign through Earth First notes that Earth Firsters have a long, proud tradition of making messes, sometimes really messy messes. Does MJS forbid this sort of thing? Although no formal consensus is sought or reached on this point, there seems to be general agreement that if a mess isn't permanent and can be removed, it might not count as property damage, but whether it's a good idea or not is another matter. Examples are suggested, some of which seem good to most people present, others not. Tactics like this will have to be sorted out action by action. Hillary repeats a definition she's presented before: nonviolence is resistance, not submission, and not retaliation. If she thinks she's in a situation where she can't avoid retaliating rather than nonviolently standing her ground in resistance, she'd want to avoid or leave the situation. She seconds Chris's concern about violent speech and also seconds John's offer to stand between anyone being attacked and the attacker. In this culture, and in that situation, she thinks, a man is less likely to hit a woman. Some MJSers are committed personally to avoiding doing violence in any situation, but MJS doesn't require this commitment. Abigail emphasizes that MJS has made the decision to avoid violence and property damage for tactical reasons. Many participants in this campaign believe that in other circumstances violence in self-defense is justified. Some believe that violence or property damage, in at least some circumstances, can be acceptable tools for making change or responding to evil. Regardless of these philosophical differences, all who participate in MJS are expected to take care to avoid any violence or property damage in any actions connected with this campaign. Parts of this discussion make some or many people in the room uncomfortable, as it exposes deeply felt differences. John notes that this 101 issue is hard, that there ought to be ongoing discussion about it, and that we need to help each other out with it. There's general, relieved applause when this round of the discussion ends. Late in the morning on May 31st, driving up I-77 from camp toward Marsh Fork Elementary, I'm followed by a black sedan with tinted windows. The way the driver's following me is an obvious, in-your-face, send a message kind of tale. I slow down, he slows down. I pass another car, he passes too and pulls in right behind me. The driver is the car's only occupant. I don't get a close look at him but can see him talking into a cell phone or some other kind of communications device. He follows me off at the Beckley exit, where I decide to pull into a restaurant parking lot to see what happens. He follows me to the driveway then zooms past, as if to avoid allowing me a good look at him or his license plate. As I continue on toward the school, on twisty, windy RT3 now, I look in my rearview mirror from time to time but don't see him again. At 12:20 p.m. the Goals Coal entrance is open for business, no special security apparent, no police cars parked there yet. 8 or 10 demonstrators' cars are parked near the school. 2 TV stations have sent reporters. Judy Bonds is talking to them, not on camera, just chatting, filling in background. The protest is to begin at 1 p.m. Larry Gibson is here, too, along with Patty Sebok, Mary Miller, and about a dozen others. Patty tells me that G license plates have been seen on the road here today. She also tells me that children were outside in the schoolyard playing when she and a few others first arrived. School officials scooted everyone inside, as though the demonstrators were some kind of danger to the kids. She thinks this is ironic as though the coal plant here isn't a danger. By 12:45 about 4 dozen people have assembled. State police have arrived, 3 cars so far, and asked the crowd to stay off the road and walk along only one side of the road, for safety. Television reporters are doing stand-up interviews with locals. Parked cars stretch down the road farther than I can see, and a stream of people are walking from the cars toward the school. At 1 p.m., police cars head up the road to the plant to manage traffic, as marchers line up along the road in front of the school, single file, preparing to march to the plant. They're carrying lots of signs and banners, most made during this past week at camp. On the cliff face across the road, facing the coal plant, a bed-sheet-sized banner is dropped proclaiming summer. It's a beautiful, warm, sunny day. About 130 people, mostly MJ-sers, make the short march from school to plant, where they find waiting for them half a dozen police cars. A line of 11 policemen stretches across the bridge to the coal plant, barring protesters from crossing. Bo directs everyone to gather in a double semicircle at the front of the driveway. 2 of the interns from the house in Naoma, Benji and Chris, are tuning up guitars. Sage is playing his fiddle. Alan Johnson, with Christians for the Mountains, offers a prayer. "It's gonna be a Christian prayer because that's where I am," he says, "that's where many of the people in this community are. That's not to try to at all discourage anybody who does not go along with this. That's fine. Wherever we are, we have to give everything we can. Your love, O Lord, reaches to the heavens. Your justice and mercy reach to the sky. Your righteousness is like the mighty mountains, your justice like a mighty stream. We thank you for this day, a beautiful day, that we can gather together to take action against the scourge of mountaintop removal and the blight that Massey and companies like that are perpetrating on our communities. We ask that your favor be upon us, and this be an effective message today that reaches out into the communities and touches the pens of the legislators, that touches the people in this community and in our state, this region, to take action to preserve your land. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, and everything in it. This is not our land, it is your land you've given." 102. 103. Us to use properly and wisely and justly. God, we decry the obliteration of the streams, and we repent of that and desire that they be healed. God, we decry the murder of your mountains and ask that you give us the faithfulness to see them restored and healed. We decry the mercury emission that poisons unborn babies. We decry the money companies like Massey corrupt our government, our churches, our communities. We name this as you, God, see it to be, sin, evil, iniquity. And we pledge ourselves anew to be instruments of healing and restoration of this land. Amen, the crowd answers. Bo speaks next. "You know, I don't go to church every Sunday but I am a spiritual person. And I want to tell you guys, this past weekend I did have a spiritual moment that's still taking place inside of me right now. Last Friday, I drove over to where the MJS camp was at. I wanted to spend the night with everyone, and see what was taking place over there. I saw young people from all over America. They came from all parts of this country because something's wrong here, and they want to come and help. Bo notes that everyone is sworn to nonviolence. It was a beautiful thing. I was really uplifted by it. And then when I got up Saturday morning, I looked, and on the road that goes by the camp there were black SUVs with dark-colored windows going up and down, with tall antennas. And I found out a little bit later that the FBI had been out and talked to all the locals and told them these radical environmentalists were coming in there and they should be wary of them. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I'm a combat veteran. That really irritated me. And I look over here and I realize something. All of those dark cars, whoever they were at the wrong location. The terrorists are right across this bridge. They're terrorizing our community, and they're terrorizing our children in that school. And we want answers. I've got these MSHA reports I've kept carrying around with me for the past week. They won't talk about it. They won't even answer the news media when they call them. They're hiding behind the government, and having them do their dirty work for them. There. 103. 104. Is no excuse that Massey can say for what they're doing to this school. Waving the reports, Bo says, "We want justice." 3 guitars and Sage's fiddle play Amazing Grace while the crowd sings. Vern Haltom addresses the crowd. A lot of people don't know that the person that wrote that song was repenting from the terrible, horrible sins that he had been committing throughout his life. The man who wrote that song had been a slave trader. In that man's day, slavery was considered an economic necessity. But that man repented of his sins. Massey Energy today stands in front of us and says that for economic gain they must terrorize this school. Massey Energy says that for jobs we must poison these children. Massey Energy says that, as with the slaves of previous centuries, the lives of these children are not worth the economic gain of those who profit from their lives. We are here today to say to Don Blankenship and everyone of Massey Energy, repent. Repent and tear down this silo, close that sludge dam, release these children and this state from bondage. A couple of quick speeches by MJ Sirs follow, then musicians tune up and play This Land Is Your Land, and the crowd sings. The police wave the crowd aside to allow a large truck laden with cinder blocks and other building materials to leave the facility. The driver gives a perfunctory but polite wave of his hand as he drives off. John Johnson speaks, "Hi y'all. I actually wasn't going to say anything today, but my good friend Bo asked me to do something kind of bad. He wants me to read this prayer. Bo, I thought we were buddies. This thing is kind of rough." As requested, John recites the Twilight MTR Miner's Prayer, a poem printed in a pro-MTR publication thanking God for making coal mining possible and asking God to protect miners' jobs. "Y'all, that's pretty harsh," John says afterward. "We don't want to make these men poor. We don't want these men unsafe. We don't want their children starving. But we want them in jobs that don't harm the mountains, that do not harm our communities, and that do." 104. 105. Not poison our children. Many of us believe that trees, streams, rocks, and sky, all that stuff keeps us alive. Clean air, clean water, clean soil is our life support system. And as it is obviously evident today, it is not godless men or godless women who are trying to stop the destruction. John hands the megaphone over to Judy Bonds. "Never doubt that this is a battle between good and evil," she says. "Now is not a time to be silent. Now is a time to stand up and be counted. The earth is God's body. Psalm 24 says the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, and, amen, it belongs to God and it don't belong to Massey Energy. A man doesn't have a right to feed his family by poisoning my babies. We unite today, Lord, as your children. And we're called to reveal your will. We pray for your guidance, and we pray for a safe rally and for a safe summer. We pray that these little children, all God's little children, will be protected and safe from human greed and from violent coal companies. We beg that you help the people in the coalfields, and on Coal River, have more courage that they might stand up against the evil and the violence from Massey and from other terrorist coal companies that are blasting our homes and communities, poisoning and terrorizing our children, and destroying your creation, Lord. Have mercy on us, and forgive us our sins. The people of the coalfields, and of Coal River, and of Appalachia, and of America, and yet of the world will come together to beat this evil. The day that the shutdown orders arrive, I want to be one of the people that crosses that bridge and hand delivers the shutdown orders to Massey Energy. The crowd whoops its approval. With the crowd singing "Which Side Are You On?", an old miners' union song, an elderly woman, Winnie Fox, supported by Debbie Jarrell and retired schoolteacher Janice Neese, approach the bridge and are denied entry. They sit down in the driveway and are arrested. A conversation with the police ensues, with Janice attempting to present the demonstrators' demands, and Debbie holding Winnie's hand. After Debbie is handcuffed, she and Janice are led away. A police officer gently leads. 105. 106. Winnie off to one of the waiting police cars. She puts her arm around his waist to steady herself, and he puts his arm around her shoulder. A group of 3 MJSers promptly takes the place of the 3 local women and are just as promptly arrested themselves. 4 more MJSers follow, and so it goes until a total of 16 are ultimately arrested. 4 are local, 1 is from elsewhere in West Virginia, and the remaining 11 are MJSers from out of state, John and Sage and Abigail among them. Unlike the previous protest, when the company shut down this driveway for the duration, trucks continue to move in and out of the facility, all the while no disruption of business as usual today. As the last of the arrestees are put in police cars, the crowd chants, "Kids don't need Massey greed." The crowd lingers, chatting and singing and milling around, acting as though they and not Massey own the place. As with Bo and Judy a week ago, today's arrestees are taken to the state police substation, charged with trespassing, and quickly released. John later tells me, "I'd kind of given up on that style of civil disobedience, what I call stuff and cuff, you just kind of present yourself. But that action was powerful as hell. There's this line of cops, there's all these people, all the locals could see what was going on, the media could see it, the demands are made, we step forward, the cops are being cool, they don't even cuff the first, half of us because they don't know how many people are coming." It felt powerful. John says he heard that one of the cops paid Winnie's fine. To celebrate, Bo invites everyone to come to his house for beer by the river. About 40 people take him up on it. It's a hot afternoon, and a dozen or so MJSers take off their clothes and skinny dip. Everyone looks happy and relaxed. It's especially sweet to see this right here, where Bo fell in love with this land, and so in part MJS began. A week after the second Marsh Fork demonstration, groups of MJSers converge on 2 urban demonstrations in cities tied to coal at the 106. 107. Northern and southern ends of the coalfields. In Pittsburgh, a small local group fighting longwall mining in Pennsylvania hosts a couple of dozen out-of-town MJSers for several days. MJS's visit to Pittsburgh culminates in a lunch-hour march through the downtown business district to a rally outside the city's convention center, where a coal industry convention is being held. Bo Webb is here for CRMW, and Sierra Club is represented by Bill Price, their West Virginia-based environmental justice program staffer. The 60-some marchers include musicians with drums, horns, clarinet, cymbals, and a bell. It's a beautiful day, and the music draws workers on lunch break out to watch the passing spectacle. I see lots of people in the crowd smiling at the fun of the music and also at the dumpster piratey hippie array of clothing worn by young MJSers. Several marchers work the sidewalks, passing out literature about MTR. At the convention center, songs are sung and speeches are made, including a rabble-rousing primer on MTR by Bo, "I come up here this morning from the coal fields of West Virginia, from the Coal River Valley, where 3 million pounds of explosives are used each day to blow the tops of our mountains off and get down to thin seams of coal. There are 2 million pounds of explosives used each day in Kentucky, another million pounds in Tennessee and Virginia. Make no mistake about it, these coal thugs in this building are nothing but terrorists, pure and simple. They're the ones with the explosives. They're the ones killing us and running us out of our homes. We are here today to give notice to these evil people, he says, looking up at the convention hall, that your reign of terror will soon be over. We're also here today to demand that the United States government uphold its sworn oath to protect all Americans, including Appalachian coalfield residents. We refuse to be their sacrifice zone. Looking up again, Bo says, you can't hide anymore. Good people from all over this country have come. 107. 108. Together, continue to come together, every day. A movement has started. It's called summer. Get used to it. The crowd cheers. The sun is hot today, the glare off concrete at the convention center oppressive. By the time Bo finishes his speech, he's awfully red in the face. The rest of the crowd looks hot too. By the end of the rally, although there's a general sense that this was worth doing, a good start on taking the MJS message to a city outside the MTR zone, and directly to the coal industry, everyone looks wilted. The local organizers are exhausted, the out-of-town MJSers out of sorts. Meanwhile, in Knoxville, an MJS demonstration is ending in 3 unintended arrests. I hear about this the next evening, June 8, at the camp being set up in Louisa, Kentucky, as MJSers are arriving there from Pittsburgh, Knoxville, and elsewhere. All 3 arrestees are still in jail in Knoxville, as far as we know. The basic plan was to invade the National Coal Corporation's very first shareholder meeting, one of those who was at the action tells me. Although NCC is a Florida corporation, its main offices are in Knoxville, where its CEO and other executives live, within an hour's drive of the company's extensive and expanding coalfield holdings up near the Kentucky border. After John Johnson and other Keffers blockaded the ZEB Mountain Mines entrance in 2003, the company that owned the mineral rights then apparently decided the site was more trouble than it was worth. They sold it to NCC, which indicated its intent to mine aggressively there and elsewhere in Tennessee. In the fall of 2004, NCC's office in Knoxville was deluged with faxes and emails demanding an end to the company's MTR activities. No one person or group was responsible for this protest, but Quechua Earth First was known to oppose MTR and thus was a visible target for NCC retaliation, which came in the form of a slap suit filed against John Johnson, Amanda Womack, Chris Irwin, and another KEF activist. The pretext for it, Chris has told me, was a demonstration. 108. 109. They'd held at NCC's office in Knoxville that fall. As demonstrations go, this one was pretty lame. We went to the wrong office, they had moved out. Only 3 of us showed up. We brought the wrong signs, I had to make signs there. We were in this parking lot in front of the building, and it was a Sunday, no one was there at all. We didn't give out a single piece of information. We sat on the lawn for an hour, bored out of our skulls. Amanda started reading. I sat there drawing for a while. It was depressing. I was a little embarrassed. I didn't even put it out on the listserv. And then police came to Chris's and John's doors with warrants. I'm in law school, and I was insulted, Chris continues. They say that we showed up with bludgeons, chasing people around in the parking lot, blockaded it, terrified employees, harassed people going in. It was a complete lie. What they thought, because they're top-heavy with attorneys, was that they were going to be able to threaten us and we'd freak out and maybe just disappear. KEF's consolation in this is that NCC has had to pay expensive attorneys to dig them out of the mess the suit has become for them, while the Keffers are being represented by volunteers. It's costing them a frigging arm and a leg, Chris says, cheerfully. Yesterday, at the NCC shareholder meeting, according to the fellow telling me about it now at camp, we were going to invade them, and make our demands known, educate the shareholders a little bit. We feel they've been lying about us, have spread various rumors about us that have no basis in fact, including that bombs have been put in mailboxes by members of KEF. When he says invade, he means just that, walk right in, raise as much cane as we can without being violent, but definitely not walk out unless the cops tell us to, and just as definitely to leave on police orders. There was no plan for anyone to break the law or get arrested that day. We expected that the police would eventually show up, and they would order us to disperse, whereupon we would, and go outside and hold our signs until they told us to disperse there. We just wanted to stretch it out as long as possible. 109. 110. The Holiday Inn where the meeting was held is a conference center with several meeting rooms. We sent a scout in earlier to ascertain exactly where they were at. It turned out they were in a very small little conference room. When we got the word that they were actually starting the meeting, we were all assembled at the shopping center across the street. The plan was for a couple of dozen protesters to go into the building. 2 more would keep an eye out for the police and radio the people inside when they arrived, and still more people on the outside would be available to talk with hotel management and police, and generally keep an eye on things. We walked in, went in the back door, and just as we went around the corner we saw some guy in a white shirt and he said, "They're here." And he walked in the door. We wondered, "Hey, what's that all about?" It was just a white polo shirt and he was wearing normal slacks, dark slacks. We thought maybe he worked for the hotel. We didn't see any police around. We didn't have any reason to believe that they had been tipped off. Although the protesters didn't know it at the time, the man in the polo shirt was Deputy Sheriff Thomas W. Walker, with the Knox County Sheriff's Department. Walker was there because NCC had called a contact in the department to hire an off-duty officer to provide security that day, as they had done in the past. The sheriff's office decided instead to send 2 on-duty officers responsible for Homeland Security operations, which, in Knoxville at least, have persistently dogged Earth first. Neither NCC nor the protesters that day clearly understood that Walker was on duty rather than hired by NCC. The idea was to be quiet until we actually got to the conference room. We got there, and the door was locked. I started banging on the door and yelled surprise. We had lots of homemade drums, somebody had brought a trombone, there was somebody with a saxophone, various noisemakers. John Johnson, with a bullhorn, kept up a loud stream of anti-MTR rhetoric. 110. 111. We had 4 of these high-decibel battery-powered personal alarms that look kind of like beepers. The idea was that after a while, when we found out the cops were coming, they'd set off the screamers. The protesters banged on the door and made a racket. We didn't think we'd ever get in, because they'd closed the door on us. But a couple of minutes later the door opened and that same guy in the white polo shirt came out and told us to go away. And we tried to charge past him, tried to barrel on right past the guy. But he was pretty big, and he was shoving people around. As Chris Dodson, also at the action, later tells me, somebody from the meeting stood in front of the door. I thought it was the meeting's security and it was the meeting's security. The unobtrusive insignia on Walker's shirt didn't register with me for a long time, Chris says. So we're chanting and drumming in the hall, and I sort of moved up front somehow. And I was right across from him. I saw grab somebody by the throat, sort of choking him a little. That's the most out-of-hand thing I saw. While Chris was facing Walker, he noticed he was wearing a bracelet marked WWJD. What would Jesus do? Chris was appalled by this and asked him if he thought Jesus would be blowing the tops off mountains, and what would Jesus do about that? The guy got angry and told him that Jesus would arrest you and Jesus would get a job. Meanwhile, another demonstrator was egging the man in the polo shirt on, making goofy faces and gestures up close and in his face, escalating rather than defusing the man's aggression. The eyewitness who began this story continues, so we're trying to hold the door so people can get in, this guy is trying to shove people out. I'm backed up in the door facing the outside, with my hands up in the door frame, he's trying to move my hands, and there's other people trying to get in. There's small people trying to crawl between our legs. All kinds of stuff going on. Videotape taken by the protesters shows Walker briefly wrapping his arm around the 111, 112 neck of the guy holding the door, who simply stands his ground, still and apparently calm, refraining from fighting back or struggling to get away. Walker then shifts his attention to one of the other protesters at the door. The eyewitness in the doorway, like Chris, sees Walker grab that protester's throat. The fellow in the chokehold flails around, and at that point another protester, a very short young woman, rakes a hand across Walker's face. So we're doing all of this, the witness in the doorway continues, and all of a sudden a couple of the guys in suits come and try to help the guy trying to push us all out. People are yelling, people are screaming, I'm turning my face around yelling in, telling the shareholders what's going on, why is such a horrible idea. Eventually they did succeed in forcing us out. The guy in the white shirt stayed outside. But just before they shoved us out, I managed to take the alarm that I had in my pocket, pull the pin on it, and toss the alarm inside the door. So that thing is sitting there screaming. They finally shut the door on us, but we could hear it on the inside, wee 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 wee. It was pretty funny. Another one got thrown in there too, and there were two that got tossed drop ceiling panels. So there's all this racket going on, it's crazy. People are still drumming. That guy is still shoving people around. After the door closed, the eyewitness continues, I was kind of looking around, wondering what to do, and then I noticed that around the corner there was an entrance to a courtyard. Oh, maybe there's a window, he thought. I got a friend of mine, and we went around the corner and sure enough, there's a window. So, like little school kids, we jammed our faces up, and we started banging on the window and making funny faces. You should have seen their faces. What? 112. 113. Is going on? Oh my god, this is craziness. After a while we went back and I looked down and there's a watch on the floor. I reach down, I pick it up, and the guy at the door, the guy in the white shirt, is this yours? And he looks at it, looks really disgusted, and sticks it in his pocket. After a minute, I look close at his shirt, and what I thought to be a little corporate logo said, Knox County Sheriff's Department. And I thought, oh, oops. I wonder if this is a cop. I start telling people. This guy may be a cop. Several of us decided that that might be a good time to leave. So we did. They went to a restaurant prearranged as a rendezvous point. Hotel staff came and addressed the remaining protesters in the hallway, pleading with them to leave out of consideration for other hotel guests. As they spoke, Walker smiled, did not identify himself as police, and gave no order to disperse. While the hotel staffers were still addressing the group, another officer arrived, identified himself as being with the sheriff's department, and ordered the protesters to leave the building, which they then did immediately. When some of the protesters continued drumming in the hotel parking lot, the officer who had ordered them to leave the building asked that the drumming stop. He told the protesters it would be okay for them to stand quietly in the parking lot, which they then did. Then, unprovoked, the arrests began. Walker, John Johnson remembers, came outside and was obviously fixin' to point people out. And so I got pointed out, presumably because of my possession of the bullhorn. I would also imagine that the National Coal people said, you need to nail him. It was Walker and an officer in uniform, not the policeman who came inside and asked them to disperse, who actually arrested John. He was charged with inciting a riot and assaulting an officer with the bullhorn. Chris Dodson and one other protester, a young man named Sequoia, were arrested as well. All drew multiple felony charges with steep bails. At our initial book, John says, it was just assault and disorderly conduct. Then later on it turned into burglary, incitement to riot, aggravated riot, aggravated assault, and disrupting a public meeting. Initially when I got arrested, it was like, whatever. I've been arrested so many times. And I know there's a crackdown. All it takes is a cursory search of the internet to find out that there's all these people, just people holding signs in front of the presidential caravan, standing on the side of the road, have been arrested. There definitely was an increase in penalties on nonviolent direct action protest after Bush became president, John says, even before 9/11. So I know that's gonna happen, and that's part of the risk that you take when you do this kind of work, and stand up for the earth and what you believe in, John continues. So that whole part of it was not that big of a deal. Alright, I'm going to jail, one more time, it's probably going to be disorderly conduct, criminal trespass, whatever. And then I found out it was assault. Well, I didn't assault the guy. I would never assault a cop. You'd have to be a dumbass to assault a cop, unless the cops like trying to kill you. John affirms that Walker must know that the people arrested didn't do what they're charged with. And the affidavit says, these people are known Earth Firsters, who are known eco-terrorists, whose protests often end in violence. And that's never happened before. Our protests don't end in violence, unless it's the cops kicking our ass, and then it's not usually an Earth First thing but some big street mobilization thing. And so he got primed. I'm sure he was primed by National Coal and by other people in law enforcement. This is who it is, and this is what they're gonna do, blah, blah. 114. 115. Blah. Chris Dodson finishes his part of the story. When we were asked to leave, we went outside and reassembled. And some cop took me aside, I don't remember why I wasn't being out of line or anything, and gave me this lecture about how I want the coal companies to follow the environmental laws, so I have to follow the laws as well. And I said yes, I do want them to obey the law, and yes, okay, I understand that. I finished conversing with him and walked back, 10 feet away or something, where we were just standing with our signs. And then we were asked to leave, and so we started leaving. The next thing I know, I'm being grabbed really forcefully by my arm, by the guy who was guarding the door. And the exact exchange there was, I said, "What is this?" And he said, "This is an arrest." I said, "Why are you arresting me?" And he said, "Because I want to." And so then I was cuffed, and they took my cymbal thing and the drumstick, and put me in the car with John. And I was in there for like an hour or so. Sequoia wasn't with them. I didn't realize that Sequoia had been arrested until some time after. The police took them to be processed, and I was thinking, okay, this is bull, but this is how things happen, and I'm going to be charged with disorderly conduct or something, and that's going to be that. And bummer, I promised my mom I wouldn't get arrested until my grandparents had died. I'm thinking about my mom and how stressed she'd be. So I'm processed, and through the grapevine I hear the word assault is associated with us somehow. I called Chris, still thinking I'll be out of here in a couple of hours. And Chris said, "We don't know what's going on, we heard the word assault, the warrant wasn't signed. You guys might have to sit tight for a few days." And I thought, oh bummer. I was put in maximum security and thought, this is bizarre. Things were beginning to set in on how much it sucked, but I was still 115. 116. On top of myself. That's one thing about this whole thing that was really empowering to me. I was just praying and stretching and singing, and every few hours would have this "oh me God," but it was fine. And he'd go back to praying and stretching and singing. So then like 10 o'clock or so, or 9:30 maybe the first night in there, Tuesday night, they put us before the magistrate. I was the first of the three of us to be read the charges, so my jaw was just on the floor when he was reading the arrest report. The report said that 25 people pushed into the room, that I hit him in the head with the drumstick. And it said that John hit him with the bullhorn. Obviously none of that is true. I was being charged with aggravated assault, aggravated riot, burglary, and disrupting a public meeting. My bond was like $13,000 or something. I went back to my cell and was spun out about it, but still trusted that people were going to get me out, and that this is how things happen with activists and it'll be pleaded down. The next day, they were moved to a maximum security facility downtown, where Chris got a cellmate. That was kind of intimidating right at first, but he was friendly to me, and the guy next door was friendly to me. I told them about why I was in there, and they recognized what an injustice it was. They were really a blessing to me, to have two people to talk to. Did my same routine in there except I wasn't singing because I was embarrassed, I guess. I was stretching and praying and stuff, trying to read these horrible Louis L'Amour books, which were all the reading material available, until I found my roommate's New Testament. I started reading that, and that was so comforting. Blessed are the persecuted was one of the things I read, and the story of Jesus is born and Herod is like, kill him. He'd been reading the Bible for about an hour when he was bailed out by MJSers who were collecting funds for him and the others. Overall, Chris says, I feel okay, because I think I'm not gonna go to jail, and even if I do go to jail I think that will be okay too, in the grand scheme of everything. Even though I don't want to go to jail. 116. 117. The Knoxville demonstration has a disturbing, unsettling effect on MJS overall. Hillary later tells me that, in West Virginia, after the actions in Knoxville and Pittsburgh, a lot of people rolled back into the house very late, sometime after 1 o'clock in the morning, and we had a discussion that went till 3 o'clock or so about nonviolence. And it was really, really interesting. At one point I asked everyone in the room, wait a minute, this is why we had nonviolence trainings at camp. Who went to the nonviolence trainings at camp? And a surprising number of people raised their hands. And I thought, goodness, how can that be? Do people really understand what nonviolence is? Because in this conversation people were thinking, well, we're being less violent than the police. By pushing, we're not hurting anybody, no one's being hurt, so therefore it's nonviolent. By running away, we're hurting nobody, so this is nonviolence. The power comes from accepting the oppression onto yourself by resisting it. In order to truly resist oppression, you cannot run from it. That's somehow submitting to it. Even if people say, oh, I got my lickin' and got out of there, it's saying, I wasn't willing to face the consequences. And they are unjust. That's what makes oppression oppressive. After the Knoxville action, many MJSers seem to feel a need for reassurance that the nonviolence consensus won't be breached in future actions. Unless and until this is settled, quite a few people will be uneasy about planning actions with people they don't already know well. The organizers of MJS have acknowledged from the beginning that any lapse in practicing nonviolence, or simply undisciplined behavior, or lack of clarity about what behavior is expected, can put everyone in the group at risk, not only for serious legal charges but also for becoming targets of physical violence, the likelihood of which depends on circumstances that aren't fully predictable. It also can make MJS look bad and undo a lot of good work in coalition building and in community, media, and police relations. Watching videotape of the action, a couple of weeks later, I realize that I too have been uneasy about whether and to what extent. And 117. 118. By whom MJS's nonviolence consensus might have been breached. I'm relieved that the video shows just two people making physical contact with the then unidentified cop, in panic, apparently unintentionally, flailing around in reaction to his aggression, and just one person escalating that aggression by egging him on. I'm also relieved to see several examples of individuals choosing not to be aggressive, instead becoming still and apparently calm when physically challenged. The most serious problem shown on the video was that no one at the demo made much effort and no effective effort to calm the people who were out of line, de-escalate their behavior, and get them out of the way of trouble. I'm disappointed in myself for not helping with our own kind of crowd control more aggressively, John says, looking back on the action. It really shouldn't have happened like that. I thought we were all on the same page about having a pretty solid, strict nonviolence code. And obviously we weren't, for whatever reason. We're gonna have to address that as a group. I'm glad we did the action. I totally would stand behind what I think is our human right to disrupt a meeting of a corporation. I just don't think that corporations have the same rights as we do, and when it's a corporation that's destroying the mountains, all bets are off. I'll totally defend that. For the past few years, KEF, in coalition with other groups in the region, has set up an Eastern Forest Defense Camp each summer featuring training in such things as how to do a tree sit, how to set up blockades, how to design direct actions, how to talk to the media. The MJS camp in Louisa is to be of this nature, offering training for people who want to do backwoods actions. When I arrive at camp on the evening of June 8, I find 20 or so people, with more expected overnight. 118. 119. Camp is a cluster of building lots on a mountain with young, patchy, mixed hardwood forest. The camp's gathering place is at 2 adjacent cabins and their surrounding yards, owned by Patsy Carter and her sister Judy Maynard. Patsy, a middle-aged woman with curly light brown hair and a shaky voice, allows the MJSers to take over her kitchen, and she and Judy prepare some of the food for them. Patsy and Judy became involved with MJS as part of their efforts to stop damage being done by coal trucks. I'm told that coal trucks in Kentucky are allowed to haul up to 126,000 pounds, far more than the normal federal limit of 80,000 pounds. Apparently even that's not enough. Kentucky officials have acknowledged that coal trucks along RT-23 near Louisa commonly haul more than 200,000 pounds. All that pounding takes a toll. Kentucky spent more than $110 million on repairs to RT-23 between 1996 and 2003. Overweight and recklessly driven coal trucks also take a toll in human life throughout the coalfields. Dozens of people have died and hundreds have been injured in collisions with coal trucks in the past few years. One of those killed was Patsy's daughter. It's hard to comprehend how dirty these coal companies are, Patsy tells me. My daughter was 21 years old. She was my life. She had mountains in her, our heritage. I taught her to pick greens, I taught her to kin, taught her how to wring a chicken's neck. You know, survival. She was 11 days graduating from Southern West Virginia Community College. She was working and going to school, and she called me every night when she got off work. I knew what time she was coming home, and if she was 5 minutes late, I knew something was wrong. I was afraid she'd have a flat or something. We were living in Mingo County, West Virginia, and this truck came out of Pike County, Kentucky, and went into West Virginia. And this man driving this truck, he was on a prison work release program. He had an ankle bracelet on him, and he was supposed to be monitored. They allowed him to go to work, and home. 119. 120. He had driven this truck for 18 hours. Coal is hauled 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody checked on him. She called me, and told me she was on her way home, 12:33 at night. I knew it took her 20 minutes to get home. When she didn't arrive home, Patsy remembers, my husband was in bed. He had to get up and go to work, and I debated whether to get him up or not. So I went by myself. It was bad. That truck was hauling 158,000 pounds of coal. They had tried to tamper with the evidence, and tried to move the truck, and another driver that was supposedly in front of him gave a statement at the scene that my daughter was on their side of the road. They tried to say she fell asleep, and I knew better. She was a night owl. They almost had me to worrying it was her fault. And then the deputy sheriff's office in Mingo County lost the blood work. It was supposed to have been sent to Charleston. We had some real good friends that worked in places, and got a blood report on him. He had taken 30 Xanax pills, tranquilizers, before the accident. I don't know how he drove. Patsy's daughter was killed in 2000. After that, Patsy suffered a long nervous breakdown. For a year, I didn't know hot water from cold water in my own house. I didn't know a slice of bread from an egg. I completely lost my mind. But I was totally normal before this. We were an average family. It destroyed us. It devastated us. I couldn't put into words what it has done to us. Meanwhile, the overweight coal trucks continued to roar past Patsy's house at all hours of the day and night, on a narrow, winding road where school children walk. She and her family have been fighting to fix this, and to fix the wider problem of coal trucks killing and terrorizing people driving or walking along the roads throughout the coalfields. It's an uphill battle. One result of it is that Patsy's had 20-some flat tires since she started it, presumably in retaliation for her work. At one point, we were raising enough hell over in West Virginia. 120. 121. That they did a bust, stopping coal trucks and writing 53 tickets for various safety offenses. Every truck they stopped was overloaded, except for 3 that were on their way to pick up coal. We were so proud, Judy says, that the state police had stepped in to help us. And then the tickets went to Mingo County Courthouse and they were tore up. A magistrate bragged about it on local talk radio afterward. It was a joke, and he was laughing, saying I tore up every one of them tickets. While mourning her daughter, Patsy also mourns the mountains. When she sees a coal truck go by she thinks, that's our mountains being shipped out, that's our mountains leaving. Patsy thinks of the MJS campers as my kids. Before they even got here I was going to Goodwills and thrift stores and pulling stuff together that they can use, from camping gear to kitchen utensils. I just got in the habit, oh, my kids might need this. My sense on arriving at camp is that people have lost focus and are a bit off stride. After a morning of setting up camp, digging latrines, rigging tarps for sun shelter, marking trails, checking gear, scheduling shifts at the registration desk down by the road, the campers seem in a much better humor, more themselves. Focus still seems lacking, though, and there seems to be little sense of urgency about finding it. Roughly 50 or so people gather in Patsy's yard after lunch. Chris Irwin, who arrived during the night from Knoxville, reports that Chris Dodson and Sequoia are out of jail and that John is expected to be out tonight or early tomorrow. Many of the campers spend much of the afternoon in tree climbing training. Chris notes that they're going at this very carefully and thoroughly, with the intention that trainees should actually use the knots, climbing, and other skills learned here in actions later in the summer. 121. 122. One of the trainers, a young woman called America, talks with me for a while about tree sitting as an activist tool here compared to out west, where the trees are a lot taller. Activists seeking to save western old-growth forests have prevented or delayed logging by simply climbing trees in patches of forest slated for logging and refusing to come down. Trees here in the Cumberland Plateau, most of which is in relatively young, mixed hardwood forest, without the tall conifers of the west coast, typically can't be climbed and sat in higher than where a cherry picker can be brought in to remove you. For this reason, America and others in the campaign have been thinking that setting traverse lines to allow movement between trees and making a sort of tree village, where the sitters are moving rather than stationary, might be a sensible adaptation of Western techniques to Eastern landscape. It's important to see exactly where you are, and what you're trying to do, she says. If your goal is to stop them from entering an area, a tree sit isn't going to be all that effective. Maybe a tripod in the middle of the road, with plenty of different support lines coming off, and with support people being able to talk about how each of these lines is important to the integrity of the structure, to explain how efforts to dismantle the tripod could endanger the person sitting on top of it. We're the small fish fighting the big shark. Tree sits and tripods are very photogenic. It really sets us up well for being publicized, particularly in this area, where it's not happened before. The afternoon becomes hot. Rain threatens but never quite comes, and then the temperature drops. Campers who'd earlier thought of going swimming at a nearby lake instead hang around on Patsy's porch and lawns. The mood is relaxed and good-humored, especially after word comes from Knoxville that everyone is now out of jail. Anyone lucky enough to snag one of the half-dozen rocking chairs on the porch doesn't want to move. Roadkill venison is being prepared for supper, and there's talk. 122. 123. About ninjas and pirates, labels some of the campers apply to themselves and use in making good-humored fun of their friends. Campers who favor ninja style claim vast superiority over those who favor a pirate style, and vice versa. Ninjas tend to enjoy scouting and sneaking through the woods, pirates are more likely to do canvassing and door-to-door work. Ninjas wear black and camouflage, pirates favor more flamboyant dress. Ninjas think they're more competent, pirates are sure they have more fun. Ninjas are indifferent cooks, pirates know the power of the kitchen. Campers spend the next day in workshops on plant identification, woods skills, climbing, and stealth. In the evening, the whole camp gathers in Patsy's yard to talk about what happened at the demonstration in Knoxville. The major part of this meeting is a Chris Irwin rant, not the soapbox, public event kind of rant he's admired for, but a long, angry scolding, directed primarily at people who were at the Knoxville demo. Paloma, who arrived at camp today, joins in from time to time. Most of the Kefirs present are offended by the scolding. It opens old wounds from past and ongoing conflicts about leadership and group dynamics. But no one confronts Chris. Chris, obviously angry, says that the problem with the action was that people diverged from nonviolence and tried to push past the cop and the people attending the meeting to get inside. This would have been a disaster in West Virginia or Kentucky, he says, where such action would have cost support for MJS from locals and local organizations. But this wouldn't have happened in West Virginia or Kentucky, Chris says. He's particularly angry that tourists felt free to come to Tennessee and make such a mess. Kefirs from North Carolina take it that by tourists Chris means them, as there weren't many traveling activists from farther afield involved in the hotel action. They find this especially offensive, as Kefirs from Asheville and Knoxville have worked together in Tennessee for years. 123. 124. We need to have our own peacekeepers at actions, Chris continues. We need to make sure that groups involved in actions don't break consensus. We need to avoid peer pressure when seeking consensus. It's important to really listen to people's concerns about what should and shouldn't be done at actions. If we're going to continue having MJS people and actions in Knoxville, Chris says, we need assurances that what happened at the hotel won't recur. People in Kentucky and West Virginia also want these assurances, he asserts. Chris still feels that MJS is the best tool at hand for what they want to accomplish. We've worked our asses off for this campaign, our best shot at ending MTR. In response, one of those at the Knoxville action says he didn't see peer pressure in the planning for it. Without giving a specific example, Chris tells him that a couple of people he talked to did feel pressured, to which the response is, let's affirm that there should be no such pressure and that if anyone does feel pressured, they should say so. Squirrel, a young woman from North Carolina, adds, it's okay to stand aside, to refrain from either supporting or blocking a consensus decision, but agree to abide by it out of respect for the group. Nobody's going to hate you. Abigail says we need better consensus in a crisis communications and contingency planning. Dave Cooper wants to talk about damage control. Concerning what to tell mainstream, moderate groups such as KFTC and Sierra Club about the action, Chris suggests noting that the three arrestees were targeted because they were perceived as leaders, the charges against them are baseless, and we have video to prove it. And concerning press, the group agrees not to volunteer more information about this demo to the media, to let it drop. Knoxville's daily newspaper, with which KEF has had good relations, didn't mention MJS in its coverage of the incident, so letting it drop seems feasible as well as desirable. There's general agreement that peacekeepers at actions are very much needed, that MJSers need de-escalation training, and that de-escalation, a focused effort to calm the situation rather than aggravate it, could have saved the Knoxville action from such a bad end. But America demurs, pointing out a contradiction. When we plan actions like this one, invading someone else's meeting, we're aiming to escalate, to have more effect. How, exactly, does de-escalation fit? The next morning's workshops focus on blockades, with most of the camp in attendance. Much of the training is about creating soft blockades, using just the bodies of groups of people, different ways of linking yourselves together with handholds and other grips that avoid an aggressive appearance and make it difficult for police to pry you apart or tip you over or reach sensitive parts of your body to cause enough pain to compel you to give up. Blockades using human bodies are based on the assumption of human decency that no one will actually run you over with a truck, say, or bludgeon you while you're immobilized. They're safest when employed at a time and place when media or other observers are present, as police and workers inconvenienced by the blockade are less likely to behave brutally if they know they're being watched. After practice with soft blockades, the discussion shifts to hard blockades, where protesters lock themselves to something that makes it more difficult to move them. Hard blockades can involve attaching people to something stationary on site or to something heavy brought in for the purpose. To lock down to such objects, or to each other, protesters often use lockboxes, typically heavy metal pipe into 125. 126. Which hands are inserted and invisibly locked together. After some practice with cardboard mock-ups of straight-line and 45-degree lockboxes, the workshop concludes with a brief discussion of tripods. These large, quickly assembled blockades are typically used to block a road, with the protester locked to the apex of a sort of teepee made with long poles so that moving the poles endangers the protester at the apex. The tripod training today is by no means enough that anyone who's never done it before could go out and do such an action safely, just enough to sketch an overview of how it's done. The afternoon's workshops focus on tree sitting again, both climbing and ground support for tree sitters. Unfocused as this camp was at first, by today, the last day of training, the campers are fully engaged with learning new skills and working out how to move forward. Less training has been accomplished than was intended, but there will be opportunities for more at another backwoods camp later this month. The group's focus and efficiency carries over to the next morning, which begins with a brisk meeting about how to avoid further missteps like what happened at the Knoxville demo as the campaign moves ahead. The group consensus on a protocol for planning actions in the future. 1. All participants in any action should gather right before the action, both to make sure everybody's on the same page and to explicitly affirm a commitment to nonviolence at that action. 2. After each action, participants should gather to go over what worked well and what didn't, from logistics to nonviolence to media and community liaison. 3. Peacekeepers or nonviolence observers should be present at each action, although the group remains a bit hazy about whether it's enough that everyone is expected to be a peacekeeper or whether specific individuals should be responsible for this. 4. Group communication in a crisis, procedures or signals should be agreed upon before the action, especially some way to communicate when adherence to nonviolence is slipping. And 5. Everything at an action should be videotaped. More discussion will follow, and details remain to be worked out, but the group now seems ready and willing to move forward together. 126. 127. Today, June 12, is the first day of a week of post-camp activities in Kentucky. To introduce MJSers to the impact MTR is having there, KFTC has arranged a tour. The first stop is at Mickey and Nina McCoy's house in Inez, a pleasant little town by the West Virginia border surrounded by an appalling concentration of MTR sites. The agenda here is informal conversation among about 50 MJS and KFTC people, and a barbecue lunch. The food today is good hot dogs and hamburgers from the grill, veggie dogs, and lots of salads for vegan and health-minded visitors, and red velvet cupcakes supplied by Mickey's good Republican aunt who lives next door. Mickey grew up here. His family and neighbors apparently accept his activism and hillbilly hippie attitude, in part because he's his late, well-respected mother's son, but also because he's not just a troublemaker. He and Nina have taught at the local public school for many years, long enough that he says they've given up trying to get rid of him. Mickey's well-liked enough locally to have once been elected mayor, on a write-in ballot in the late 1980s. We're the token environmentalists for the county, Nina says. With everyone fed, Mickey and Nina stand side by side in their yard and tell MJS and KFTC their story. Welcome to Inez, Mickey begins. It's so good having you here. I'm glad to see so many people give a damn about the problems that we have here. People that live here are either unable or will not speak out about it. See, this area has always been run by the mines. In 1970 the mines came back into this county in full force with Massey, and in 1974 the coal boom hit. Now in 1974 some of y'all probably weren't even born. I graduated from high school in 1974. Many people in my class immediately got a job in the mines, and in '74 they were making $16, $17 an hour. And so they thought they had it made. One of the things Massey made sure of was that it would never go union. Because with a union, people get to feeling good about each other. If you can keep people separated and in their own little worlds, then it's divide and conquer. 127. 128. So in '74 a high school graduate coulda got a job in the coal mines and bought himself a four-wheel drive, bought himself a trailer, bought himself either a wife or a boat, whichever one he cared for. Now, I don't mean that to be a sexist thing. A lot of ladies also looked for, oh, I gotta get me a coal miner. And they got married and that was the end of it for a long time. Having set the scene, Mickey talks next about sludge. Once they clean the coal they have to have somewhere to put this waste, so they put in what they call a pond. I have a problem with the wording of that because if you've seen these things, the pond that broke here in Martin County back in 2000 was 72 acres. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that constitutes a lake. So a lot of times when you hear slurry pond or sludge pond, if you investigate, these ponds are gigantic. They're also unnecessary. There are other ways to process coal that don't generate such vast amounts of liquid waste. Using slurry ponds is just a bit cheaper, as long as you don't have to count all the environmental and human costs. Coal companies have not been held to account for most of those costs, nor for the plain stupidity of what they're doing. One woman I've talked with points out how dumb it is to pump all this liquid uphill to where it threatens everything below. Now she's just one of those ignorant hillbillies, she says, but even she knows how gravity works. And she can see that it's dumber still to do this in a place where coal companies are in effect creating earthquakes all the time by setting off enormous quantities of explosives. There was no life lost in the 2000 flood, Mickey says. But there were hundreds of lives affected, and we don't know if there will be life lost later. Because we get our water supply from a reservoir that comes from the Tug River. Wolf Creek flows into the Tug River. Our water supply was downstream of the sludge spill. So it was being pumped into our reservoir. Mickey and Nina still don't drink the water that comes out of their tap, and all food prepared at their house is cooked with bottled water. One of the biggest sales in the two supermarkets here is bottled water, Mickey notes. 128. 129. The sludge that spilled down Wolf and Coldwater Creeks is like a black lava. When it came down the creek, you could throw a can in the creek. Mickey's holding a mostly full soda can and this can would have just floated right on top. It was so thick, and slow-moving, it smothered any kind of aquatic life. But of course we have agencies that protect us. My wife will tell you something about those agencies and how they work to protect us under the present administration. Nina continues the story, we got a real education from this. This was, according to the EPA, the worst environmental disaster that ever hit the eastern part of the United States. The investigation Jack Spadaro pursued found that the sludge pond had already broken in 1994, and that MSHA ordered them to fix it. Well, they didn't fix it. They knew from the records that it was gonna break again, and that it was releasing into our water supply. It's almost hard to believe that people would let this continue on. But you have to look at what the people here see it as, and how they're dealing with it. First of all, you have a lot of people who make their money in mining. They're good people, they're hard-working people. They actually are the people who think they can control their destiny here, because they're working. Those are the people who we would really need to have on our side, as activists, because working people are the people who realize that what they do makes a difference. But those people are usually working for the mines. And you can't hardly work for something every day, go to work every day and think that you are doing evil. So it would be very hard on them to come out and speak against mining even though they were so mad about this sludge spill. They were fightin' mad about this. But it's very difficult to go against the company that feeds you. So you have that. And you also have the environmental agencies that we assumed would just come in and. We know that we can't depend on them a lot of times, but we thought that something on this scale there's just no way you can get around this. But in fact they did. 129. 130. Mickey adds, we don't hate coal truck drivers. We don't hate coal miners. Really, I'm not against deep mining. But mountaintop removal is the work of the devil. Bill Kaler, the president of the Coal Association, said in one meeting we were at that he would eat sludge. There's a lot of chuckling from the crowd in the yard at this, as MJS is scheduled to march right past his office in Lexington later in the week. One voice from the audience asks, who wants to bring him some? Mickey used to have a jar of Inez sludge but gave it away to a KFTC fundraiser. But we may get some more of it today, he says, because it's still around. It didn't disappear. We'll go up into cold water, and I'll bet my house against a donut that I can get in the creek, and get a shovel, and turn that shovel over and you'll see sludge. Mickey leads the caravan of MJS and KFTC cars from his house up Coldwater Creek, just outside of Inez, past the few dozen houses dotted along the road that runs along the creek. The hollow is narrow enough that there's only one road, which dead ends just before reaching the mine site at the head of the hollow. There's little obvious evidence of the 2000 spill now, other than some erosion along the banks of the creek, likely a result of trees having been removed from along the creek to enable access by equipment used to remove the sludge. As Mickey predicted, much of that sludge is still here. Although the creek looks normal now, every time it rains hard it still runs black, as the rushing runoff finds and leaches away more sludge. Mickey takes a shovel down to the creek and plunges it into the creek bed. Up from beneath the thin layer of sand below the water comes a shovelful of dense, black, sticky like clay, oily-smelling sludge. He puts some of it in a container and hands it to MJS people from Lexington, who promise to put it to good use. The caravan bids Mickey goodbye and moves on to a federal prison built on a reclaimed MTR site nearby. It's the damnedest looking thing. We turn off the highway, there's a valley fill in front of us, it's wide, steep. 130. 131. Slope thinly covered with grass and streaked with erosion lines, and up on the dead level top of the valley fill is a guard tower, floodlights, and a fence. Yes, someone thought it reasonable to build a multi-million-dollar prison on top of millions of cubic yards of irregularly sized, unstable mining debris. Predictably, the prison has settled unevenly, costing taxpayers tens of millions of dollars to repair it. Locals now call the prison Sink. I've heard it's the most expensive federal prison ever built. Just uphill and beyond the entrance to the prison a grandiose sign marks the entrance to the Honey Branch Regional Business Park, part of the Big Sandy Regional Industrial Authority, Inc. We turn in at the sign and find a vast and very flat area adjacent to the prison grounds, with a nicely paved and curbed road cutting across many, many empty acres of lifeless rubble. It looks like whoever prepared this site for construction just ran a bulldozer over the top and hoped for the best. Obviously, businesses are reluctant to build up here because of the sink experience, even though, according to Dave Cooper, developers who build here get big tax breaks for doing so. The only development we see consists of two medium-sized warehouses, and a storage depot and parking lot associated with the occupied warehouse. Basically, what a prudent developer would have to do here is put up a building that's disposable, so that when the site settles the owner can afford to walk away from it. Dave says the whole reclamation claim for the prison and the industrial park is essentially a scam. There's hundreds of thousands of acres of this, he says, kicking at the raw surface of the rubble. They continue to justify blowing up mountains by saying, "Oh, we're creating badly needed flat land for development." There's already hundreds of thousands of acres of this. And no one's building on it. You see that Walmart there? Nope, nothing but rubble. MJS's main event in Kentucky this week is a rally and march in downtown Lexington on Friday, June 17. About 20 speakers from all over the Coalfield region address the crowd in a busy park in the downtown business district. Chris Irwin and John Johnson deliver rousing rants. 131. 132. Patsy Carter tells the story of her daughter's death, and Allie, a student at the University of Kentucky, describes how, shortly before the rally, all dolled up in a dressy gown, she held a silver platter and offered sludge from Inez served on china to the Kentucky Coal Association's Bill Kaler outside his office up the street. After the rally, MJSers march through downtown past Kaler's office to the Kentucky Utilities Building, where they post 3 demands on the front door: that KU use no more coal mined by MTR, that it adopt the best available pollution controls, and that by 2020 at least 20% of its electricity come from renewable sources. That evening, where the marchers have gathered for dinner, I talk with Kentucky organizers about how MJS's week in Kentucky has been. All seem pleased, particularly by the rally, which, with scores of people participating, was an unusually large event by Lexington standards. One MJS action in Kentucky turned out, unintentionally, to be very funny. The evening before the rally, MJSers visited what a little research told them was the home address of a Massey executive, to flyer the neighborhood and protest at his house. Turns out the executive had sold the house and moved on. According to Jamie, who was there, the new owner came out and told them, "He doesn't live here anymore. He doesn't live here anymore. He moved out last November. I don't like him. He screwed me over with my house. I've got a few choice words for him." So everybody had a laugh, the MJSers apologized, and that was that. Compared to West Virginia and Tennessee, anti-MTR activism in Kentucky is much lower in intensity and less focused. It might just be that Kentucky isn't quite ripe for coming to grips with MTR and its bigger context the way folks in the Coal River Valley and Tennessee are, for different reasons. Kentucky suffers, perhaps, from too much of the same old thing, which breeds burnout in activists and can't make a difference apathy in everyone else. MJSers in Kentucky hope that. 132. 133. The growing energy in other states will ignite their state as well as the campaign continues. From Kentucky I head back down to Tennessee, to tag along on a tour of the public roads through the Egan Mountain mine site with MJS organizers from Knoxville. After meeting at the cemetery high on the mountain there, the group splits up. Some go to scout parts of the site with protest in mind, looking for patches of healthy forest and evaluating the terrain for possible civil disobedience action. I join a convoy of several other cars driving along the public roads, stopping from time to time to get out and look. Our longest stop is at a part of the site for which a hearing is to be held tomorrow in a nearby school, in connection with TDEC's consideration of whether mountainside coal may alter one of the streams that feed into Tackett Creek. Right by the road here, beavers have dammed up a pond. Its waters are murky now with runoff from clear-cutting just uphill, where bare ground has been left to erode in sheets. A bridge, presumably built for the convenience of loggers and miners, crosses the pond. Across the bridge, I make my way up the steep hillside on a rough roadway of exposed, eroded, yellowish subsoil. It's hot today, and with no tree cover here now, the sun is vicious. At the side of the roadway, where the trees are gone but scraps of soil remain, the tender green leaves of May apples that must have emerged under their accustomed forest canopy this spring tell me this slope was clear-cut within just the last few weeks. At the top of the hill, I can see hundreds of acres of clear cuts beyond the ridgeline. To the right, along the ridge, is a glimpse of what's just been lost here. The logging has closed in around a remnant patch of young mixed hardwood forest, a little drier here on the ridgeline than it would have been on the slope I just walked up, which must have been a lovely young hardwood cove a few weeks ago. A short walk on the logging road near the ridgeline leads to a small ditch that runs across the road. The ditch itself is apparently devoid of. 133. 134. Life, just bare dirt and bare rocks. But to the side of the road, uphill just a few yards, well, there's some moss there, in the small channel that flows into the ditch. Looking a little closer, I see wet mud, then water. Picking up a wet rock, I find a caddisfly. A stream biologist here with us today finds a crayfish. It's pretty dry here now, late on a hot afternoon in mid-June, but this is obviously the headwaters of a stream, a perennial stream, the caddisfly and crayfish tell us, a living thing full of other living things that feeds bigger streams and rivers and their communities of life downhill from here. In fact, this stream, along with hundreds, perhaps thousands like it, many of them threatened by MTR, ultimately feeds the Big South Fork of the Cumberland River, one of the jewels of the U.S. National Park System. This is the stream that Mountainside Coal proposes to alter. Of course, the logging road and the ditch and the trees knocked over into the stream by loggers here mean that it's already been altered. But the mining operation slated for after the logging is done would obliterate hundreds of yards of stream entirely and replace them with a lifeless wet weather conveyance, as the industry calls them. These impermeable chutes, fed by rapid runoff from the clear-cut mine site, move water faster than natural streams do, in unnatural pulses that cause streambank erosion and episodes of flash flooding all the way down the watershed, degraded surface water quality, and reduced refilling of aquifers used for drinking water. If the loggers and the miners stopped right now, the stream, the hardwood cove, and in time probably another healthy beaver pond would all come back, healed and regenerated by the extraordinary resilience and abundance of life in this bioregion, much as the patch of young forest remaining on the ridgeline has come back from previous logging. What's happened here so far this year, though sad, is largely reversible. What's proposed simply isn't. Once this hillside is blown up, moved around, rearranged into terraces and a drainage ditch, the community of life that is natural to this place, that evolved here over millions of years to a rare profusion of diversity, life-giving in its production of plant life. 134. 135. And clean water and oxygen, will be gone and will never live here again. All this is especially sad because it's a fait accompli. The mining permit for this site has already been granted by the Office of Surface Mining. All that's up for approval at tomorrow's TDEC hearing is the alteration of the stream. TDEC is a state agency, and because it's OSM, a federal agency, that regulates coal mining in Tennessee under SMCRA, the state's authority is pretty much limited to regulating the effects of mining on waterways. As the effects of MTR on all waterways downstream are catastrophic, the state could effectively ban it entirely. To date, however, TDEC has generally enabled rather than impeded strip mining. The TDEC hearing is held on a Monday evening, June 20, at the elementary school in Clairfield, near the Egan Mountain mine site. At the school, about 70 people assemble for the hearing, maybe 40 of them supporters of Mountainside Coal, all but 3 of them men, most wearing shirts or hats with company logos. They're likely most or all of the company's local employees. More than a dozen MJSers are in attendance, plus Jim Massengill, a local woman who's been allowing MJSers to camp on her land, and the stream biologist who toured the site with us yesterday. TDEC has sent 4 people to run the hearing. Chris Irwin has told me that he used to think that asking for hearings and attending them and testifying was lame. Then, he says, we heard the companies start screaming in there that it's costing them a frigging arm and a leg because of delays in permits. And he and his fellow Tennessee activists learned that by doing their own scouting and water testing, they're able to introduce information at hearings that contradicts what's being presented or provides missing context. There's a war of attrition aspect to what? 135. 136. We're doing, Chris says. If we can see that we can cost these companies money, we'll do it. Death of 1,000 nicks. As unsatisfactory as the hearing at Marsh Fork Elementary School was, with state officials apparently just going through the motions of recording speakers' testimony, this hearing is worse. The TDEC official in charge announces that people who want to testify will be led, one by one, to a separate room to speak into a tape recorder for up to 5 minutes. When an MJSER complains that, at a public hearing, the public should be able to hear the testimony, the official answers that this meeting will be run by his rules. One by one, opponents of the stream alteration are taken out to testify. Not one of the coal company supporters testifies. If their bosses asked them to attend this meeting, they apparently didn't ask them to speak. This is the first hearing or meeting about nearby strip mining to be held in this area, despite the fact that thousands of acres are already being actively mined within a few miles of here. It's hard for people who live nearby to understand fully what's going on up there overall, not just the fragments they might know from neighbors who work for a coal company or from roaming around on their ATVs. What's happening now is so much bigger than the mining and logging that's happened here before. People remember smaller-scale strip mining from decades ago and think, oh, they're mining up there again, but what's going on now is vastly more destructive. And it's very difficult to figure out exactly what is going on up there. People who live in this community don't have access to airplanes to fly over and take aerial photographs. How can they know to go down to Knoxville and find exactly the right government offices to ask exactly the right questions to get bits of information about what's going on in their neighborhood? Nor do most people have the skills and persistence required to piece that information together to make sense of the overall situation. At no point in the process of allowing all this mining to happen, the process of government agencies granting coal companies the right to destroy entire mountain ranges, at no point is anyone required to present to nearby communities an overall accounting of the disaster that's about to befall them, let alone seek their consent. This evening, one of the TDEC officials here acknowledges to me that this is so, but adds that all is being done according to the rules. While testimony is being taken, MJSERs question the 2 TDEC officials remaining in the meeting room. Many of the coal company supporters leave the room and stand outside, chatting. Then something interesting and unexpected happens. One MJSER starts up a conversation with a miner, then another conversation begins, then another. For close to an hour, MJSERs listen to miners talk about what they do at work, and why they think Mountainside Coal isn't a bad company, as coal companies go. And the miners listen to MJSERs talk about the long-term ill effects of mining, both on nature and on the local community, which at the rate MTR is going here will be surrounded by an economically useless wasteland by the time today's school children are grown up and looking for work. Whatever's going on back in the room with the tape recorder, a real public meeting is now taking place here. I didn't feel like these people were villains, Paloma tells me the next day, at home in Knoxville. They're trying to feed their family, and this is the only job in the area that's paying anything. The reality is it's that or pretty much nothing. The conversations kept coming back to this, and getting stuck there. After the Egan Mountain tour and hearing, MJSERs begin to voice doubts about whether Egan is really a good focus for MJS in Tennessee. One problem is the site itself. It's awfully big, with few patches of healthy forest left to make a case for saving, and none of those in good locations for tree sitting or blockading or other such direct action. Another problem is that most locals know so little about what's going on up there, and what's slated for their area overall. A lot of education would be needed before they could reasonably be asked to support any civil disobedience. 137. 138. At the site. In addition, several incidents of arson have taken place in the community recently, apparently related to private disputes. Arson for any reason, Paloma notes, conveys that there's real repercussions for stepping out of line. Furthermore, according to Paloma, one of the pro-coal locals at the hearing told MJSERs that if you people go up there and try to do anything, you need to know that we have shotguns. The person responded, "Are you threatening me?" And he said, "Well, no. I'm just saying you need to know people have shotguns and use them." The only immediate plans agreed upon right now for Egan are to do another round of listening project interviews there. We need to establish credibility within the local community, Paloma tells me. To help with that, she says, I'd like to see the people that are going door-to-door meet certain criteria that I have. They're all going to be showered, shampooed, and shined. They're going to be not looking like they're coming from the urban punk scene, dressed in a way that's not going to be offensive or disconcerting to the local population. Part of being a good grassroots organizer is to make as little ripples in the areas that you don't need to be making ripples, because what you're there for is going to be a pretty big ripple in and of itself, so don't add anything extra to that. I think a lot of times that's real difficult to grasp for people who are like, no. This is a statement of my individuality. These are my beliefs. It's totally fine to skinny dip. And now, in this campaign, Paloma's thinking, no, not really. Not without offending a lot of people. It's fine in your own culture. But now you're in this different culture. On the whole, Paloma's impressed with how well MJSers are managing cultural sensitivity. But you keep on seeing little things, little blips, little accidents that they just didn't think about. You didn't tell them about that part. After the Egan hearing, MJSers gather at a camp in Jefferson National Forest, near MTR sites in southwestern Virginia. A key reason for choosing this location is the ongoing relationship between KEF and 138. 139. Local forest activists. For about 4 years we've been fighting a timber sale there, Chris Irwin has told me. They've been working with members of the Clinch Coalition, a mainstream local group that includes former miners, some of whom took part in mine strikes in the 1970s. A lot of the Clinch Coalition people are really comfortable with civil disobedience, because they did it against the mining companies in the 70s. But the president of the Clinch Coalition, her son is in mining to some degree, and they're not quite on board all the way with the anti-MTR stuff. Last summer KEF hosted our action camp there, where we put platforms up, we put banners up, we did demonstrations with them. Then, after camp was over, someone went and glued some locks at the office of the mining company responsible for Jeremy Davidson's death. They left behind a cardboard sign attributing the action to Quechua Earth First. And everybody thought we did it, Chris says, even though leaving a calling card for doing something illegal you don't intend to get caught for seems pretty stupid. The perpetrators were never caught. The first day of MJS camp here is a day off, designated as a retox camp, a party that departs from the campaign's usual sobriety and focus on work. Some people party well into the night. The working part of the camp begins in earnest on June 23 with about 24 people gathered around the camp's cooking fire at 11:30 a.m. Paloma, who's keen to get to work, goes to get others up out of their tents. Aaron, from Blacksburg, announces that tomorrow afternoon Larry Bush, a former mine inspector now retired on disability, and perhaps other local people will come to camp to talk about doing a listening project in nearby coalfield neighborhoods later in the week. She says Larry's sense is that locals are now, for the first time since Jeremy Davidson's death, ready for a new wave of anti-MTR engagement. Following announcements around the campfire, Chris and another trainer, Deb, offer tree climbing training to whoever wants it. Meanwhile, for much of the rest of the day, the greater number of those 139, 140 at camp meet to discuss potential actions to be taken in Tennessee later this summer. The group consensus on allowing me to sit in on this and future planning meetings. I tell them I'll take no notes and bring no tape recorder to any meetings where civil disobedience is being planned, nor will I identify anyone at such meetings who doesn't explicitly give me permission to do so. From the beginning of this meeting, it's clear that the focus of attention for direct action and protest in Tennessee has decisively shifted from Egan to ZEB Mountain. Beyond that element of clarity, decision-making today is slow, group cohesion hesitant. This is partly due to tension between folks primarily or exclusively interested in direct action and folks more excited by the power of building a grassroots movement with a direct action component linking locals in Tennessee with like-minded anti-MTR activists in other states. Paloma finds this meeting really frustrating, she later tells me. In other states, when we're planning an action with summer, there has been a deference to the local organizing group that's from that state. Meaning that your plan has to fit into what's being planned the organizers, so that it harmonizes with it. And also giving you their information and their feedback. And this is a reason why I'm leaving Earth First, that because we're also Earth Firsters. Paloma, Chris, and Gina have decided to form a separate Tennessee organization, United Mountain Defense. As Earth Firsters, we don't get a lot of respect from other non-profits, Paloma says. Even if you're working your butt off and you're getting tons and tons of really good grassroots organizing done, you're that wacko fringe. And then, within our own community, I didn't feel like we got that respect either, as a local organizing group. 140. 141. People treated me as if I was just like somebody who was just joining the scene, and that we were all on equal footing about how much knowledge we had, instead of me being a Tennessee organizer. At today's meeting, they wanted me only to talk as much and give as much information as everybody else was giving, which was weird. Because I'm the only one with some of the information, including a lot that's been tediously gathered from TDEC and OSM. And I didn't know how to deal with that. I was looking around and saying, who else can start talking about this? And I'm realizing, crap. It's me. I was actually told, oh, you should let somebody else give some of that information. Am I supposed to write notes? Can you say this? In truth, when she'd done just that before, sent information up from Tennessee to the Louisa camp with 2 young women to a meeting she couldn't attend, people didn't take it well. The emissary's reception at Louisa was so bruising, and they felt so isolated from most of MJS beyond Paloma and Chris, that the 2 soon left the campaign. At today's meeting, Paloma continues, I started noticing personality stuff, people saying things like, well, you can't tell us no. So instead of this is what the organizers hear, this is how it's going to feed into their campaign, it turned into these power struggles. Why can't we have it on? Why do we have to have it in Tennessee? Why don't we have it in West Virginia? These were the voices of people whose primary interest in the campaign wasn't in Tennessee specifically, but in doing one or more big direct actions on mine sites anywhere in the region. They want to see MTR ended everywhere, and direct action rather than community organizing is what they personally are best prepared and prefer to do. But contrary to Paloma's sense that MJS is failing to respect KEF. As the lead local organizing group in Tennessee, it was primarily KEF members who've worked in Tennessee with Paloma and Chris before who clashed with her at the 141. 142. meeting. The conflict is at least in large part a factional dispute within KEF. The other key Tennessee organizer at this camp, John Johnson, didn't participate in this or subsequent action planning meetings because of his multiple legal troubles. If he had been there, he would not have completely sided with Paloma about how much deference should be given to Tennessee's local organizers, himself included. Paloma was also frustrated that decision-making at the meeting took as long as it did, but acknowledges that people there were not only not on the same page, they weren't even in the same book as far as immediate goals and tactics are concerned, and that consensus in that situation can take a lot of time and effort. And she's not real patient with this. I'm not. I'm just not. Different people are better, they can be really, really patient. They can sit there for hours and hours discussing something that should take 5 minutes. And they're totally good with that. Process aside, Paloma's reaction to where the meeting ended up is good. People took on roles and got some dates set, and people signed up for different tasks. And I feel good about the location and the action plan. In general, she thinks MJS is going great. She's particularly happy to see people getting listening project experience, and experience with other kinds of work that she expects the campaign to undertake in Tennessee, so they'll already have these skills, and we won't have to keep on starting from scratch with everybody. Midday today I stopped to talk with Beth, who tells me that she and her boyfriend, Jamie, are leaving camp to spend a few days in Boone, North Carolina. Beth tells me she's not sure about whether she wants to continue with MJS. She's uncomfortable with the sort of secrecy/security/paranoia culture that she feels has come to the fore here at camp, where so much of the group's energy is focused on planning for direct action, and that planning excludes people who don't meet need-to-know criteria. Beth was much more comfortable with 142. 143. MJS in Lexington, she says, where there were things for her to do. Here she feels shut out of what's going on, and at loose ends. I suggest that she talk with Matt Norpel, who's just arrived today from the Naoma House, about what's going on in West Virginia. Lots of things to do are being planned for anyone who wants to go there, whatever their talents, affinities, and preferences. Beth's not the only person here feeling excluded. She's more likely to, though, because she's a young woman. Young women are mostly on the sidelines with MJS. More men than women are involved in the campaign, the men have louder voices, and the group tends to pay more attention to male voices. Some people primarily, or at least most vocally, a few men seem more bothered by this than others. Although some individuals do make special efforts to include young women and encourage them to speak up, those efforts are individual rather than a group priority. During a walk in the woods at camp, John Johnson and I get to talking about some of the failings of more radical politics, and perhaps age. If you're a super militant, you just want to jump right in and do militant stuff. On the ultra-left scene, on the anarchist scene, it's really a minority body of thought that says, put some time into organizing. It's like, direct action, direct action, direct action. The radical wing of the movement has suffered from, in my opinion. It's kind of symptomatic of just growing up. When I was 20 or 21 I just wanted to raise hell. I totally believe in direct action as a legitimate tool for social change, but I also see the necessity of more long-term organizing and educational work. And so I try to do both. Our conversation comes round to the open revolution goal of bringing in more people and support from the mainstream to team up with the radical fringe. How do you keep it from falling apart, I ask, when people with different values and worldviews try working together and inevitably disagree about personal style, ideology, or tactical choices? 143. 144. The larger and more diverse the group of people working together, the more likely conflicts are, and the more likely they will be serious. I don't know how to manage this, John says. I have no idea. We have to wait and see what happens. I think that most people are smart enough to try to keep comments to themselves. John notes that he chooses what he talks about based on who he's talking with. He's not lying or misrepresenting himself, just seeking common ground. He hopes that everyone involved with MJS will make that effort. In cases where that effort fails, how it can be healed will depend on the individuals involved and the nature of their differences. The camp in Virginia turns out to be a great place for walking and talking in the woods. One day out walking, I asked the fellow who's notorious for sneaking up on people in the woods what he thinks of the idea that people who devote themselves to a campaign like MJS are in some fundamental way misfits, that if we were fully comfortable with the world as it is, we wouldn't be doing this. True, he says. Definitely. Speaking from my own experience when I was a kid, not being popular gave me exactly that perspective, the outsider looking in. That definitely started very early for me, a process of questioning the commonly accepted actions and beliefs of my peers. I note that he seems very self-maintaining, and he agrees that this has been for him a strategy for dealing with being an outsider, almost like a survival mechanism. How do you make that work with being part of a movement? I ask, and he laughs. Oh, it gets very frustrating at times, because I work a lot better in small groups or by myself. My preferred working group size would not exceed 5 members. But there's a limit to how much 5 people by themselves can do. That's true. And at the same time, there's a limit to how much an entire group of 20 or 30 people trying to make decisions together can do. There are pros and cons to each. One of the greatest advantages to having larger numbers is you can have different task groups who can focus on different parts of it. They. 144. 145. Group as a whole smaller groups of individuals to bottom-line tasks. If those smaller groups need the help of the bigger group, they can ask for that help. I think that one of the key principles of sound leadership is to be able to recognize in the people you're working with, and I'm not talking about leadership in terms of being in charge. I think that everybody should be encouraged to take that leadership mentality into themselves, to recognize your own strengths, your own weaknesses, and also those of your peers, and figure out for yourself how to plug in. Especially when new people are coming in. MJS has had a core group of people working together for months now, and they have developed a sort of shorthand for understanding each other and working together. And now so many new people are joining. How does this change things? It's definitely tricky, he says. I think it is functioning. Things are getting done. But there is definitely a lot of tension. Those of us who have been organizing this since before it became a big thing, we have more rapport with each other. And since we've been working on it all along, we're accustomed to seeking out certain individuals to bounce ideas off of when we're trying to come up with a project or a plan, and not so accustomed to reaching out to newcomers. There are some people who have more of a tendency to act on an executive level, giving orders, stepping forward, okay, this is the plan that we came up with for all of you, now here's what you're gonna do. In some cases, I think that can actually be beneficial, especially when you have some people who do have a better feel for what's going on, and you have a lot of new people coming in who don't necessarily. I think that a lot of the newer folks who don't have the experience to have their own vision on where to go with things, a lot of those folks don't really have a problem with a handful of people stepping forward and just laying out the plan and saying this is what we're gonna do, plug into this. Of course, this isn't the way MJS has sought to do things, by consensus. You run the risk of losing MJS's painstakingly built coalition of 145. 146. Diverse individuals and organizations. If instead of the campaign making space for different people to do things differently, autonomously but with mutual respect, you have a handful of people who've been around for a while giving orders. Right. And I feel like that's happening right now. There are a lot of folks, a lot of the original organizers, who feel like some of the original organizers are calling the shots more than they should be. He's talking here about Chris and Paloma. Those of us who know them, who've worked with them both, they're notorious for it. For as long as I've known anything about who they are, that is who they are. They are the ones who come in and take charge of everything. The language that they use sounds very empowering to everybody, but the effect is still that they have their agenda. Intentionally or not, Chris and Paloma are apt to dominate simply because they're so hardworking and know so much essential information, much of it obtained through such mind-boggling tedium that no one else wants to do it. But in addition, while they're amassing all that information, they're also setting their minds on what should be done with it. I think it's very understandable and natural that they do that, my walking companion says. But seeing the disempowering effect that it has on other people, there's a group of us that have been asked by others to approach them, off to the side, not calling them out in front of everybody, and not in an attacking way, but approaching them and talking to them about it. And to be honest, we are very hesitant to do so, because in the past when they've been confronted about that exact same thing, it has not gone very well. They get really defensive, at least that's been my experience. And so we're very hesitant to say anything about it, and that's really unfortunate. Particularly unfortunate as he genuinely likes and respects Chris. Our conversation shifts to the challenges of organizing covert actions that need to remain hidden from public view until they're unfurled in the context of a bigger, broader campaign coalition. The people directly involved with these actions need to maintain security. 146. 147. However, if people are thinking and working separately without being open to the wider group's full range of ideas and resources, they'll likely miss things that would make for a better plan, and might not coordinate their work well with others outside of their affinity group. This is something that's not exactly a new experience, but it's one of our weak points. Definitely we don't want to withhold anything that the group It's definitely detrimental to group process to be withholding information, yet at the same time, sometimes it's good to have a backup contingency or a couple of other ideas under your sleeve you can pull out in another way. Sometimes there's an activity that if it got out too far before it happened, it might get blown, that maybe it only takes a small group to do. And so that small group can keep it amongst themselves that they're doing that. People in this campaign but not part of that small group can sense that this is going on. How do you avoid giving them a general feeling of being excluded, rather than that their exclusion is limited to just those plans? Those being left out don't know, obviously, exactly what they're being left out of. A big part of preempting would be for those of us who to be much more discreet. Like when we were having the meeting and very blatantly, in front of everybody, okay, we're supposed to have a meeting now that not everybody's gonna be a part of. If you're not supposed to be a part of it, can you go somewhere else right now? I think that was very tactless and a little inconsiderate. I know of at least 3 individuals who have quit this campaign because a meeting about action was happening, and as they were approaching the group, we're having a meeting about something that I don't think you're a part of yet. And they were just like, okay, fuck you guys. And they're not coming back to the campaign, just because of being hurt emotionally by that. He says that another way to counter the exclusion problem is making sure there are things that they can be part of, making a point of. 147. 148. Directly connecting everybody. I think that that's one of our weak points at this point. I think a lot of people are feeling disempowered. Encouraging affinity groups within the campaign is intended to allow people to choose both who they want to work with and what kind of work they want to do. But when members of a growing campaign organize themselves into subgroups focused on their internal affinities, how do new people get welcomed in? How do the affinity groups collectively avoid shrugging people off who may be valuable precisely because they don't match the likes and dislikes of the groups as they currently exist, but instead bring different talents to the table? Affinity isn't the same as community, and enjoying affinity seems to trump building community for many of the people involved in this campaign, especially many of those most inclined toward direct action and secrecy. At the camp's cooking fire, I catch up with 2 ninjas, members of the League of Shadows, Jake and Squirrel. Seeing them reminds me that this camp is very ninja, with few pirates. The pirates don't have the self-discipline that the ninjas have, Jake says, so they can only handle a certain amount of such a stressful situation, then they have to run home and hide in their cities. I ask if they miss the pirates. I do, Squirrel says. I miss the pirates. Pirates definitely liven things up. What do you think? She asks another League of Shadow member who's joined us. Do you miss the pirates? He says. It's sad that I don't have as convenient a target for my mischief and my pranks, being that pirates are generally so unaware and oblivious that they make an easy target. The other night, I was trying to creep on the campfire. People here are a little more alert. You don't get that from pirates. So in a sense I've missed them, but that doesn't mean I wish they were here. 148. 149. Pirates, Squirrel says, the pirate cliques, hang out more in cities, and the ninjas hang out in the woods more. There are city clans, though, Jake points out. Most of us dwell in cities part-time, Squirrel allows. There's strength in affinity, I suggest, but also strength in difference. Well, we love each other, Squirrel says, citing the grappling hook, used to forcibly link 2 boats so people from one can board the other. The third ninja explains, the grappling hook is the love child of a pirate ninja affair. From what I've been told, its origins date back to coastal regions of Japan, where there was much pirate activity and there were also ninja clans who would act as pirates. And the grappling hook is a very effective tool that evolved from that relationship. There are definitely positive things to be gained by working in alliance with pirates. Cliques and factions notwithstanding, community building and inclusiveness and even love does go on here, much of it around camp food. Pots, utensils, and food are shared and tasks divvied up: fire building, food tending, vegetable chopping. The menu might be grits in morning, vegetable stew in the evening, with whoever wants to cook making enough to share, with the help of whoever's around and wants to help. I've learned that if I show up with beer, an empty bowl, and maybe a tomato or garlic or melon, I can count on eating supper, sometimes very well, even though I'm traveling without cooking equipment. One day we pass around a pan of foraged wild mushrooms sautéed with onions scavenged from a supermarket dumpster and a bit of butter. Everyone eats from the case of tortillas John scavenged at a festival where he did MJS fundraising before coming here. Nettle leaves are carefully picked in the woods and stewed over the campfire to make cooked greens and tea passed around with salt and pepper. Sometimes there's raw biscuit dough popped from a supermarket canister and wrapped around a stick to be cooked over the fire like toasted marshmallows. John notes that when a can of biscuits is opened everyone coos and looks for a stick, then all gather in a circle with their sticks over the fire, like a religious ritual, the Church of Biscuit on a Stick. 149. 150. One afternoon about a dozen of us go for a hike in nearby woods. It's a long hike, with several long lazy pauses along the way, very pleasant, relaxed. Boulder jumbles and cliff sides are explored for possible caves by people who like that sort of thing. John Johnson is tickled to see dozens of American chestnut shoots sprouting from the roots of trees felled long ago by blight. Each new sprout will itself die back from the blight in a year or two. John marvels at the roots' persistence. He and I often lag behind the rest of the hikers, most of whom aren't so interested in pausing to consider every single chestnut, or trying to read the logging and fire history of each patch of woods and what's growing there now, or identifying wild flowers. Early on in our walking, we pass scattered clumps of bare corn, a sort of parasite that grows on tree roots and sticks up out of the ground in clumps of fat fingers that look rather like small cobs of corn. Bears, I'm told, eat it as a laxative when they come out of hibernation in the spring. Sassafras reminds me that these woods are filled with plants that are useful for humans too, not just for bears. The relatively dry slope where I notice these plants has no rhododendrons, but is all deciduous trees and shrubs, including some umbrella-leafed magnolias and quite a few chestnut sproutlings. In the past, before they were felled by blight, chestnuts would have dominated this patch of forest. No one tree species dominates the canopy now, but some, like the many tall, straight tulip poplars, are growing in greater numbers than the chestnuts would have allowed. At the top of this slope, up at ridgeline, moisture-loving ferns drop out of the mix of greenery on the forest floor, and it's crackly dry underfoot. Where there's just a little less rainfall than here, just slightly to the east on the Blue Ridge, for example, most of the trees on such a ridgeline would be oaks, but here, even at the ridge, it's moist enough that maples and other hardwoods grow as well. Blueberries here are showing green fruit. A significant amount of deadfall left to rot, no noticeable stumps, and a scattering of trees well over half a century old tell me this place hasn't been logged in recent decades. The line of the ridge bends a bit, so as we walk along it we soon find the slope off one side facing. 150. 151. Northeast, where shadier conditions have called forth a sprinkling of rhododendrons and hemlocks. The biodiversity of any single patch of the forest we're walking through today is extraordinary. Yet each patch is only part of a bigger patchwork, each part of which has its own extraordinarily diverse assemblage of species different from neighboring patches with slightly different slopes, exposures, moisture. The Clinch River watershed, which includes this forest, has been called the most biodiverse watershed in North America. It's at the junction of the Blue Ridge, Ridge and Valley, and Cumberland Plateau geophysical provinces. All three provinces are fairly similar in the mix of species they support, but each has some different species, and here, uniquely, their ranges overlap. Still walking along and near ridgeline, we pick up an old logging road. On one side of the ridge here is a mixed-age stand that hasn't been logged for maybe 50 to 70 years and is now about to be cut, although more conservative, long-range management would leave it alone. On the other side of the ridge is a very young, maybe 15 to 30-year-old forest, all trees the same age, obviously recovering from a clear cut. After a long rest under a sassafras tree, still on the logging road but now beyond the old/young forest boundary, we travel off-trail through a series of different habitats, each in a subtly different patch of forest, jumbles of rock overgrown with moss, tangles of vines, sweeps of nettle and soft, rich soil under a high canopy, piles of deadfall, dry creek bed. Seeing one particular habitat doesn't begin to do justice to the diversity of this region's forests. But because each patch of habitat is itself so rich and diverse, a kaleidoscope of different observations can be made about any one place you care to look. The coal fields in Virginia are a relatively small part of the state, just a slice of the state's southwestern corner, along the Kentucky border. But MTR has been as intensive and devastating here as anywhere in Appalachia. Each year, for the past decade or more, 13 to 15 million tons. 151. 152. Of coal have been hauled out of the northern tier of Wise County alone, near where Jeremy Davidson lived. Still more coal has been extracted in neighboring counties. More than 100,000 acres of this small slice of Virginia now look like a moonscape because of mountaintop removal. And well beyond the MTR sites themselves, people and their home places suffer the typical ill effects of forest and watershed destruction: dust, homes cracked by blasting, unemployment, and depopulation. On June 24, about 15 people from MJS camp prepare to go on a listening project up several hollows near the town of Appalachia, formerly a thriving boomtown built by coal a century to half a century ago, now withered to a remnant. Aaron talks with the volunteers beforehand about what they'll do: go up and knock on each door, in pairs, preferably including a woman in each pair so as to seem less intimidating. Identify yourself, saying that you're there as part of a listening project because you've heard about mining in the area and want to hear what they have to say about it. If they're willing, ask the list of questions. Aaron hands out questions intended to get people talking, to find out what their concerns are, and to identify whether they might want to work with MJS or be kept informed. During this brief training, John tells the group, "I'm not afraid of getting arrested. I'm not afraid of getting beat up by police. But I am afraid of going door to door." He asks to be paired with someone who's done this sort of work before, and he is, with a young woman named Julia. The pairs of volunteers do some role-play practice before going out. They also clean up as best they can down at the creek and put on clean, relatively conservative clothes. That evening, they gather around the campfire, and Aaron asks, "How many houses did everybody hit up?" The teams respond, 5, 8, 5, 4, 3, 5, 7, and 1. Julia and I, embarrassingly, sort of, went to 1, John says. After knocking on several doors that nobody answered, they came to a house where a woman answered the door. Julia did a great intro rap. And as soon as the word mining got out of her mouth, the woman's face totally 152. 153. Lit up, and she said, "Hey, have a seat here on the porch." And she sat down and totally opened up to us, which was awesome. And the reason we only went to 1 is her husband came home and pulled out a shotgun and tied us up for a few hours. There's a pause here, then everyone laughs. No, he was really into talking to us as well. Eventually the man asked them, "So, y'all want to go up there and take a look around?" John and Julia said yes, and then his neighbor came over, an elderly gentleman who we also spoke with. He used to live up in some of the hollows, used to be heavily populated, and now there's no habitation at all. This guy was one of those. After chatting for a really long time, the husband of the woman who'd invited them to sit on the porch said, "Let's go, I'll take y'all up there." And so we spent the rest of the time up on top of Black Mountain, looking at absolutely atrocious logging, really bad strip mining, and then a couple of mountaintop removals. We actually drove over a valley fill. It was really intense. Because we weren't trying to proselytize, I actually had to kind of shut down internally, because usually when I'm faced with that sort of destruction, John is getting teary remembering this. I just had to shut down to deal with it. and deal with him. But it was a really cool experience. Julia adds, he hunts. He goes four-wheeling out there. He and his grandson go out there and look for arrowheads. He was taking us to places where a month ago there were trees there, this was forest. And he talked about how hard it is for him to take us to places that just got cut. You know, people laugh. I don't think they think it's funny, but they laugh. We were talking to, and he came in, and they want to know about the mining. And they had a laugh about it. Like that's all you can do about it. Other people interviewed in today's listening project complained about dust, about mudslides landing big rocks on roads, about cracks in foundations from blasting, about the paint on their cars being chipped by rocks off coal trucks, about trucks going too fast and damaging roads, about wondering whether the town water is safe to drink, about once lively creeks now smothered in silt, about clusters of cancer and other disease, about fly rock. People seemed more apt to focus their anger on specific problems like coal trucks, rather than on the overall effect of losing the mountains. Answers given to questions about local employment varied a lot. Some people said most or all of the people they know are employed in the nearby strip mines, others said the MTR workers all come in from Kentucky, that the only local jobs in mining are in deep mining. The teams also heard from people whose work depended on MTR and were troubled by it. One man who didn't want to attach his name to what he was saying, certain that to do so would cost him his job, said, "Do anything you can. Just make it stop." Aaron talked to a woman who was born and grew up here, but the house and the hollow she grew up in are no longer there, both obliterated by MTR. She notes that older people especially seem proud of the community's rough and rowdy history of confronting coal companies in earlier times in support of the miners' union and against past strip mining. People with that experience recognized it was the union that gave people the courage to stand up to the coal trucks, to the mine owners and operators. The union brought people together, meeting regularly, developing camaraderie and a sense of common purpose. Several people said that the coal companies want them out, would rather there be no community here at all so they can do whatever they want with no one left to complain about it. Some people expressed concern about a recent U.S. Supreme Court decision allowing a town in Connecticut to force people in a certain 154. 155. Neighborhood to sell their homes to a private developer, not for any public use but because the developer had an economically more valuable use for the land. The concern here is that coal companies owning the mineral rights under their homes might, with the connivance of government, force them out to clear the way for MTR. They're just gonna drive people to us, doing that, John says, speaking of the court decision. Everybody who thinks we're anti-private property and then all of a sudden they find out that these elected Republican and Democrat local, state, and federal governments who supposedly are ideologically for private property, and then they destroy private property for capitalism, they're totally going to drive people into our arms. They're idiots. Even if we can't do it this summer, we need to figure out how to spend more time here. A rattlesnake maybe 4 feet long has been seen moving through camp. Skunks have been regular visitors at night, nosing around the tents. One saunters through camp during the listening project debriefing. So far, no one has been sprayed. At the campfire that evening, just before a planning meeting for an upcoming MJS action targeting Massey's headquarters in Richmond, Virginia linked to G8 protests elsewhere around the world on July 8, I hear a conversation among several young MJSers, most of them fairly new to the campaign. Poo-pooing the MJS nonviolence commitment, they'd rather go to Richmond feeling free to jump in on whatever action they see happening, and to break loose and run away if police grab them, rather than accept arrest as a consequence of their actions. During the meeting that follows, I'm disturbed to hear quite a few people asking, well, what counts as violence? Does resisting arrest, tussling with a cop to get away from him? Being mindful of CRMW folks who aren't here to speak for themselves and who'll bear the brunt of any fallout from the action in Richmond, I say that according to MJS's previous consensus, yet it does. A key reason for that consensus, I recall, is 155. 156. That any introduction of violence into this campaign puts coalfield activists at risk for an unleashing of violence against them, as has happened in the past. Breaking with that consensus now risks losing the moral high ground as well, as a time when holding it is crucial to the campaign's political and public relations efforts to compel Massey to do the right thing in West Virginia. That we're having this discussion now shows both that MJS training for newcomers is lacking and that consensus can't be maintained without it. At the meeting this evening, lip service is paid to the idea of a tactical commitment to nonviolence and to avoiding property damage, but some of the newer young people at this meeting, a large proportion of those in attendance, seem to resent and have little patience with this. They'd clearly much rather roll trash cans into the street and tangle with cops. Further, it's not at all clear that if that happens others will step in to de-escalate, no more than anyone did at the hotel action in Knoxville. It's still not considered cool to tell other people that they shouldn't be doing whatever it is they're doing. Ultimately, everyone at the meeting tonight agrees that several announcements will be made in Richmond, at the concert the night before and at the rally immediately before the march and action, asking all participants to respect the wishes and protect the safety of coalfield activists by honoring MJS's nonviolence commitment. I'm still uneasy about this, in particular worried that some individuals who say they're unwilling to wear anything identifying their MJS affiliation at the action will decide they're free to disassociate themselves from MJS on the spot and act on whatever temptations to make mischief that arise. Whatever anyone at today's meeting does that day will inevitably be attached to MJS, for all of these people will be eating and sleeping in MJS arranged housing and using MJS arranged jail support. They are MJS. Furthermore, MJSers engaging in genuinely nonviolent civil disobedience at Massey headquarters would be vulnerable to retaliation afterward if other demonstrators have pointlessly provoked the police. Enough people in MJS are aware of these potential pitfalls that it's reasonable to hope that they'll persuade the newcomers to avoid them. The planning for this action illustrates that avoiding them in the future will require ongoing vigilance. West Virginia. A few days later, more than a dozen people travel from West Virginia to Richmond for a different sort of action to deliver to Massey management the same set of demands presented in May at the Goals Coal facility, and to ask Massey for a commitment to meet those demands. On Wednesday morning, June 29, two of those people, Hannah Thurman, one of the Naoma House interns, and Herb Elkins, whose son attends Marsh Fork Elementary, enter the vestibule at Massey's headquarters in downtown Richmond, ring a buzzer, and ask to be let in to speak with Massey management. When they are refused entry, they remain in the vestibule, showing photographs of the school to passers-by inside the building and repeatedly renewing their request to come in for a meeting. I thought a lot about my tone, Hannah later tells me, and how I wanted to come across. I wanted it to be almost pleading with people. I wanted people to feel like I really could not leave until I got some sort of response. Hannah, a college student who grew up in Putnam County, West Virginia, between Huntington and Charleston, a little north of the MTR zone, thought she'd find the experience of being in the vestibule, standing her ground, empowering, but I ended up feeling very, very small. The workers, some of them were going by laughing, pointing. One woman held up her hand and did a peace sign. I felt like they were really 159. 160. Trivializing what we were doing. They could just stay behind that glass wall and not have to confront anything that was happening. Inside the vestibule, Hannah can't see that behind her, beyond the smoky glass doors to the outside of the building, the people she came with are clustered with several reporters and passers-by who are very interested in what's happening. Massey calls the police, who join Hannah and Herb inside the vestibule for well over half an hour. From the outside, it looks like they're doing a sort of MTR 101 workshop in there. We were, Hannah later tells me. I had the pictures of the elementary school and the dam and we were just showing them. One of them was saying, "I've got a son, and I feel for you." Herb was telling them about his son. When it rains, they cover up the water fountains because they don't want the kids to drink the water. Obviously wrong things are happening. I think they were feeling it a little bit. Somehow we got to talking about crime in Richmond, and got to talking about child molesters, and how she thinks that they should be put away for life, no matter what. It was really interesting. One person, one child molester, that's such a bad thing, a horrible thing for someone to do, and it is. But then I just said, so is poisoning children. That's a form of abuse as well. In the end, Hannah and Herb are arrested and charged with trespassing. They are released later the same day, and ultimately settle the matter by paying fines. Among those in Richmond that day is Sage, who's been staying at the house in Naoma. He tells me that MJSers in West Virginia are pulling together nicely and looking forward to the influx of people expected at the end of the month and in early July. Much of what they've been doing is listening project work, mostly coordinated by Hannah. That's been very successful, Hilary Hosta tells me, back in Naoma, almost too successful, because it's really hard to get out of people's homes. People are coming back with these stories. Well, I was sitting with them for 2 hours. 4 pairs of listeners have been going out, and when they come back at the end of the day, Hilary will ask, "How many did you guys talk to?" 5 families. All of you? Yeah. And then of course we've had a few incidents of horn honking, people driving past the house, on busy RT3, and blaring their disapproval. The front of the house has been splattered with eggs and paintballs. And last week, at about 4:30 a.m., someone smashed in the back window of the cap on Sage's pickup truck, parked in front of the house next to the road. It was so sad, Hilary says. I stood there with tears in my eyes, looking in the back of his truck and seeing all this glass that's shattered all over his Bible. You really got the wrong truck, man. My goodness. Bo Webb, too, has experienced some low-level intimidation recently. 2 guys in 2 pickup trucks, wearing Massey uniform shirts, blocked his way on a narrow gravel road he was following down off the side of a mountain near his home where he gathers firewood and hunts. When he got out of his own truck carrying a gun, they left in a hurry. But the very next morning, on Saturday morning, about 6:15, the phone rang and I said hello. The voice on the other end of the line asked, "What are you doing?" I thought it was Ed Wiley, because he calls me a lot of times early in the morning. I go, "I'm making a pot of coffee. Who is this?" He said, "It's not important who this is. What size shoes do you wear?" I say, "Who am I talking to?" He says, "I wear size 11, and I'm gonna stick it up your dot." Bo hung up the phone. The week before Hannah and Herb's Richmond demonstration, Bo, Judy, Ed, and Debbie, Jackie Browning and his wife, Sister O'Connell, and Herb Elkins all traveled to Charleston to meet with Gov. Joe Manchin about Marsh Fork Elementary. He told us that he was going to put together a few people that he trusted to look into this matter, Bo says, and that he would call me. He took my phone number and said he should call me within the next 5 to 7 working days. And he said that would test the soil, the grass, inside the school, the air quality. He was quite surprised that the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources hadn't cooperated with us. When I express skepticism about the governor being surprised, Bo responds, "Well, he pretended to be." Bo's still willing to give Manchin the benefit of the doubt. I don't know if he was pretending to be naive or uninformed or he actually was. He said he thought that coal was cleaned by water in a screening process. And I said, "Well, Governor, things have changed. It's chemicals." He goes, "Chemicals?" I gave him a list of chemicals that we know that they use. I gave him photos of the school. I also gave him some of the listening project forms, probably 25 of them, of families that we found with sick children. And I gave him a videotape of interviews with parents of sick children. I didn't want to overwhelm him with too much, but I wanted to open his eyes up. Hopefully, he's reviewed it. We'll see. The day after the Richmond action, someone from the DEP calls CRMW and tells Sarah Haltom that the underling on whose desk the permit for the second silo next to the school had been sitting for a month had been unwilling to sign it and instead passed it up the hierarchy to a bureaucrat one level below Stephanie Timmermeyer, head of the agency. They're stuck with a hard choice. If they approve the silo, they appear careless about the health of school kids. If they turn it down, it begs the question of why is it okay to have even the first silo in operation. Bo's been thinking about July 8, and the risks of association with G8 protesters in Richmond who might be inclined to clash with police. My big fear is that if we are there and there's something going on, someone eggs Massey's building, or someone throws a rag on fire in the street and there's a reporter there and he takes a photo of John Johnson or Bo Webb, that's summer. Look what they're doing. That's my fear. At the same time, it's America, and we have a right to be there. We have our right to protest. What we need to do Saturday. 162. Is, I think, to hash out what benefit are we gonna get out of going there. Let's think about that. Let's think about it real deep. We have really brought media attention to the issue. We could call a TV station right now, and they're gonna come running. They didn't do this before. We've seized the high moral ground. We could blow it all in one stupid day by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Bo's keenly aware that there's no time to waste and the stakes are high. How long do you think this is gonna go on? Steve Walker, the owner of Cat Walker, told me to my face, I don't know what you're so in an uproar about will be done and out of here in 20 years, and you can have it. Bo would like to tell every local person whose work depends on strip mining, 20 years from now, if you're 30 years old you're gonna be 50. Think about your future. You're gonna be 50. Who's gonna hire you? What are you gonna do? What are your kids gonna do? You need to think about what you're doing. Not only will you be 50 and out of work, the entire region you've been working in will be nothing but a toxic wasteland, he says, its future potential trashed for the sake of a few decades of coal production. After talking with Bo, I drive to CRMW's office in Whitesville, where a brand new mural of green mountains and blue sky has been painted by MJS volunteers on the outside of the building. Inside the building, Judy Bonds, Patty Sebok, and Sarah and Vern Haltom have just learned that the permit for the second coal silo has been approved. Vern says they're already at work at the site, which implies Massey knew about the approval before it was made public. Everyone in the office is hopping mad. If Massey learned about the approval when CRMW did, today, Judy asks, how in the world did they get an order into the cement company for that much cement? I don't think any cement company can produce that overnight, let alone on the same morning it's ordered, and get their truck drivers together and get everything together. So they had to have known this ahead of time. Had to have. There's no other explanation for it. Judy thinks the permit approval was a done deal even. 163. 164. Back before the public hearing was held in the school gym. In any case, it obviously was a done deal at some point before CRMW and the public heard about it, during which time Bo and everyone else at CRMW were patiently and hopefully waiting to hear from the governor. At our meeting with the governor a few days ago, Judy says, the governor could have picked up the phone and said, look, hold off on that permit until we investigate the citizens' concerns. He didn't do that. It's just the same old, Patty says. We're gonna have a meeting with you and pretend like we're gonna do something, while at the same time we're saying, go for it, go for it, go for it. And the governor's gonna have a post-meeting, Judy says. That's been the problem in the coalfields all along. Everything happens post. Go ahead and give the coal industry what they want, and if there's deaths to deal with, we'll deal with it afterwards. We'll have an investigation afterwards. That's what happened with Buffalo Creek. People there raised safety concerns well before the dam failed. One lady asked for a meeting with the governor, and the governor never granted her a meeting until after, and the only reason that woman survived is because it was raining, and on nights that it rained she chose to go stay with someone else. The flood washed through her own home. It's the same thing happening over and over and over. Later that day, back at the Naomo house, Bo and Ed, Wiley and Sage arrive in Bo's truck shortly before dinner time. After hearing the news about the coal silo permit, Bo took a cooler, filled it with beer, and went off with Ed and Sage. Their first stop was at Gold's Coal, where they saw clearly that the foundation for the new silo was being poured. Bo says he's making contingency plans that he's too tipsy to talk with me about tonight. He also says they got snookered by the governor. He invites me to join him for more beer by the river, at his house. There, sitting on rocks and watching the water, he tells me that 164. When he was 18 he joined the Marines and volunteered to go to Vietnam because somebody he'd known growing up here in the valley had died over there and Bo wanted to go kill the bastards who did it. When he got to Vietnam, he got disillusioned pretty quick. While he was there he saw evidence of lots of what he now calls human rights violations committed by troops on both sides. When he came back to the United States, he lost 2 years of his life, drinking a lot and drifting. Life didn't seem to be something he could engage with or make sense of. Believing that you could have a good life, let alone make a difference in the world, was beyond his reach. This began to change when he met Joanne, who became his wife, and he began becoming a person he liked being. Years later when he moved back home to the Coal River Valley, he found what he by then was ready to see as human rights violations, not manifested in the same way as in Vietnam but rooted in the same kind of power relationship. The coal companies, with their overwhelming economic and political clout, are like a powerful army able to do pretty much whatever they want to do to people who don't have that power. This made Bo angry, still makes him angry. And today he got real angry, seeing that power with impunity manifested in the permit approval, with government officials who are supposed to be responsible to the public treating the people of Coal River as though their lives don't matter. What does matter, of course, is what Massey wants. We agree that being angry about this isn't wrong, there'd be something wrong with him if he wasn't angry about it. The question is, what do you do with that anger? Self-destruct, as he nearly did when he returned from Vietnam? Or use it somehow to make change? Right now we're at a unique historical moment, within our likely lifetimes, great change is coming whether we want it or not. The way things are done today literally cannot continue in the Coal River Valley or elsewhere. America's use it up and move on way of life is in its endgame. MTR is a particularly obvious example of this. Whole mountains and watersheds destroyed for a few decades of increasingly 165. 166. Expensive coal that will ultimately run out and leave an entire region utterly trashed. But it's a pattern we can see everywhere our economy touches, in the depletion of topsoil and groundwater by industrial agriculture, in the ever-accumulating proliferation of toxic byproducts poisoning ever more depleted landscapes and oceans, in the relentless extinction of species and diminishment of biological diversity. So right now, Bo and everyone else who's angry at the destruction wrought by all this can look at it and know it's not going to go on forever. Seeing that change is inevitable frees us of the temptation to despair of change ever happening, frees us to use the energy of our anger and the energy of the great change itself to direct that change toward better ways of life. Or at least try to. Whether we succeed or not, we've been dealt a much more plausibly hopeful moment than most people in human history have had. Bo aims to make the best of it. Ed's anger over the approval of the second silo permit is slower to develop than Bo's. Eventually though, later that evening, as we talk at the Naomo house about how the DEP surely wouldn't have approved this, given the media attention, and attention from the governor's office, without first clearing that approval with the governor, he all of a sudden looks like he's been punched in the stomach. He gets teary. Then he gets angry that people would do such a thing, putting school children at such risk, and starts thinking about what to do about it. This month's MJS organizing meeting is held in a meeting hall just down the street from CRMW's office. On Saturday morning, July 2nd, during regional report backs, after Hillary sums up what's been going on in the valley, Bo adds that Hillary and the interns and other folks at the Naomo house have done a great job bonding with the local community. But Bo also has had some negative feedback from local people about culturally inappropriate behavior and the sometimes immodest dress of some of the recent transients out in front of the house, right on RT3. He asks that everyone at the house please be on their best behavior and especially keep the lower level of the house presentable to receive visitors. The neighbors are watching us, he says. They're watching every move. Go out in the woods and get as crazy as you want, but be thoughtful about what you do at the house, and how it looks. Most of the day's meeting is devoted to discussion about the upcoming Richmond event only a few days away now, beginning with an update from several people who've been preparing for it. Housing in Richmond is more or less arranged. Young people from Richmond with radios will accompany the march on bikes. More legal observers and video cameras are needed to document whatever happens so that can be presented in court if need be. Nonviolence training can happen the day before the event. On the day itself, speakers will address a rally at Monroe Park at noon, followed by a march 10 blocks to Massey headquarters, with actions there yet to be determined. Hillary expresses concern about the nonviolence training, that people with past confrontational relationships with police may hear a 5-minute nonviolence riff, say that sounds good, then, without any real alternative in mind, react in accustomed ways to police. The young woman who reported on plans for the bike escort says that the bike riders will act as peacekeepers. Hillary notes this is 9 people for a group of perhaps 500. Sage says he hopes that MJS organizers will feel empowered to act as peacekeepers that day as part of watching each other's backs, which should be our normal way of life. Someone else points out that MJS in the past has consented that everyone is supposed to be a peacekeeper at MJS actions. Bo weighs in, I'm hearing things that make me uncomfortable. I think you're asking for a lot of arrests given that there's still been no permit requested for the march and the police have told us we'll be arrested if we block streets without a permit. We're going to make mistakes as we go along, but I don't want us to make a mistake that blows the whole campaign. He thinks Massey will have people there aiming to make trouble. And he's uncomfortable with what he sees as inadequate planning for this event. We don't have enough money to get 15 people out of jail, he adds. The money and other resources taken up by a lot of arrests could incapacitate MJS in West Virginia right now, at just the moment when the coal silo permit and other pressing issues need timely response. Sidestepping the issue of rights to assemble and be in public places without government permission, another young woman says, we need to think about our tactic here, and how it affects MJS. Way more thought needs to be put into this. There are legitimate concerns being raised here, she adds, much as concerns were raised before the Knoxville action, and not addressed then. This is a really important discussion, Abigail says. She doesn't feel comfortable going ahead without Bo and the other Coal River people being comfortable with this event, even though she feels strongly that it's real important to connect what's going on in the coal fields with wider issues of climate change, the theme of this year's G8 protests. I really hate to operate under fear, John says, because it's not conducive to direct action. He doesn't want to assume that anyone who acts out is a coal company operative. He's heartened that he's hearing people here today truly listen to and address concerns. A lot of people are putting a lot of good work into this, he says, and he's willing to trust everyone in this room who'll be going to Richmond to do right. I want to have trust, he says. I think there's a place for nonviolent defiance, and Richmond on July 8 can be such a place. Vern suggests putting first things first, we need to decide whether. 168. We're going to march, and only then can we address the parameters of direct action that day. If we don't get past that bottleneck, we're going to be here all afternoon. Sage points out that if MJS doesn't march, there'll be no guidance for anyone after the rally, which will end with a large group of people all pumped up about Mountaintop removal standing just a few blocks from Massey headquarters. If we do march, we have more control over the situation. MJS's other choice, he thinks, is just to cancel the whole damn event. Is this action happening just because it's July 8th, a G8 day of action, or because it contributes to MJS? Is it a good use of our resources? The group decides to try to agree on what would be needed to make Richmond a success and commit to meeting those needs. If they can't do this, the event should be cancelled. Bit by bit, the group assembles a list of what's needed, at least 5 full-time peacekeepers for every 100 demonstrators, with everyone connected with MJS to be ready to de-escalate conflict if needed. Non-violence training both the morning of the rally and the day before. 2 or 3 clearly identified police liaisons. At least 5 legal observers. At least 3 people not at the rally to be on call for jail support. More video cameras, 5 to 10 total. As many still cameras as possible, at least 4 of them digital. A permit for the march to be applied for, and Bo to talk with police in Richmond about it. There's general agreement that all this is doable, and various individuals agree to make sure that specific items do, in fact, get done. Trust wins the day. MJS will go ahead with getting ready for Richmond, but cautiously. Chris Irwin urges people to keep in mind the limits of MJS's resources, and don't get 40 people popped. One of those who'd been at the Knoxville Hotel demo asserts the need for a Plan B. If we can't or don't march, is it okay for small groups of citizens to walk up and down the sidewalks in front of Massey HQ? We've got into trouble before. 169. By not having a Plan B, John responds that Plan B is an excellent idea, that small groups will come up with better Plan Bs than this large group will, and that we should trust them to do so. And so they do. Every year on the July 4th weekend, Larry Gibson invites family and friends to a big gathering up at THIRD. This year, MJS is invited, so I drive up there on Sunday morning from Naoma with Judy and Hannah, stopping on the way at a gas station in Whitesville for coffee and to pick up bottles of water to bring along. Judy starts a conversation with several young men hanging out outside the gas station, one of whom had moved south from here to find work. This is the first she's seen him since he's back. She encourages them to come to the house in Naoma, to come to movie nights there, and to stop in at CRMW's office. Inside the store we see a newspaper headline about the Patriot Act allowing military recruitment in high schools, and Judy starts a conversation with folks standing near the checkout counter, about what kind of a country we are living in that the government recruits school children as cannon fodder. By the time we arrive at THIRD, at midday that Sunday, July 3rd, a few dozen people are there, with more and more arriving. Musicians are setting up a PA system. During the afternoon, I take a walk with John Johnson from the open park-like area where the gathering is centered, down the road past Larry's relatives' cabins, and off his property onto the edge of the mine site there, as we each want to see what's changed since we were last here. It's only gotten worse, of course. It's atrocious, John says. Walking back, we pass through a spread-out crowd of several dozen people near the cabins, kinfolk of Larry's and their friends having their own holiday celebrations. While alcohol is forbidden at Larry's gathering, there's obviously quite a bit being consumed here. As we walk back, John gets to talking with a big burly guy, red-faced, with graying hair, somewhat drunk, who wants to know what are you people doing. 170. Here. We say that we're visiting Larry, and I let John do the talking both because the guy's being drunkenly flirtatious and because John's doing real well talking with him. The guy tells us he's a truck driver for Arch Coal, and that he's just doing this for a living, he needs to feed his family. He doesn't like what's happening to the mountains. John says that MJS has no quarrel with working guys trying to feed their families, the quarrel is with the big economic players, the guys in suits who own the drag lines and make the decisions about mining coal this way. They get to talking about the recent Supreme Court decision allowing a Connecticut town to seize people's homes to give them to a private developer for a private economic project. The truck driver brings this up as an example of, look what our government is coming to, with no protection for little people, for people who aren't big economic players. For a few delicious minutes, I enjoy listening to anti-capitalist John defend private property rights, agreeing with the driver that, yeah, it's outrageous that the government can come and take your home. As we walk away, heading back to Larry's gathering, I tease John about this. Teasing aside, we agree that there's a difference between large spreads of land used by distant corporations solely for extracting resources and racking up profits elsewhere, and a homestead owned and occupied by someone who lives with the consequences of what's done to the land. What's needed in either case, though, especially in the case of distant corporate ownership, is a legal system that obliges and enables people who own land to meet responsibilities to that land's human and natural communities. John and I aren't the only people from Larry's gathering who walk past the cabins to see the mine site. After we return, a series of confrontations occurs between MJ Sirs and some of the men who've been drinking over by the cabins. Hillary and Matt Norpel get drawn into a verbal confrontation and narrowly avoid Matt getting hit. Erin from Blacksburg, her partner Allie, and Keith, all three quite young and 171. 172. Slender, find themselves being bullied and taunted. Allie, whose heritage is Middle Eastern, becomes the object of racial slurs, but it's Keith who gets hit, punched in the face 3 times. It's really hard, especially for a young man, not to fight back when attacked, but Keith does the right thing. Avoiding escalation, the 3 of them walk away, back to Larry's gathering. Keith goes to sit in America's car. He's crying, more humiliated and rattled than physically hurt, and wants to be left alone. Meanwhile, the rest of the gathering is abuzz about what to do. Larry says, "They're my people, and I'm gonna go down there and talk to them." He says he wants to go alone, and so he does. He's gone for quite a while, long enough that we worry about him. When he comes back, he apologizes to the crowd for what happened. Several voices respond that he has nothing to apologize for. Larry reminds us that we have a plan we have to stick with, and part of that plan is nonviolence. It would be easy for him to pull his gun out, he says, because that's how he used to settle things, but that's not the way to accomplish what needs to happen. Larry adds that his relatives down at the cabins, most of whom do not at all approve of what happened to Keith, are going to be wondering if MJ Sirs will stick with Larry. Larry wants us to know that we can count on him. The threat of violence here is real, not imagined. It's not historical, it's present. Late that day, I sit with Judy and several other people in the upstairs living room of the house in Naoma, talking over the events of the day. Judy tells us she found out from talking with Larry exactly who it was that hit Keith. She knows the guy and knows his history of beating up the women in his life. Judy hates bullies, and she's angry about this. Nobody picked on Big Bear like John Johnson, she notes. But she's not surprised. The community as a whole has a battered wife relationship with the coal companies, and that dynamic pervades personal relationships here as well. It's not surprising that MJS volunteers, particularly a slender, gentle 20-year-old, should experience such bullying as well. 172. It's 9:30 in the morning on July 5, Tuesday, outside the state capitol building in Charleston, near the stone steps going up to one of the building's main entrances. The steps are very wide, leading up to 8 stone columns across the front of the entrance. A dome tops the building, a big grand public building, meant to be impressive. It's already quite warm today, pleasant sitting in the shade, but getting to be uncomfortable out in the sun. And here comes Ed Wiley, walking through the park, wearing a blue t-shirt and dark jeans, camo patterned cap, and heavy boots. He's heading for the Capitol steps, carrying a signboard with photographs of Marsh Fork Elementary School. Ed, who's in his late 40s, hasn't always been an activist. "I worked on these Massey coal sites," he's told me. "I worked for a contractor and we did reclamation work. We moved their equipment. We built roads. We helped build these big ponds." Some of the older guys that were working for the company I'd worked for, they would get assigned to go up there to these cemeteries and do a job, and they didn't want to do it. And I couldn't figure out why. They'd done a mountaintop removal all the way around. They went in with a high wall miner and undermined the cemeteries. There wasn't no activity up there, it was all real quiet. They sent me up there to do this job and I went up there, and it was to fill in the graves that sunk. You know, you could walk over to a grave and you could throw a rock down there and never hear it hit. What we had to do is take one of the bales of straw and stick it down in there first, kind of a plug. Then whatever you could find, what little dirt was left back on this mountain, go ahead and fill that in and seal the straw. And it wasn't that bad of a job. Unless you think about what you're doing. All of these old cemeteries back on these mountains, they had a little place over the hill that they kinda throw plastic flowers in. They 173. 174. Garbage, and some white picket fence that you see for yards, the little tiny white picket fence. I always took my string off the straw, and I'd take and break these little picket fences and make crosses, and try to put them back. There was baby graves in there and a couple of fresh ones. This baby got killed in a car wreck and I knew these people. It was really hard. He knew the people buried there had dropped out of their graves and been sent out with the coal. No telling where they was it. I cried up there at the end of the day. That's why the old-timers didn't want to go there. It wasn't the job itself that was hard labor. It was emotional to deal with at the end of it. That by itself didn't turn Ed into an activist, although it bothered him. The last straw for Ed was when his granddaughter Kayla kept coming home sick from her school, Marsh Fork Elementary School, about a year and a half ago. When he figured out that what was making her sick was being in school, next to that coal processing facility, he had to try to fix that. I never thought it would go this far, Ed says. You know, I thought maybe I'd get the school board's attention and maybe the health department's, and boom, bang, take care of this. I never thought it would be a political issue. I've made thousands of phone calls from house, all day long, every day for a lot of weeks, calling everybody I knowed to call. You know, everybody. All of your organizations. People that should be helping these children or have any concerns about it at all. And nobody wants to touch these issues. I learned quickly, you know, after a lot of phone calls, that the school board, the health department, the DEP, the EPA, anybody that I could contact, seemed like it was all one big happy family. Somebody had ties to another, all the way around the circle. Ed's here today to try to break that circle. He approaches the steps alone, his support people are a ways behind him. Bo, Sage, and Abe Moira's brother Jesse, another of the interns at the Naoma house. Ed walks up the Capitol steps, stops about 2/3 of the way up. 174. Takes out a cell phone, and calls the governor's office inside the Capitol. Then he changes out of his blue t-shirt into a white one that, on its front, addresses the governor, Joe, Kids First. He unfolds the signboard to display photographs of the school, captioned "Where is your heart, Joe?" and "For the sake of the kids." Ed tells me he's here today to talk to the governor about why he allowed that permit for a second coal silo next to the school. The woman who answered the phone at the governor's office just now told him the governor isn't in the office today. And I politely told the lady that I'm here for the children of Marsh Fork Elementary, that I'm here to stay, and I'll wait him out until he comes back. Shortly after 10 a.m., Jay Smithers, head of security for the Capitol, comes out to see Ed. They shake hands. Ed tells him why he's there. The people in this Capitol should be ashamed of themselves for allowing this to happen. They are putting a price on our children's heads, and it's wrong. My granddaughter goes to that school, and I'm not about to stand for this. I'm prepared to stay here as long as it takes. I'm not here to cause no trouble. I want an answer. I expect an answer out of the governor. Enough is enough. I really think that he's a good man. But I'm sorry to say, Joe, you're dragging your leg. Ed asks Smithers why wouldn't the governor, after meeting with the group from Coal River, have picked up the phone and called Tim Ermier and said, just hold off on that for a few days until I see what's going on here. Well, I don't know, Smithers responds. I'm sure he'll tell you. If I get the opportunity to talk to him. All the while they've been talking, Ed's had the feeling he knows this guy, so he asks, don't I know you from someplace? It turns out that he and Ed have hunted deer in the same place. The guy whose land they've hunted on used to set Smithers to pulling pranks on Ed. Since Smithers was an undercover cop at the time, he kept changing his look. 175. 176. So every time Ed saw him he thought he was a stranger. Smithers knows Bo, too, who later tells me he was one of Janice Niece's students in grade school. They're both relieved that the fellow in charge of security comes to this knowing Ed as a human being. It takes some of the worry out of what they're doing today. Just as Smithers walks off, a camera person from Channel 3 arrives. Soon another comes out from inside the Capitol, then another. A woman doing a photo essay on MTR for Orion magazine arrives. Jesse goes off with the photographs he's taken so far today to upload them to his computer so they can be sent out to still more media by folks at the house in Naoma. A woman from West Virginia Public Radio arrives to interview Ed, then the AP reporter who covers the Capitol, and yet another TV camera person. Jesse returns and reports that MJSers in Naoma are sending out his pictures, with press releases, far and wide. Ken Ward, the excellent environmental reporter for the Charleston Gazette, arrives and talks with Bo and then Ed. It's now about 12:30. There's still no word from the governor's office. It's hot, really hot out here, and relentlessly sunny. Shortly before 2 p.m., Bo, on his way to put more quarters in his parking meter, tells me that Ken Ward's just called him on his cell phone to say he's had a long chat with a spokeswoman for the governor, who tells him that the governor intends to come back to the Capitol today and invite Ed up to his office. Ed and Bo think that's not good enough, that the governor must come down here and say publicly that he'll put the silo permit on hold, and get Stephanie Timmermeyer on the phone and tell her to do so. Ed says he'll stay here as long as it takes, and plans have been made to back him up. There was a good bit of discussion among the dozen or so people at the July 4th picnic at Ed's house yesterday about having people from the Naoma house come to the Capitol, to bring him food maybe. Ed's talking about a hunger strike, but others are discouraging that because he hasn't really prepared for a fast, and a fast is something. 176. That would be good to hold in reserve for escalating the protest further down the line, if need be. Folks at the house are prepared to bring Ed food and keep him company tonight with a candlelight vigil. This would tell the governor that Ed's not going to go away, that the governor will have to deal with him sooner or later, and so why not sooner? Around 2:30 a fellow from the governor's office comes out to invite Ed inside to meet with the governor. Ed tells him, "No, right here. I was in there 3 weeks ago. The governor promised he would call us back, and he didn't. He also allowed the second permit to go on at the silo, and I would like an explanation of that, and I would also like to have an answer for what he is going to do for our children. And I'll be sitting right here." The governor's representative goes back inside, and soon Cart Goodwin, the governor's general counsel, comes out to tell Ed that the governor just said he is extending you the courtesy of coming into his office and sitting down and chatting. Then he'll come back out here and talk to as many persons as you want him to talk to, but he just wants to chat with you in private first. "I'll do that," Ed says, "but I will not leave this Capitol until he has gotten on TV today and stated that he is gonna help these little kids." Ed goes inside, and we wait. While we wait, Bo talks on his phone, with the police lieutenant responsible for Homeland Security in Richmond, about July 8. He wanted to know more about what we're planning on doing, Bo says. He knows we have a permit for Monroe Park and he knows also that on a lot of websites out there are people talking about doing violence and civil disobedience and any number of things that day. He saw on anarchist site where it says that they are urging everyone to be peaceful. He thought was really good. I think basically he was looking for some assurances from me that we're not coming down there to cause a lot of problems. I told him that we're not coming to cause any problems. He wanted to know if maybe any of us wanted to be arrested, as that would be helpful to them and helpful to us, but I said. 177. 178. No, as far as I know, there are no plans for anything like that. We want to protest, we want to rally, and we want to march by Massey, and then I want to leave, is what I told him. And I told him we would all wear red handkerchiefs to identify ourselves. He liked that, he thought that was a great idea. And he said that he agrees with us on this issue. He says, you do have a right to protest and peacefully march. As long as it's done that way, it's fine. But if you step over that line, of course we got to do our job. I said, we understand that. I told him tonight I would contact people that I know who are down there and try to find out the numbers. He wanted to know roughly how many would be from our group. He says, yeah, I understand that you can't control other groups. I totally understand that. Shortly before 4 p.m., Ed comes out and says that the governor will be out here. He is gonna make a public statement that he is going to do something for the children. He basically said I got to give him a chance. And I told him that I couldn't leave this property until he come out here and made a public statement on TV that he was going to do everything in his power to remedy the situation at the school. He didn't want to come out here and do this on TV, but I told him that I could not go back to Coal River unless he did. In addition, Ed says, the governor has agreed to convene a meeting in his office the day after tomorrow with people from the Coal River Valley and state DEP and health officials. While Ed's explaining all this, media begin to arrive, having been called either by the governor's office or by folks at the house in Naoma 3 television stations, West Virginia Public Radio, Ken Ward. I don't know whether Joe Manchin always looks like this, but when he joins Ed at the top of the Capitol steps his eyes look scared, defensive. Still, what comes out of his mouth is smooth and conciliatory and covers all the bases for him. What we have talked about today is still the safety of the kids. How do we bring people together? While we were talking in my office, we called the Raleigh County Board of Education, we called the State Board of Education. We're having all those groups look at alternative sites, to put children in a much more safe environment. 178. We're hoping to bring all sides together. We even invite Massey and their representatives to be involved in this process, as far as taking the kids into consideration and moving them into the safest environment we possibly can. There's a meeting Thursday, here at the Capitol, with all of the representatives of the agencies to make sure that they have done everything that they're supposed to. There are federal and state laws that they're required to abide by. I want to make sure that they've done that. I want to make no mistake, the most important thing we have is our children, and the safety of the children, and all the children that go to that school. So we're looking into everything we possibly can. With that, knows that my commitment's the same as his as a grandfather. I'm a grandfather. We're trying to make sure that our children are in a safe environment. We're doing everything humanly possible, and the state will continue to do everything it possibly can. Tomorrow officials will look at alternative school sites. Thursday, at the meeting in his office, the permit process will be reviewed. Did the professionals do the job they were supposed to do? Did they go through all the procedures? Were the federal and state guidelines and all the laws and regulations met, and everyone treated the same? The governor is careful to make that latter point several times today, about everyone being treated the same, apparently to fend off complaints from Massey that it's being unfairly singled out and picked on. At no point, though, does the governor suggest considering whether the permit process, even if followed to the letter, is inherently inadequate to ensure the safety and welfare of the public, including the safety of those school children he professes such concern about. When asked about this directly, he says, "Well, I guess it depends on what you and I are calling unsafe." The governor does, however, tell a lie about the meeting coming up on Thursday, presumably to save face with the reporters clustered around him and Ed. Making the point that Ed's sit-in hasn't changed anything, that the governor has been doing the right thing all along, he 179. 180. Says more than once that Thursday's meeting was scheduled last week, which of course doesn't make any sense, as the meeting concerns the fairness of the process leading to a permit that wasn't issued until just last Thursday. If the governor had agreed on Thursday or Friday to schedule such a meeting, or during the 3-day holiday weekend that followed, Ed wouldn't have arrived on the Capitol steps this morning to demand that something be done. Still, Ed says he's satisfied that the governor is publicly promising to do the right thing by the children of Marsh Fork Elementary. The next morning, Ed, Bo, and other locals meet in the valley with staff from the governor's office, other state officials, local school board officials, and county officials. They tour both Marsh Fork Elementary and a possible alternative school site upriver a ways, and talk about possibly relocating the school. Later that day, Hillary tells me she's disturbed that the government officials are focusing on whether the school technically meets state environmental and public health regulations. As far as we can tell, Hillary says, the DEP is telling us that it meets those regulations. What I have to say is, then the regulations just simply aren't good enough. If children go to school, and walk around in the playground, and their shoes become black with coal dust, then the regulations just are not good enough. It's not acceptable for children to be breathing air that's filled with enough coal dust particulates that they settle into the grass and make their shoes and socks dirty. I don't care what else they found or didn't find at the school when they took a tour. That one simple fact is enough to tell us that the kids need to be moved and the processing plant needs to be closed. If you were any smarter than you are, you'd give us that school right away. You'd move those kids immediately, because you'd realize we'd be scrambling for a new campaign platform. Of course, if they gave us the school, what we would say is, well then, you're admitting there is a problem and has been a problem. How long has that problem been going on? Why, when you have apparently a whole agency, the Department of Environmental Protection, with supposedly qualified staff who are there to assess environmental and public safety and health issues, and charged with protecting the public, and have the supposed education and know how to do so, and the mandate to do so, why did it take a small handful of dedicated citizens to bring it to your attention and push the governor's office into shutting it down? Who are you truly working for? Is there a problem that goes much deeper than just this school? Is there an issue with the entire permitting process and the underlying foundations of the relationship that coal companies and energy companies have with the DEP? Bo goes to the county courthouse this afternoon and determines that in fact there has been some sort of coal facility at that location, by the school, since before SMCRA took effect in 1977. The DEP has been saying that they didn't really know about that, since the DEP didn't exist prior to 1982. They've just sort of assumed that the facility is grandfathered in and not subject to SMCRA regulation. But should any and all additions to the facility, such as the proposed second silo, be considered grandfathered and thus not subject to regulation, no matter how much larger in scale than the pre-SMCRA facility? The law may in fact allow that, but is that just? Is that the way it should be? The meeting at the governor's office on Thursday isn't encouraging. The delegation from Coal River includes Ed, dressed as he was on the Capitol steps, in jeans and what he calls his hollow boy boots. He's a West Virginia hollow boy and doesn't want to dress up to pretend to be anything else. Hillary, though also not pretending to be anything but herself, is dressed conservatively today, in black non-hippie clothes, her hair freshly washed and brushed and loose around her shoulders. They're joined by Bo, Vern, and Jackie Browning, and met in the hallway just before the meeting by Jack Spadaro. The governor's not here today. The meeting is run by his chief of staff, Larry Putschow. Other government officials present include Cart Goodwin, the governor's legislative director, a mine safety official, the state epidemiologist, the secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, and several DEP representatives including Stephanie Timmermeyer herself, sitting directly across the big conference table from Bo, face impassive but looking uncomfortable, her fingers fidgety. The Coal River representatives present a barrage of safety and health concerns and issues connected with the school. The state officials say they'll look into the matter. Bo and Ed and Hillary all press for a commitment to move the kids to a safer location. Larry Putschow says input from experts is needed before any decisions can be made. Cart Goodwin agrees to be available by phone to provide updates on how the looking into is going. At the end of the meeting, nobody seems happy, but no doors have been closed. The Richmond action is to be big and urban, with lots of non-Jacers participating. Concern remains that, as this action is intended to connect with worldwide G8 protests, which in other places have entailed property destruction and clashes with police. Non-MJSers may diverge from MJS's non-violence commitment. Richmond is a high-stakes test of MJS's ability to avoid the pitfalls of the Knoxville action in a whole. 182. New set of pitfalls as well. The rally starts at noon on July 8 in a park downtown. Speakers speak, songs are sung, and the crowd of perhaps 250 is asked to respect MJS's commitment to no violence and no property damage. It's hot, sunny, and windy. When the rally ends, the crowd marches down the middle of a street closed by police, heading for Massey headquarters. The march is colorful and good-natured, with banners, flags, signs, drums, an oversized puppet of King Cole, papier-mâché mountains on a wheeled cart, a cardboard-clad school bus wagon carrying two small children, bullhorn rants, chants, and dancing in the street. The police presence is minimal: 2 cars leading the parade, 2 more following behind, officers on bicycles blocking the cross streets. Judy Bonds and several others walk alongside the parade, on the sidewalk, handing out leaflets to people who have come out to see what's happening, drawn by the sound of the drums. Now and then they pause to talk about mountaintop removal with people stopped in cars at the cross streets, waiting for the parade to go by. Turning the corner onto 4th Street, with Massey's building just a block away, the marchers find traffic control sawhorses running down the length of the block, cordoning off the sidewalk. Police have hung a "Do Not Cross" tape at the sidewalk in front of Massey headquarters. Behind the police barrier are 4 officers on horses. 2 guys in suits are standing in Massey's doorway, 2 police cars are parked at the far end of the block. When the parade reaches the street in front of Massey's building, Larry Gibson is leading a chant, "Down with Massey, down with Massey." The big banner that's been at the head of the parade pauses in front of Massey's front door, and the 3 people holding it maneuver it to mask and shelter the papier-mâché mountains. The crowd chants "Shame, shame," and "Hands off our mountains." 5 people, America and Keith among them, holding bamboo poles with small banners on which are written the Marsh Fork demands, line up at the police tape at the edge of the sidewalk, facing the street. They then back up, forming a protective cordon allowing room for the papier-mâché mountains to be set just inside the police line, on the sidewalk. 3 people quickly lock their arms into the mountains. The bullhorn, addressing Massey management now, urges them to do the right thing. "It would be much easier than putting up with us at your doorstep every few weeks." A dozen or so people, including Larry, sit down together in a line in front of the people who are locked into the mountains. Other than Larry, I recognize only 3 of these as summer regulars. The police refrain from any effort to move the sitters off the sidewalk and in fact offer no response at all for a minute, then half an hour, then more. The crowd continues to chant, the bullhorn rants, "These mountains are our mountains." From inside the building, a woman leans out of an open 3rd-floor window and says, "Y'all are crazy." The bullhorn responds, "We want to talk to you. We want to help you clean up your mess. We want to help you make reparations for the messes you're responsible for. We're tired of this, too." Shortly before 2:30, Patty Sebok and 3 others ask the police whether a delegation of marchers might be permitted to knock on Massey's door to deliver their demands. The police officer Patty's talking with nods as though he thinks that's reasonable, and within moments Larry slides under the police barrier to do so. He gets no further than the outer vestibule door, and is refused entry. The officer accompanying Larry looks at him as if to say, "That's the best I can do," then shakes Larry's hand. Larry walks back to the crowd, tells them through the bullhorn that they ain't gonna come out and talk to you today. They're cowards. The crowd cheers, a long, sustained yell. Soon thereafter, police tell one of the protesters who's acting as a police liaison that the march permit has expired and it's time to leave. But they make no move to force the issue. At 3 p.m., the crowd gets a mixed message from the police. A lieutenant asks the sitting down protesters if they need water, saying he doesn't want anybody to get sunstroke. Meanwhile, police at the upper end of the block are putting on riot gear. I've been looking around at what's 184, 185 going on around us here, and I got some really good news, the bullhorn announces. It looks like a couple of riot squads are forming to arrest all of the terrorists inside this building. By 3:30, the drums are still drumming, and the bullhorn still going, but a lot of people are sitting down in the street. They're tired. Larry and Judy and Patty are talking to the three people locked into the papier-mâché mountains, saying, "We've won today. We don't need the arrests. We can just take the victory and go home." The three people locked down say they'll defer to the folks from Coal River and unlock themselves. Shortly before 4 p.m., the march has resumed, heading back toward the park where it began, Larry leading the parade, bullhorn in hand. The marchers look hot and tired, but not sorry to be here. There is a little dancing on the way back, but not much. Later, I talk with one of the anarchists who'd helped organize the event, a young man with a lot of experience with urban street demonstrations. He was impressed by one of the things one of the cops said to Patty from CRMW when she was saying, "Thank you for not rushing us up today." One of the cops said, "Well, you know, I wish you luck in your struggle. A lot of us on the force are with you." I have never heard a cop say anything like that to anything I'm involved in, because they're usually not with you. Altogether, the Richmond action, the meeting in the governor's office the day before, and the media coverage of the situation at the elementary school, apparently rattle Massey. On July 12, Massey sends CRMW a letter, oddly neither addressed to anyone specific at CRMW nor signed by anyone at Massey but CC'd to Jack Spadaro, stating, "Your organization has suggested that the facility is not safe. You have made allegations that the impoundment is unsafe and that children are being harmed. Given our confidence in the safety of the facility, we are highly skeptical of your allegations. We ask that you immediately provide us with any information you have to support the claims you have made regarding the safety of the facility. To aid you in your efforts." 185. 186. We have also attached articles, detailing many of the allegations you have made to date. We also ask Jack Spadaro to disclose information and detail the basis, if any, for his comments. The letter seems pointless except as either an implicit threat of or groundwork for a slap suit. A lawyer who advises CRMW tells them no response is necessary, and none is made. Also shortly after the rally in Richmond, Chris Irwin sends to the MJS email list a digest of national news coverage of summer, including many items published over the last few days. Articles are being published in Florida, California, Mississippi, Minnesota. The breakthrough in national coverage doesn't seem to have been triggered by any single event. Richmond may be remembered as the turning point, but these articles aren't all about Richmond. The Richmond story is just the most recent in an accumulation of MTR-related news events that have dribbled into people in newsrooms across the country for months now. They're now beginning to see this as a story they should be covering, which means that MTR is, in fact, becoming a national story. An influx of about 30 new people arrive in Naoma after Richmond. Some will stay for only a week or two, others longer. The organizers here send them out to work on community service projects and the Listening Project. The Naoma house is full to overflowing. On the evening of July 14, Judy and Bo come to the Naoma house to fill the newcomers in on the history of the campaign against strip mining here, and to talk about plans for the weeks ahead. "You know, it's not just the school," Bo says. "The school is an example of what's wrong. But it's all up and down the river here is what's wrong. What we want to do is continue the momentum we got going with the school. We want to take that momentum and highlight what is wrong in the Coal River Valley, and all of West Virginia and all of Appalachia. The next step," Bo continues, "is to be a 3-day march down the valley, from Marsh Fork Elementary all the way to the processing plant that's covering Sylvester with dust. We want to do this march next 186. 187. week," he says. We want to go from Massey site to Massey site, and then the next day to another Massey site, rally, give 'em hell. Voice our opinions. Hopefully what will happen is that we'll pick up locals each day. We'll pick up more on Wednesday than we had on Tuesday, and hopefully when we go to Sylvester we'll pick up a whole ton of people. Months ago, in early spring, the MJS campaign committed to making sure that people joining the campaign understood the potential risks. So this evening Judy tells the group about her experience a few years back on a week-long anti-MTR march to Blair Mountain, the site of an early 20th century struggle against coal company greed and violence. Judy was there with her grandson, along with Larry Gibson, Janice Neese, Ken Heckler, and a host of others. We was marching along, Judy says, and there stood men that could have played for the Packers. Each and every one of them weighed about 350 pounds. And they was coal people. We just had won a lawsuit. The judge stopped a mountaintop removal site. So I watched them push around 89-year-old Ken Heckler like a schoolyard bully. There was one woman down there and she had some eggs, and she just swung her bag of eggs and knocked this woman that was dressed like Mother Jones to the ground. And there was a man and a woman there from New York that was filming a documentary, and excuse my language, but they told her to put the fucking camera down and go back to where you came from. She got scared and put the camera down. That's the last thing you wanna do. You don't put your camera down. I saw a grown man belly bumped. I saw them belly bump women. One of them told me that he ought to smack the piss out of me. So after that we had to have a police escort every day. We walked the gauntlet every day because some of the locals and the coal hose would stand beside the road and throw eggs at us, throw rotten tomatoes at us. We got attacked every day. The worst thing was somebody spit on me, and I really wanted to go after that woman. You don't know how bad I wanted to go after that woman. We got harassed every day. And Ken Heckler, I'll never forget Ken Heckler said, "Walk, don't talk. Walk." 187. 188. Don't talk. Don't talk back to M. Look at M and smile. Don't talk back to M. Ken Heckler marched to Selma. He was one of the few people from West Virginia that went all the way down there and marched. So he's been through a lot. I just wanted to warn you what happened. They even cussed my little grandson. These kids wanted to walk to remember the Battle of Blair Mountain because that was a historic time, and he wanted to be a part of that. And they cussed him. We walked by these people's houses that was miners, and that man walked along the fence with us and cussed us up one side and down the other. Both Judy and Bo say they don't think the reaction to next week's march will be so violent. But they do want anyone who marches to understand and be prepared for that possibility, and definitely be prepared to control their own tempers when provoked. Over the weekend before the march, MJSers disperse from the overcrowded Naoma house to several locations, camping in the woods by the home of a local sympathizer, sleeping bags on the floor of an old school building now used as a private home, even sleeping bags on the floor and sofa at CRMW's office. Even so, folks are still sleeping in every room at the Naoma house, which remains the central meeting place. Also during that weekend, quite a few people disappear for a few days on a brief mystery exodus to Tennessee, for planning an action slated for ZEB Mountain next month. Many of those same people were involved, earlier this month, in planning a big covered action in West Virginia. Those plans were laid aside when it became known that the very large piece of mining equipment being targeted was going to be dismantled and moved to another site before the action would take place. Before the plug was pulled on the West Virginia action, many of those involved in both it and the plans for a Tennessee Mountain takeover were leaning toward pulling out of the Tennessee action, mostly because of conflict with Chris and Paloma, specifically resentment of their perceived bossiness. After the plug was pulled in West Virginia, people wanting to do direct action saw that what was being planned for 188. 189. Tennessee was the only big game of that sort going this summer, so their interest in it revived. The 3-day march is to begin at Marsh Fork Elementary at noon on Tuesday, July 19. By 10 a.m., a dozen cars are parked along the road by the school, taking up all the roadside from the school's driveway down to where their cars block the entrance to a field used for parking. At that entrance, a big, professionally printed banner touts Massey as a good partner in education. Along the road, more than a dozen women are holding up signs in opposition to the march and its goals. If you don't support coal here, move out, one sign says. Downriver at the CRMW office, and upriver at the house in Naoma, march organizers are adjusting plans in response to the counter-protest. Instead of parking at the school, they'll park along the road upriver just a little ways beyond Goals Coal. The marchers will all arrive at once, assemble away from the counter-protesters, then march right past them and on down the road. Plans are tweaked for both car security and personal security. When I stop at the house to figure out where I should leave my car, I explain that I'm heading down there ahead of everyone else so I can talk with the counter-protesters. A voice from the kitchen asks, "You going there alone?" When I say I'm safer going there alone than I am with any of them, the response is general laughter and agreement. Counter-protesters notwithstanding, the marchers are in good spirits. At 11:30, as I walk past the entrance to Goals Coal, the sign says they're open for business today. Up ahead, about 24 counter-protesters, nearly all of them women, stand by the road holding signs. Massey supports our community. Coal River, taking a stand. Leave our jobs and schools alone. If they are against mountaintop mining, why are they only against Massey? We support Massey Energy and Massey Energy supports us. Outsiders go home. Let our community decide. A woman named Kathy tells me, "We've been in this building for years, and every year they've had air quality inspections and the sludge above us has been inspected weekly or bi-weekly, and every 189, 190 report we have ever seen has been safe. We do feel we're safe. You know, we wouldn't endanger our lives or the lives of our children." I ask her why she's here today. "I'm just sort of here to see what's going on. You know, because I work here and it affects my school and my community. All of us that are here are local people, you know, and most of those other people are out-of-state people, whatever. So we're just sort of seeing what's going on." Another woman, standing next to Kathy, who also identifies herself as a teacher at the school adds, "I just feel like outsiders have interfered with our lives. If we have a problem as a community, we want to solve our problems, we don't want outside people to come in and cause controversy where there is none." And they are working very hard saying they don't have anything against Massey Energy. But all their demonstrations point at Massey, no other mountaintop removal company. Only at Massey. They have a vendetta against Massey in my opinion, and our school is caught in between. And if there are chemicals in the playground or all through the building, why is our grass so green and we have flowers? Farther down the line, another woman tells me, "My husband works for Massey, he works on the mountain up here, my daughter attends school. She's getting an outstanding education. These are wonderful teachers that just absolutely love our kids. And regardless, we love our children as much as anybody else, and we wouldn't put them in harm's way. My husband drives up there every day and he sees how safe it is. But he would be the first to say, take her out of school if he thought it was not safe. So she attends every day. And that's why I'm here. I think that people need to know that this group does not speak for the rest of us." A woman holding a sign that reads, "Prove you don't like coal. Turn off your electricity," says she's here today just to support our school, our community, and our husbands that work for Massey. Her husband works for Massey, she says, and she has a child who attends this school. So does another woman nearby, who's holding a sign that says, "My husband works for Massey. My child goes to this school. We're okay with it." 190. 191. Another sign says, "Outsiders have a hidden agenda. Leave our schools out of it." The man holding it, Ray Casino, tells me, "Well, I've had a grandson just graduate from this school here last year. I've got another grandson going to this school this year. And I can't see what they're trying to prove, I mean, trying to get this school shut down. I can't see no danger in it. I've been in coal mining for 36 years. I lived on this coal river ever since 1953. I can't see no point in what they're trying to do. And I ain't gonna call no names, but anyhow he's supposed to have a granddaughter, he ain't even got no granddaughter, especially the one I'm talking about. He's talking about Ed Wiley here, Kayla's his step-granddaughter, both Ed and Debbie having been married before. I knowed him all his life. So that's the way the ball bounces and the cookie crumbles. Another sign says, "This is our livelihood you're messing with, not just a summer project. We support Massey Energy." The woman holding it tells me she's here today because the people that are here protesting against this and saying that they are residents of this area, 95% of them are not residents of this area. And what they're doing is they're coming in and trying to dictate what happens in this area. You're talking about people's jobs and people's lives, this school, the future of this school, not only the coal company. The coal company supports this school and, as you see on the sign right here, they're partners in education. They're partners in education with most all schools in the area. And they're not going to do anything that would be harmful to these children because the workers that work at that mine right next to the school are the people that have kids in the school. Not the people that's up there gathered today. The people that are standing right here beside me today in support of this company and this school, are the ones that have kids that go here. My child is too young to be in school yet, but I was born here, I went to school here, and yet, all of my family works for Massey. That's what I hear on tape, but most of the counter-protesters are unwilling to talk with the tape recorder on. They've come here today. 191. 192. With their scripted signs, which they've decided ahead of time they're okay with, and they're not comfortable going beyond that, certainly not with a tape recorder running. What people say on tape feels like the party line. They may very well believe what they're saying, but nonetheless it has a canned quality. Over and over I hear that the people coming here to march today are outsiders who should just go away. Another theme is that Massey is being singled out and picked on. Off tape, what I hear from the counter-protesters is a bit different than the scripted message. When they show something of what they're feeling, a good bit of what shows is fear. One woman talks for quite a while about how the Valley's already lost 2 schools to consolidation, and they don't want to lose this one. Other people express concerns about jobs, fear about what happens if coal mining is made impossible here. I'm reminded of what Judy and Hillary and others have said about the community's relationship with coal companies being like a battered wife's. That's why, I think, the outsider rhetoric is so prominent here today. It's easier to demonize outsiders than to deal with your very own demons. But fear isn't all that's going on here today. One reason, I later learn, why so many of the counter-protesters are unwilling to talk on tape is that most of them aren't actually from around here. Judy, Patty, and Bo later tell me that their sense, and they confirmed this by talking with other local people who drove by the school and saw the counter-protest, was that most of the women in front of the school have been brought in from other coalfield counties to swell the counter-protesters' numbers. The relatively few counter-protesters who do live around here have apparently selected themselves to talk to media. The out-of-towners are holding back, creating the illusion that all of them are local. Judy, Bo, Vern, and others here have said time and again that local folks who actively oppose CRMW are consumed by greed. And there's no other word for this. There's evil in the mean, ugly, nasty way some of the counter-protesters talk about those outsiders, evil abetted by a 192. 193. Sort of willful blindness and a how dare they attitude. Maybe what has opened the door for letting that evil in is greed. Maybe it's fear, maybe it's anger at something else in their lives. Maybe there's a universal human need to set us against them. This is a community that's been pushed and exploited for generations. People here have so little left, that the temptation to feel superior to outsiders to anyone is strong indeed. One of the counter-protesters tells me off tape that the MJSers can say their thing and the counter-protesters can say theirs, and that's what makes America a great country. When I agree with her and ask if I may turn the tape recorder on to talk about that some more, she won't allow it. What she's just said to me apparently isn't what Massey wants them talking about there today. They're here to do what Massey wants. Even if saying anything else isn't explicitly forbidden, they're just not comfortable doing it, and certainly don't feel free to speak their minds in any way that can later be attributed to them. Which is profoundly un-American. Just past noon I hear drums, and in a few moments I see marchers, more than 50 of them, coming down the road toward the school. About 15 of the marchers are local, the rest have come here from other places to support MJS. Bo's in the lead, carrying a bullhorn, walking next to Patty, who's carrying a sign saying, "Tear it down," meaning the coal silo. Ed's carrying his big photograph of the school and the site. TV cameras and news photographers are taking pictures of the march. Bo leads a chant, "Save the kids," he says into the megaphone, then everyone else responds, "Tear it down." Apparently state troopers have asked the marchers to move into the lane opposite the school to put some distance between themselves and the counter-protesters, and so they do. Judy's carrying a sign, "Coal hose bow down to Massey." America and Keith are carrying a small banner reading, "To save heaven, you gotta raise some hell." Sarah's sign says, "Outside coal companies have hidden agenda. Go home." Bringing up the rear are Ukiah and her parents. They. 193. 194. Marchers pass the school without incident, and continue on toward the Mont Coal facility, another Massey subsidiary, sharing the road with passing cars now. People in a few of those cars give the marchers a thumbs-up sign and a toot of the horn. Only one presents a "fuck you" finger. The march continues on through Edwhite, which, like all the little towns in the valley, isn't what it used to be. At Tina's Country Kitchen, long closed now, the "for sale" sign in the window is so old and faded the phone number on it is illegible. A few doors down a woman stands in front of her house yelling, "You better stay on your side of the road. This side of the road is my property, and I'm totally against what you want to do. Y'all hate coal, but you like electricity, too." After the marchers have passed, she still stands there, fuming. Ed's leading the march now, but Ed's a fast walker and the folks behind aren't keeping up. They send Sister O'Connell up to walk with Ed in the hope that this will slow him down, but it turns out she's a pretty fast walker, too. "I always have been very involved in justice issues," she tells me, when I ask how she comes to be here today. "I was a schoolteacher for many years. I am 78 years old, and I have been a sister now for 58 years. And during most of that time, I have worked with children. So I'm very concerned that children are not being cared for and protected. I'm also concerned about what they're doing to our world, as far as what's going to be here for future generations, these children as they grow up. It's a very unjust situation, and the local people have not been heard. It seems to me that when we have a government, the government should protect them rather than a coal company that takes the income out of the state." Sister O'Connell doesn't agree with what the counter-protesters say about local people all favoring the mining. "No. That's not true. That's not true. The next town along the march route is Stickney. There's very little left of it. If strangers drive by here," Judy has told me, "they see a lot of weeds grown up, and trees. And I see where houses used to set, where friends and classmates used to live, ghosts now, like the ghost hollows and ridges up behind the elementary school." Judy can remember when. 194. 195. Stickney was a solid grid of houses 3 rows deep. Most are now gone. Most of the land here, as in many coalfield communities, is owned by a land company that is owned or controlled by one or more coal companies. In Stickney's case, it's the Roland Land Company, which Massey controls. People own their own houses, but the coal company controls the land, which of course gives the company a great deal of power over the people living there. "Sometimes you don't even pay rent for the land," Judy says. "It's just the threat that the coal company can move you off their land, and how are you going to move that house? Deed restrictions typically prevent owners from selling their houses to anyone but the coal or land company. So, as local employment dwindles, and people need to move elsewhere to seek work, they either sell their homes to the company if the company wants to buy, at whatever price it chooses, or abandon them. Since Judy grew up here in the 1960s, many of the houses on company-owned land have been torn down. Farther down the road, the marchers stop for a rest at Marsh Fork High School. Judy went to school here, so did her brother and her daughter. Her grandson would have gone here as well, but the school board closed it down. Judy tells me that there was a push in the late 1970s to consolidate Marsh Fork and Clear Fork, on the other side of Coal River Mountain, and send kids to the high school in Glen Daniel, a good half-hour's drive east of here. Clear Fork High School was closed then. School officials said the closing was dictated by depopulation, though locals believe the timing of the closing was due to the influence of mining companies, because there was a mountaintop removal permit right behind Clear Fork High School 2 years after it was closed, Judy says. Local resistance kept Marsh Fork High School open until June 2003. Locals believe that the decisive factor in closing the school then was that Massey and the Roland Land Company wanted it closed because Massey, expanding its operations nearby, wants the site. There is a strip mine permit right behind the high school, Judy says. They're moving toward the high school. Last year, prior to MJS and not in connection with CRMW, some local 195, 196 person or persons spray painted the high school. Massey did this. Mountain raping bastards. The deed for this land says that if the school closes and the building isn't used as a school anymore, after 2 years the land reverts to Roland. Roland acknowledges that it has an interested potential tenant or buyer. It's not clear whether Roland can compel the school district to tear down the school, or if the community can retain control of the school and turn it into a community center. The people don't want the buildings torn down, Judy says. The school has a $1 million gym built in the 1980s that people would like to use. The buildings are sound, exceptionally so for school buildings in the region. We'd like to make it a living community center, a focal point of the community again, Judy says. She would especially like to see the center enable older people to share with younger people traditional mountain skills and knowledge that have economic and cultural value. She envisions a place that fosters economic activities not based on coal, using sustainable resources and the culture of the people that's being lost. The idea of reclaiming public space from government or corporate control is near and dear to the heart of anarchists. Both the Coal River locals who want to reclaim the school for community use, and the anarchist MJSers who support them in this, recognize that they come to this from very different perspectives. Finding themselves converged to much the same position on this is pleasantly surprising and encouraging. Leaving the high school behind, the marchers head for the Performance Coal facility just down the road, in Mont Coal. There are no houses along the road here now. Everyone was moved out in the 1980s and 1990s to make room for the prep plant and its big conveyor belt, which brings in coal from deep mines back in the hills across the road. Performance Coal also processes coal from strip mines and longwall mines back in the hills on the other side of the river, including the mine where Ed Wiley filled in the tops of graves from which the bottom fell out. Formerly, Judy remembers, up on that mountain, Armco had picnics up there, and there's some of the biggest blackberries you ever seen in your life up there, and they're good, rather, they were good. The mountain they grew on is now gone. In the 1940s, 50s, and 60s most of the mining here was still deep mining, underground. A wave of strip mining, relatively small in scale, began in the 50s and continued through the mid-60s. Then the long coal boom that began in the 1940s went bust. That bust continued through the 1970s. MTR began in the 1980s, during the economic upturn that has continued into the 21st century. Unlike previous coal booms, though, this one hasn't brought much in the way of jobs. Employment here has decreased even as production has increased, since the early 1960s, due early on to mechanization and more recently, dramatically, to MTR. All machines, no people, Judy says. That machine doesn't pay taxes, it doesn't live in our community, it doesn't buy in our local stores. 3 police cars and 5 state troopers wait by Performance Coal's front gate, so does a truck that's come from the Naoma house with lunch for the marchers. One of the state troopers asked Patty a bit earlier, "Now, do y'all have water? Are you getting hydrated?" So one of the guys who brought the food walks over to offer the state troopers something to eat. Their response is a shrug, non-committal. It's now 2:15, and really hot. The marchers, tired and sweaty, gather by the entrance to the facility and chant, "What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now." Bo takes the megaphone, points to the mountain back behind where coal is being processed and tells the crowd, "Many families grew up on that mountain. Back up on that mountain is cemeteries. They're surrounded by mountaintop removal all around them. We went to Asbury Cemetery last year. Was a 200-foot drop off the edge of the cemetery." Bo tells them about how the mining company sends workers up there to clean up graves that had sunk because they high-wall mined the bodies out of there. "I don't call that a good neighbor when you take our dead and you grind 'em all and ship 'em all to China. So we want to." 197. 198. Let them know that we're aware of that. That once we take care of, we got some issues with this mine site down here also. So we'll be coming back. That evening, the marchers gather at the Naoma house for debriefing. Most of the talk is about how they can present themselves better tomorrow and what worked and didn't work today. Generally, people are pleased with how it went. One fellow, big and tall, with multiple tattoos, strange body piercings, dreadlocks, anarchist punk black clothes, shirtless, suggests that maybe we look kinda scary to children. He means not just himself but also the other young people who've come to the campaign from the urban punk scene, bringing with them styles of dress and hair and body decoration never before seen in such profusion here. There's some talk about how they might try to defuse that. Talking with him afterward, I suggest, teasing him a little, that he wear a big button with a smiley face on it that says, "Hi, my name is Puppy," as Puppy is the name he's going by. He tells me, rather earnestly, that that's one reason why he chose to call himself Puppy, to counteract his appearance. Although the 3-day march goes from Marsh Fork Elementary down the valley to Sylvester, its route isn't continuous. On the second day of the march, the marchers go upstream instead of down, from Whitesville to Marfork, where Judy Bonds used to live. By 10 a.m., half a dozen cars are parked on either side of RT3 at the intersection with the road up into Marfork. Counter-protesters are setting up folding chairs and an open tent for shade. A sign says, "Support Massey or leave." I recognize some of the women who held signs outside the elementary school yesterday. Earlier this morning, Bo told me he's heard that yesterday evening at least some of the women who'd been in front of the school were calling everybody they knew in the valley to ask them to come swell their numbers today. Bo supposes that Massey orchestrates turnout by asking a supervisor's wife to start making the phone calls. 198. 199. Marfork used to be a substantial community. Judy Bonds and both of her parents were born here. Her grandparents lived here. Judy's daughter and grandson lived here with her. Massey now owns or controls the whole hollow, but you can still usually drive up the road off RT3 a short distance. If you drive this with Judy, she'll point out the empty places where certain neighbors and relatives and she herself used to have homes. Today only a very few houses remain. Those that remain habitable are apparently used by Massey employees, likely as temporary housing. You'll see open lots where trucks are parked or stored, sheds, metal industrial buildings, and an office building, headquarters for Massey's Marfork subsidiary. The office building is at the right-hand side of a fork in the road, where the main hollow, Marfork, continues on up to the left and a tributary hollow, Birch Hollow, branches up to the right. Judy was born up Birch Hollow. You can't get up there now, she tells me. Massey has a warehouse there, and beyond that Judy has heard that it's now a virtual wilderness. It's still possible to drive a short distance farther up the main Marfork Hollow, passing the empty place where Judy's grandparents lived, the empty place where a general store and post office used to sit, more empty lots and abandoned houses. There's a cemetery farther up the hollow where some of Judy's ancestors are buried. Between here and there is a guard shack and gate where you'll be turned away from the mining operations beyond. In early winter, Judy and others will go through an hour-long runaround with security at the guard shack here so they can go visit the cemetery. You get to drive right through the preparation plant, she tells me. But I ain't going up there this time of year. The snakes are bad. The mining here has displaced wildlife as well as the human community. When I was a little girl growing up, Judy says, even still when her daughter was growing up, we always knew there was wildlife up. 199. 200. In the head of this hollow, but you didn't see the snakes, you didn't see bears, you didn't see squirrels, you didn't see any kind of wildlife whatsoever unless you went into their habitat. Until Massey moved in. When Massey moved in, the wildlife started pouring out of the mountains and come down on the people, on us. You wouldn't believe the poisonous snakes. Later, I learned that Massey has been having a hard time keeping security guards on staff because bears have come after them, looking for food in the guard shacks. Other than occasional visits to the cemetery, you can't get up Marfork anymore, and this was a favorite for people to go up. People would go up there and go hunting arrowheads, and just go hunting and climb up to the mountains. Marfork was a very special hollow to people. Still is, particularly to me. Sustained a lot of life. I wouldn't drink it now, though. I wouldn't touch it. I played in these creeks when I was a little girl. My mother did, my father did, and my daughter. When her grandson was old enough to be playing in the creek, in the mid-1990s, that was when we first started finding the fish kills and blackwater spills. Judy remembers her grandson one day standing in a creek surrounded by dead fish and asking her what was wrong. There's been mining up these hollows since before Judy was born. We thought it was mined out in the 60s and 70s. And then Massey came in and just pushed everything and everybody out. All my neighbors moved out, and the dust it just got worse and worse. There's a preparation plant up at the upper end up here. They call it the super plant. The super plant pumps its sludge up behind the Brushy Fork Dam, the biggest coal sludge dam in the state, much, much bigger than the one up above Marsh Fork Elementary. Like the one behind the school, the Brushy Fork Dam has been built with strip mine waste by bulldozers from the ground up, with the same weaknesses from gobs of uncompact mud in it. You can't see any of this from the road, or from any place else open to the public. But although it's out of public sight, if this dam ever fails and even a fraction of the sludge behind it 200. 201. Breaks through, the town of Whitesville will be obliterated. Shortly before noon I find about a dozen people at CRMW's office on Whitesville's Main Street. They're all revved up and cheerful, ebullient today. More signs have been made, including one that says, "There are no outsiders in America" in red, white, and blue. Another asks, "Where is the livelihood in Marfork?" Judy has added a bunch of dollar signs to her coal hose bow down to Massey sign. MJ sirs are assembling just down the street. A phone call comes in for Bo from Cart Goodwin at the governor's office. "I don't trust them, Cart. They've lied to us before," we hear Bo say. "I understand how expensive this is going to be for Massey, which is now faced with new evidence that even its first silo near the school is there illegally. The right thing for Massey to do," Bo continues, "the good public relations thing, would be to buy the school and provide the money to build another one nearby, someplace safe." Just past noon we hear drums, and 40-some marchers come down the sidewalk, headed for Marfork. Everyone in the CRMW office joins them. Signs say, "Our kids' lives are more important than Massey's money." "Save the school." "Tear down the silo." "Massey coal, let our ancestors rest in peace." Ukiah's mom carries one reading, when the mountaintops are gone and the miners unemployed, Massey will still be rich. This community will have nothing. Whitesville has little enough even now. Boy, has Whitesville changed, Judy tells me. This was a boom town. It was a bigger boom, my mother told me, in the 40s and 50s. Passenger trains used to stop here, connecting Whitesville with Charleston and the 201, 202 world beyond. Now, we got 2 funeral homes here, and they are the only 2 original businesses doing well, as the dwindling population ages. Many more businesses used to do well here: a dry cleaner, more gas stations, a portrait studio, 2 drug stores with soda fountains and cooked food. Now there's just a chain pharmacy at the far end of town. Once there were 4 grocery stores in town, now there's only one, the only one from here to Glen Daniel, nearly an hour to the east. 2 movie theaters have closed, there are none now. We had a bowling alley, Judy recalls. It's gone. There are empty, abandoned, dilapidated buildings all over Whitesville. Many stores look long vacant, and some are boarded up. Whitesville is just sad. It's sad, sad, sad to look at what Whitesville is. The march today is the most lively thing that's happened along Whitesville's main street in a long time. Drawn outdoors by the sound of drums, whistles, and cymbals, spectators point at the signs and the exotic appearance of the marchers with apparent amusement. Several spectators are wearing Massey stripes. A young woman laughs, more like she's laughing at the marchers than with them. A few more people have joined the back of the parade, so there are about 50 marchers again today. Once again, Ed's leading the march with a blown-up photo of the elementary school, wearing the t-shirt he wore at the state capitol, Joe, Kids First. A young MJ Sear walking alongside the march hands out leaflets. Puppy stops to talk with one spectator after another. Some people driving past the march honk horns in approval, others yell disapproval. At the far end of town, beyond where the sidewalk ends, Bo stops to confer with a state trooper about the march route, explaining that no, they don't intend to march back through town, but at the end of the march will shuttle the marchers in cars now parked up beyond the road to Marfork. Moments later, a woman driving a sporty red car swerves as though to hit Bo, who gets out of the way. Bo later tells me that when he saw the car coming at him, he made eye contact with the driver and saw that she recognized him and wanted to hit him. Neither Bo nor anyone else thinks this was premeditated, just an ugly impulse. Immediately afterward, the driver pulls off the road, gets out of the car, and flips up. 202. 203. Her license plate so it can't be read. She looks as though she's surprised by what she's done, although flipping up the license plate like that suggests experience with this sort of concealment. The march continues. Up ahead, at the road to Marfork, about a dozen cars and 16 or so counter-protesters are stationed on the Marfork side of the road. Massey has shut down the road to Marfork where it meets RT3, wooden barriers and security staff block the way. A state trooper is talking with the counter-protesters. It's hot again today, up in the 90s, and the marchers look sweaty and wilted. After a brief stop for water and a pep talk from Bo, the marchers approach the counter-protesters, today as yesterday across the road from them. Vern, on the megaphone, starts up a chant, "King Cole has no soul." 6 police cars are parked nearby. The counter-protesters' signs say, "Massey supports our community, we support Massey and Massey supports our school, honk for our coalfields." 2 signs simply say, "Go home." The back window of a pickup truck parked here has "Outsiders Go Home" soaked on it, and a sign propped on it, "Tree Huggers Leave." The march halts across the road from the counter-protesters. The 2 sides face each other. The marchers chant, "Massey go home." The counter-protesters answer, "We are home." Judy, obviously angry, takes the megaphone, points up the road to Marfork, and says, "This is how Massey supports communities. There is nothing left of Marfork. That's how Massey supports communities." The marchers chant, "Shame on you," then "Shame on Massey." The counter-protesters, some of whom are every bit as angry as Judy, shout, "Go home! Go home!" Judy, still with the megaphone, says that the shame of it is that there are mothers who care more about money than they do about their own children. She's really angry, yelling at 203. 204. The women across the road, and they're yelling back at her. Pauline Canterbury takes the megaphone and tries to tell her story, about dust from Massey's plant in Sylvester. The counter-protesters shout her down, waving their go-home signs at her. Eventually, the marchers continue up RT3, leaving the counter-protest behind. A short ways up the road, the march ends for the day. That evening, they gather at the Naoma house to talk over the day and make plans for tomorrow. People are depressed. What happened today, with the two groups yelling at each other, with neither side listening to the other, seems pointless. Negative outweighed positive. Certainly no progress was made in making it seem safe or attractive for more of this community to join CRMW in the fight against MTR. Judy and Bo, we're told, feel bad about having got so angry today. What Judy did today, the across the road yelling, is not the kind of person she wants to be. Judy's also no longer happy with her coal hose sign. It's name-calling, and though she's meant it to refer to anyone who prostitutes him or herself to Massey, it's been taken to mean that she's calling the women counter-protesters whores. She recognizes that she had an emotional reaction to being at Marfork and hearing them talk about community in a way that excludes her, and yelling "go home" when her childhood home isn't there anymore. She regrets that that reaction led her to start yelling in anger. Not many local people have really got to know folks who've come here for summer, and there's some talk this evening that MJSers should be going to more community events. Hillary says there's no need to rush this. Some MJS folks will stay in the valley beyond the end of summer, and more should be back next summer. MJS intends to be here for the long run, as long as it takes. The third and final day of the march begins midday, once again in Whitesville, at a community center on RT3. Bo and Judy apologize. 204. 205. To the crowd for losing their tempers and yelling yesterday. That's not constructive, they say, and add that there's a different script for today. Shortly before the march resumes, Ed Wiley tells me a sad story. Yesterday his granddaughter, Kayla, who often stays with Ed and Debbie, mentioned that she'd seen tickets for Massey's big annual picnic at her parents' house. It turns out that Kayla's dad, who's married to Debbie's daughter, had been doing deep mining for another company but recently took a job with Massey, so they've been invited to the company picnic. Ed's not at all happy that they intend to take Kayla there, and he told them so yesterday. All the adults got angry, and Kayla's mom took Kayla away home. By the end of the day, everyone apologized to everyone else for having had words. But this is going to be an ongoing discomfort in the family that Kayla's dad works for Massey, and Ed's fighting Massey. The marchers have a few new signs today, in response to local gossip that they're a bunch of dirty hippies. Soap won't wash away Massey's dirt, there is not enough soap to clean up Massey's mess. Massey, your sludge stinks worse than we do. Sarah Haltom is carrying the sign that says there are no outsiders in America. As the march begins, I walk for a while along the other side of the road from the marchers. Wineberries grow wild there, and they're red, ripe, and delicious today. Benji Burrell, one of the Naoma House interns, yells across the road to ask me if they're good. They are indeed. The whole march today seems life-affirming. No bullhorn today. No drums. People are singing, "Power, power, power to the people." Bo, who's videotaping the march, is walking on the same side of the road as me, across from the marchers. "Hey, don't you be making yourself a target," I tell him, referring to yesterday's incident with the red sports car. He laughs and says, "Here, you walk on this side of me," between him and the road. The marchers are singing a variation on 205. 206. "You are my sunshine, with the chorus ending "Please don't take my mountains away." The marchers stop at Pauline Canterbury's house, right on RT3 in Sylvester, for sodas and cookies and a little rest. It's awfully hot again. Abe Moira's come here from Huntington today, and brought with him Winnie Fox, the elderly woman who was arrested at Goals Coal earlier this summer. When the march moves on, she'll be given a ride to catch up with it at Massey's Elk Run coal processing facility, at the other end of Sylvester. Sylvester, according to Pauline, is not a company town. People have built their own houses, on their own land, and a lot of retirees have chosen to live here. But from right in front of Pauline's house, you can see the ineffective dust containment dome at Elk Run. Property values here have dropped to a fraction of what they once were. A great many of the homeowners here depend on Social Security for their income and have no other resources. So they're stuck, unable to sell their homes for a price that would allow them to move anywhere else, and inhaling coal dust all the time. The marchers today walk through Sylvester with dust masks on, led by Pauline and Mary Miller. Following them is another Sylvester woman carrying a sign that says, "Stop destroying my home." More than 50 marchers follow them, soberly, single file, in complete silence. The march passes by people on a porch who'd been shouting "Go Massey Go!" as the march approached. They fall silent, too, looking a little cowed by the marchers' quiet purposefulness. Hillary hands them a leaflet as she passes, which they take without comment. At the gate to the Elk Run plant, about 50 counter-protesters have assembled today, their numbers roughly double what they were yesterday and the day before. They're joined by perhaps 20 employees from the plant. Half a dozen state troopers stand by. Shortly before reaching the plant, several of the marchers confer with the police, saying they want to walk down the side of the road opposite the gate and the counter-protesters, and they'd like to have that space to themselves. 206. 207. Keeping the two groups separate suits the police just fine. In silence, the marchers walk single file down the road and stop in a long line directly across from the gate. The counter-protesters are chanting, "We are Massey, here to stay." An older woman gleefully drums a tire iron against the metal guardrail by the side of the road. It makes an ungodly, violent racket. One man holds a sign saying, "Try soap." Another sign says, "Go home outsiders." A big sign, almost bannerized and apparently professionally made says, "If you're against mountaintop removal, why are you just against Massey?" A high school-age kid holds a sign saying, "Tree huggers go home." The marchers sit down facing the plant and display a series of signs that quote the Bible, "The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof." Psalms 24:1, "The Lord's foundation is in the holy mountains." Psalms 87:1, "Let them shout from the top of the mountains." Isaiah 42:11, "The mountains shall bring peace to the people." Psalm 72:3, "Thou shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth." Revelations 11:18. Winnie, sitting in a lawn chair, holds a sign that says, "Our mountains. Our homes. Our children. Our heritage. Ourselves," illustrated with drawings of several faces, including one wearing a miner's helmet. The counter-protesters continue to chant, "We are Massey, here to stay." A truck pulls out of the gate, and they cheer for that. An unusual amount of traffic is going by, apparently orchestrated by the counter-protesters, one of whom holds a sign saying, "Honk for our coalfields." Another says, "Show your Massey pride." Honk. And people do, some of them apparently going around the block to do so again and again, as after a while I begin to notice I've seen certain cars and pickup trucks go by more than once. Shortly after 2 o'clock, the marchers stand up and sing Amazing Grace. Many of the MJSers need to use lyric sheets for this, but they're singing. The counter-protesters continue to yell, "We are Massey, here to stay." Cars continue to honk, with whistling and yelling in response. What the counter-protesters are doing seems very profane. 207. 208. The marchers stand in silence for a moment at the end of the hymn, then still in silence walk back the way they came, holding their fists in the air. The counter-protesters wave goodbye and tell them to go home, get out of here, laughing. One of the Massey employees says, "Go on back out of state where you belong." That makes Bo angry, and he starts to yell back in response. One of the marchers, a short, slender, gentle young man, puts his arm around Bo's shoulder, a reminder, and they turn and walk off together with the rest of the marchers. Afterward, I hear Mary telling one of her neighbors, "People up and down the road here called these people dirty, and I've never been so ashamed of my people in my life." Pauline and Mary both say they didn't recognize most of the counter-protesters. "What I saw was 4 people that I knew personally," Pauline says. "The rest brought in here from other places and given the jobs that should have went to the people in this valley. I get so perturbed when Massey advertises that they've brought so much prosperity to this community. They have not brought prosperity to this community. Why do you think the rest of the world calls us poverty-stricken West Virginians?" "They shouldn't have hollered and screamed when the marchers were singing Amazing Grace," Mary adds. "I mean, that's a disgrace to God." Well, you know, this has been an ongoing thing. Massey tries to turn the people against the people. That's one of their tactics, in every area that they go into, in order to get what they want from that area, is to get the people, you know, pitted against each other. "I thought they made idiots out of themselves," Judy Bonds says. "We wanted to take back the high road, and I definitely felt better about today than I did about yesterday. I prayed and I thanked God all day long. And I think they just made fools out of themselves, God bless 'em. God bless 'em because they really need it." Judy found it very, very sweet to see the godless anarchists singing a hymn with herself and Winnie and everyone else. And that's what this movement is all about. It's about different types of people coming together. 208. 209. And seeing different points of view. The elderly and the Christians and the anarchists, and you know, the people. I just think it's beautiful. That's what I think makes this summer beautiful, to have Christians stand with some anarchists and atheists and respect each other. In some cases, at least, that respect is a rather thin veneer. 2 of the younger people from out of state got to talking today about how the march was pretty lame, affirming the tendency among their peers to poo-poo protest that isn't rough and rowdy and hardcore confrontational. Yet, one said, referring to the sometimes violent history of miners' union activism, their ancestors must be rolling in their graves. Sarah Haltom overheard this, and was upset. Like Judy, she'd been feeling good about the day. She'd thought they were in this together. Solidarity is hard. Sticking with your own kind and feeling superior to others is easier. But the young urban punk anarchist set aren't the only ones falling short of the campaign's ideal of finding strength in difference. It's a stretch for their West Virginia hosts, too. Bo, for example, has been pretty grouchy lately, and pretty anxious, he tells me after the march today. And in fact, he's been looking miserable. There's been concern all along within MJS that Massey or law enforcement who might pass information on to Massey shouldn't be allowed to infiltrate the campaign or know its plans. Over the last few days Bo has been possessed by that concern to the extent that he's excluded people he knows he can trust from discussions where their presence might have been helpful, or at least not harmful. It's as though he dropped down into a private abyss of paranoia. If some of the local Massey supporters have allowed greed to open the door to evil in themselves, Bo's been allowing paranoia to do the same in him. It's a measure of how basically good and decent Bo is that he's looked so uncomfortable with it. Today's march dispelled this, turning Bo around from isolating himself with a handful of trusted family and friends, heading him back in the direction of inclusiveness and community building. After the march, he looks much relieved, and apologizes to me, and I assume to other people as well, for shutting us out recently. "This is the best I've felt in a long time," he says. 209. 210. Of course, just because you're paranoid doesn't mean people aren't out to get you. That evening Jake, one of the League of Shadows, addresses the very tired group at the Naoma house with a warning: security at the house, and among MJS generally, needs to be heightened right now. Judy Bonds has had a phone call from a friend warning her that Massey men are angry that their wives have been called hoes, and that they have guns. State police have been alerted, and a protocol worked out for people who volunteer for security duty. They've also worked out a list of high-security house rules: don't be drunk. Familiarize yourself with evacuation routes and fire extinguishers. Keep the phone line free. Keep keys and flashlights in their proper locations. Squirrel ads: don't be downstairs if you're not centered. If trouble arrives when you're there, go upstairs if you're not on security duty. Don't stand near windows. When you go to sleep, be dressed and ready to leave the house if necessary. Remember, though, that evacuation is a last resort, only to be undertaken if the house is on fire, because you're more vulnerable outside the house. Remember also that 2 days from now is Massey's big annual picnic, in a neighboring county, and people will be traveling past the house on their way to and from. This is a serious campaign, she says. When we are effective, people are going to be upset with us. That night passes quietly. The next day, standing outside the Naoma house, I recognize a man sitting on a backhoe, here for some work on a neighbor's house, as Ray Casino, one of the counter-protesters I'd spoken with on the first day of the 3-day march. He recognizes me, too, and asks if I've written the last chapter of my book yet. Puzzled, I say no, not yet. And he tells me, well, you better have. I'm not sure if this is a threat to me or to the MJSers living at the house, but the tone of his voice and the hostile expression on his face make it clear that he intends it as a threat, the implication being that time is running out for either me or MJS, that we or they are going to be run out of town. So I go inside to 210. 211. Call Squirrel and Jake outside to get a good look at Ray so they'll be able to identify him if he makes trouble here in the future. Ed Wiley, who knows the guy, later tells me that this likely was just Ray shooting his mouth off, that he's not going to do anything violent to anyone himself, he just stirs up trouble. The worry is that the trouble he stirs up may lead other people to do bad things. That same day, Judy Bonds talks with the school superintendent's secretary. There've been complaints, she says, that the MJS organized living community fair scheduled for this coming Sunday afternoon on Marsh Fork Elementary School grounds isn't really a fair but just another protest. Ugly rumors about MJS have been building for weeks, the poison gossip trail, Judy calls it at a meeting at the house in Naoma that evening. Judy notes that the same kind of poisonous gossip against outsiders was used to set locals against civil rights workers during Mississippi Freedom Summer. Now as then, it's primarily a few people stirring this up and intimidating their neighbors so they won't stand with the protesters. CRMW and MJS had wanted the fair to be at the high school but couldn't get permission for that. Instead it's to be held at the elementary school. The group addresses whether or not, under the circumstances, the fair should be held at all. America says it should go on as planned, because it's positive and not just anti-MTR. Keith adds that if anti-MJS protesters show up, we should just let them yell and ignore them, and hope that local people aren't scared off from coming to the fair. Someone else acknowledges that he's finding the anti-MJS demonstrations emotionally difficult. This is followed by some discussion, inconclusive, about maybe offering any anti-MJS protesters who show up food and inviting them to come to the fair, using this as an outreach opportunity. Jamie says let's go ahead with the fair so it doesn't look like we're backing down. A young woman who's been trying to line up local craftspeople and vendors for the event notes that only a very few have signed up. MJS will be doing this more or less alone. Judy weighs in, pointing out that we'll need to get there early, to make sure they don't. 211. 212. Block our access to the ball field and outbuilding where the fair is to be held. We need to bring a video camera, to document whatever happens. We have a permit from the school for this event and have every right to be there. We can't back down on this one. The group consensus on going ahead with the fair. No one stands aside from that decision, but a lot of people are uneasy. Looked at one way, the fair that Sunday is a bust. Massey supporters arrive early and stand along the road in front of the school, much as they did for the first day of the march. The fair organizers set things up in the ball field, tarps for shade, tables with crafts and food and swap meat items, displays of solar panels and a car powered by used cooking grease. Only a handful of local people actually come into the fairgrounds. Others perhaps see the Massey supporters, assume that this will be another confrontation between Massey and CRMW/MJS, and decide to pass it by. But in another way, the fair is an unexpected success. Early on, about half a dozen Massey supporters and half a dozen MJSers get to talking with each other by the grease-powered car. This goes on for quite a while, until a Massey security truck comes by, and then all the Massey supporters walk away. One of the MJSers involved in the conversation by the car, a fellow who was out of state during the 3-day march and so didn't personally experience the rancor between marchers and counter-protesters, suggests to Judy that she go out to the Massey supporters standing along the road and talk to them herself. "They're still upset with you and your coal hose sign," he says. So Judy walks over to talk with them. I recognize several of them as having been among the counter-protesters during the march, and they recognize me, too. One of them, a man in his 30s named Russell, offers me an ending for my book, and the outsiders went home. The Ray Casino is there as well. Then Judy gets to talking with them, and they talk for a long 212. 213. Time well over an hour. Eventually, Bo joins her, and so do Debbie Jarrell, Judy's daughter, and another local woman, a friend of Judy's. Debbie comes with a stack of pictures showing mining above the school and hands one to Ray Casino, who rips it in half and pushes it into her face. When several people say, "I saw what you did," he backs off and walks away from the group. Debbie, who'd been to church that morning, just reminds herself she's a Christian and lets it go. A brick in the head wouldn't change some of these people's minds, she later tells me. Toward the end, several of the MJS outsiders join in the conversation, but primarily this is about neighbors talking with neighbors. Most of the dozen or so Massey supporters here today live nearby, unlike most of the counter-protesters during the march. The talk today has the give and take of real conversation. The talk gets quite heated at times, but real communication is happening, not just opposite sides yelling at each other. Russell, for example, talks for quite a long while with Judy. One of the things he says, and here his tone of voice is pleading, not angry, is that if the MJS campaign continues here, people are going to get hurt. He doesn't want to see that. He certainly disagrees, fiercely, with Judy and his other neighbors who support CRMW, but he doesn't want to see them get hurt. I think that this is at the root of his wish that the outsiders would leave. But I also think that by the end of this conversation he knows that even if that happens, it won't be the end of this controversy here in the valley. Immediately after the fair, I leave West Virginia for a few days. Driving back, heading for Naoma with an MJSer riding along with me, on RT3 a little ways west of Beckley, Sage passes us in his truck going the opposite way toward Beckley and then makes a sudden, wild U-turn. Just as we're trying to figure out what that was all about, we pass a freshly killed deer by the side of the road. So we pull over in my car, and Sage pulls up, and he and Jake get out of his truck. Both Sage and the fellow who's riding with me are affiliated with the Asheville faction of Quechua Earth First. They call themselves the 213. 214. Roadkill faction because, well, they eat roadkill. It seems to them more respectful of life to eat a dead animal that's in good condition than to leave the meat there to rot. And they've learned that roadkill can make pretty good eating. They've eaten rabbit, possum, raccoon, and more. Sage is especially fond of squirrel meat. And venison, of course, is delicious whether it's been shot by a hunter or hit by a car. It's an amazingly unlikely coincidence that a car and a truck heading in opposite directions should pass each other on the road right by a newly dead deer, with the two vehicles carrying 3 people armed with sharp pocket knives and the knowledge, skill, and desire to dismantle the deer and take it home to eat. When I tell Ed Wiley about this later, he imagines the 3 of them each grabbing a deer leg and doing a little roadkill dance. While they don't actually dance, they are almost giddy with delight at their good fortune. I ask them if it's dinner, or just dead. They check the deer over and decide that it's in fine condition for eating. They send me down the road to the grocery store in Glen Daniel to pick up some large plastic bags. When I get back, they've got it roughly butchered, the parts they intend to use cut off from the rest of the carcass. We bag them and put them in the back of my car, stop at a convenience store for a couple of bags of ice to chill the meat down, and take it to where a dozen or so MJSers are camping, not far from the house in Naoma. A message is sent to the house asking anyone who'd like to eat venison grilled on the campfire to come on over. Adding to the day's set of extraordinary coincidences, in the middle of the roadkill feast an MJSer who knows nothing about the deer comes in carrying a dead rattlesnake. He and a couple of other folks out walking had come across someone who'd just killed it, and they said, "Hey, we'll take that." He thought he'd bring it along to camp just to show people, and when he gets here he finds that camp has become a roadkill cafe. So, after the snake is properly admired, it too is skinned, butchered, and cooked. About a dozen of us participate in this feast, which has something 215 of a communion quality to it. There are only 2 forks among the lot of us. Chunks of meat are taken off the grill, placed in a communal bowl, and handed around. Early on, as the first few pieces come off the grill, individuals take a piece, take a bite of it, and put the other half of the chunk of meat in someone else's mouth, one person holding a fork and someone else eating off the end of it, reveling in how good it tastes. There are tomatoes and squash from Ed Wiley's garden. Bottles and cans of beer are passed and sipped from, not in a circle, but one individual deciding to give to another individual at just that moment. People at the roadkill feast talk about how good it feels to be there, and not to be hashing stuff out at the house. For the moment at least, people have just had enough of meetings. And they've had more than enough of hashing stuff out, interpersonal stuff particularly. Unresolved stuff has been building and festering here all month, even earlier. The problems with people feeling excluded haven't improved. If anything, they've gotten worse as established cliques have welcomed, selectively, only a subset of the many people who joined MJS here after the Richmond action. Orientation for newcomers has been lacking. Many know rather little about MTR itself, let alone the culture of the campaign or of Coalfield Appalachia. Even the ground rules for living at the house have been less than clear. So a great many strangers, not fully in sync with campaign activities, have been living in intensely overcrowded conditions at a house where the plumbing hasn't been working very well and temperatures even at night have rarely dipped much below 90 degrees. On top of all this came the stresses of the 3-day march, especially the emotional effects of all the ugliness, hate, and anger directed at the marchers. All of this and more have come to a head during the few days I've been away. People have vented their anger and discomfort in a series of meetings at the Naoma house. During this time, one MJSer has been asked to leave the house and the campaign for what is later described to me as unacceptable sexual behavior. Little has actually been resolved at these meetings, and they seem to have set off a set of exoduses from the Naoma house. Some MJSers have gone to Charleston for a week or so, to do urban outreach and to prepare for a big rally there at the end of the month. Some people have moved on to Tennessee. Others have taken time off to go to an anarchist festival in a nearby state. Quite a few have left the campaign entirely. Altogether, this has left the house much less crowded. I've never seen tension as high as it is now, Judy tells me, the day after the roadkill feast. Even during the Blair March, with all the threats, the actual physical harm that happened, I've never seen tension as high as it is now. Never. And I'm not just talking about tension between opposing sides. I'm talking about tension among the people that's involved in the movement. because we know what's at stake, and we're so afraid of making a mistake. We are so tired. We are spread so thin. However, she adds, I think we're learning that people are gonna snip at you, but we're learning to let it roll off our backs because we understand. They're venting, and they're just in this god-awful mood. It's not about you, it's not about I can't stand you, it's about, I'm in a bad mood and I'm gonna lash out right now, and you're in the way, get out of the way. But you know, tomorrow I'll be better. And in fact the emotional tide does seem to be turning here. When I drive up to the house in Naoma I see a new sign facing the road, honk if you love mountains, in enormous block letters. For weeks now, Massey partisans driving by the house have been blaring their horns and shouting insults as they pass. Last night, with the new sign up, folks in the house heard drivers laying on their horns as usual as they approached the house, then suddenly stopping when they got close enough to read the sign. Now, from time to time someone drives by and gives a friendly beep, and everyone smiles and waves. Over the next few days, the reduced number of people at the house, and those in Charleston preparing for the rally as well, are much better. 216. 217. Focused, more productive, happier. In addition to preparations for the rally, much of this week is devoted to delivering anti-MTR Mountain Defender newspapers here in Coal River Valley and south of here, in Mingo County, with a special insert sheet added to counter Massey propaganda against MJS. On Wednesday evening, July 27, Ed Wiley comes to the Naoma house to announce that he and Debbie have had a phone call this evening from a reliable friend who doesn't publicly support MJS and thus hears news from the pro-Massey side. This friend says that Massey employees and supporters have been told to shut MJS and CRMW up, no matter how. Both Ed and Debbie view this as a serious threat. Ed feels a little group is being put together. He says it's not unknown for coal company operatives, probably from another county, to drive by at night and shoot at a building. Ed asks that the Naoma house once again be under heightened security, that people keep away from the front of the house at night, and that no one walk along RT3 alone or walk there at night at all. Later that evening, I talk with Ed and Debbie about the pros and cons of all this for Massey. Firing a gun at the house in Naoma might result in bad press for Massey if whoever would do such a thing were caught and somehow connected with Massey. However, even the rumor that MJS supporters might get shot at certainly aids the goal of deterring locals from speaking out against MTR. A couple of days later, as I'm driving from Ed's house through Dry Creek to Naoma, a paintball thwacks the passenger side of my car. When I reach Naoma I find that the campaign house too has been paintballed, the night before, the same shade of pink. The paint on my car is just a little splot, no harm done. But it's a reminder that there are people here who know who we are, and they aren't our friends. Ed senses that local kids did this. Still, the incident highlights how easy it would be for hostile people here to do real damage. It would have been just as easy to fire a real gun at my car or at the house. 217. 218. For weeks now, off and on, furtive conversations have taken place at the house in Naoma about Operation Vegan Cookies, aka the March on Ed, a march by MJSers to Ed's house to show how much they love him and appreciate everything he and Debbie have done for them. Finally, with MJS's main time in West Virginia running out, the March on Ed is set for Thursday evening. When the time comes, typically, Ed isn't where he's expected to be. He's supposed to be home, scheduled to meet Benji there at 8 o'clock. Debbie guesses Ed's over at Bo's house. Benji catches up with him there, and eventually brings him home. By the time this is accomplished, it's already dark outside, well past 9 o'clock. Sitting in his living room, with Debbie and Benji and me, Ed hears a convoy of cars pull into his driveway. Ed, not knowing otherwise, thinks this must be an attack by Massey supporters. He goes into full combat mode, tells Debbie to get his shotgun, call the law, and turn out the lights. Pulling his boots on, he looks puzzled at the three of us, as if he's thinking, we're under attack, and what the hell good are you all? Ed turns out the lights himself and goes out to his truck to get his whoop stick, a big heavy stick well chosen to be effective in whooping someone, if need be. When he comes back inside the house, he's ready for anything. At this point, Debbie and I are pretty fully occupied with keeping straight faces. The marchers start coming toward the house, carrying lighted sparklers and chanting, "What do we want? Ed. When do we want him? Now." And then Ed realizes, wait a minute, that's Sage's voice. As we follow Ed out of the house, Debbie and I start laughing. Ed turns around, says, "You two knew, didn't you?" and calls us a name I don't think I've ever heard him say before. By this time, we can see the signs the MJ Sirs are carrying, "I'm an Ed head, Ed much love." In imitation of the Earth First motto and logo, there's Ed First, with a raised fist inside a circle and the motto "No compromise in defense of what's right." Another, Friends of Ed, imitates the Friends of Coal signs commonly seen on people's lawns around here. Others read Environmental Defender, We. 218. 219. Kids, We Mountains, We Debbie and Ed, Debbie for President, Ed Wiley you can see your dreams come true. Everyone hugs Ed and Debbie, then we all come into the house and drink beer and watch video footage of mountaintop removal sites. Once again, we're struck by how little coal is being taken out of these sites, for all the mountain they move. There can't be much of a profit margin in this, they're making what money they are on sheer volume. If mountain defenders can increase their expenses, through lawsuits, legal monkey wrenching in the permit process, security expenses in response to acts of civil disobedience, higher standards for reclamation, through all of these approaches, might that profit margin vanish? How many mountains, and mountain communities, might be saved by making mining more expensive? One of the first people I see when I arrive at the rally in Charleston that Sunday is OVEC's Vivian Stockman. She's playing the role of King Coal today, dressed in a baggy men's suit and top hat, pockets bulging with coal cash, and carrying a puppet with a photo of DEP head Stephanie Timmermeyer on its face. "Are you one of them media people? Well, you take this money," she says, handing me a phony bill, "and you shut up, honey. Okay? You just shut up." Vivian's having fun today, and so is pretty much everyone else I see. There's country music on the PA system, and it feels like a party, a people's party, here at the state capitol, taking over the plaza right by the steps where Ed Wiley staged his sit-in a few weeks ago. King Coal owns this place most days, but today it belongs to people who love mountains. Most of the people here today are from West Virginia, a good number from Kentucky, and smaller numbers from other states in the region. Among the crowd are many of the folks who've been organizing MJS since early this year: Bo, Judy, Patty, Vern, Sarah, Larry, Ed, Debbie, Kayla, interns from the house in Naoma and more from Coal River Valley, Abe Moira and others, as well as Vivian from OVEC, Dave Cooper from Kentucky, several Kefers, and of course the traveling MJS crew. 219. 220. Is here in force. For most of them, this is the end of their time in West Virginia. Many plan to move on with the campaign to Tennessee. Bo and Sierra Club's Bill Price MC the events on the rally's stage today: an opening prayer, several musical performances, rousing speeches, even a squad of cheerleaders. A highlight of the rally is a beauty contest, judged by King Coal, featuring Ms. Blind Greed, Ms. Mountain Reaper, Ms. Overweight Coal Truck, and more, many of them young men in drag. One of them, Donna Singh Kenship, carries a sign, "Don't make me sue you too. You know I will," in reference to Massey CEO Don Blankenship's well-known history of suing those who cross him. Bo, introducing the beauty contest, says, "When the organizers were putting this rally together, we decided that, in all fairness, we couldn't just have one speaker after another come up and talk about how bad mountaintop removal coal mining was. We had to have a section of the program that, again, in all fairness, talked about the beauty of mountaintop removal coal mining." So we searched and 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 we searched to find someone that would MC this section of the program. And lo and behold, we found King Cole. Vivian walks on stage, still in her King Cole costume. You know, she says, y'all are making me look bad because I keep saying, it's like 12 wackos that oppose mountaintop removal. And look at all you people. The crowd numbers in the hundreds at this point. You're making me look bad. So I've been circulating in the crowd, trying to buy off the press, and I think we've had some success. We got King Cole cash, and it's been really good to shut up some members of the press. I actually tried to pay some outside agitators too, to come in and create a stir, so it would make y'all look like the wackos you are. But so far no good. But I'm gonna keep trying. And anybody that's speaking out against mountaintop removal, really, come over to see me. I got some really nice cash, and just, you know, shut up a little bit. Okay, we have a lovely lineup of contestants, and we need you to help. 220. 221. Us decide who is the most beautiful of mountaintop removal. Number 1, ma'am, who are you? I'm Miss Overweight Truck. I weigh more than 200,000 pounds, and I'm not gonna tell you how much more because ladies don't talk about their weight. Also, it's a little bit illegal, but that doesn't matter anymore. Ooh, she's looking lovely to me, King Cole says. What a sweetheart. The next contestant comes forward. Ah, we have now one of my favorites here. Would you like to introduce yourself, ma'am? I'm Ms. Blind Greed. Yes, Ms. Blind Greed. She's blind to the value of fresh water. She is blind to the value of clean air. She is blind to the value of forests. Ooh, but she's not blind to that lovely green stuff I've got here. Honey, I got more for you, come back and get your money. Ooh, I like her. I think, honey, you should come see me after this. Looking at another contestant, King Cole is shocked. Oh my god, what do we have? Oh, no, you're in the wrong place, yep, are you ugly? This is Ms. Renewable Energy. Ugh. Ugly. I don't like that chick, somebody get her off the stage. After all the contestants have been introduced, King Cole says, we had a reigning champion, that was Ms. Blasting. As you know, she is also a little overweight. We're talking 3 million pounds a day that she is shooting off. But she couldn't make it here today. So we're gonna have to pick us a new winner, but, I don't know. What would the crowd want to be the winner? I guess we'll ask y'all. To King Cole's disappointment, the winner is Ms. Renewable Energy. When this is announced, Donna Singh Kenship steps forward and says, I would like you all to know that the organizers of this event can expect some litigation in the mail. The last person to speak at the rally is CRMW's Janice Neese. Summer. They said it couldn't happen, right? Well, I feel a revolution coming on. And I'm very grateful to be standing here today and to be part of all of this. I thank everyone who's here today, and 221. 222. I hope that you will not go away from here and forget what you've seen and heard. That you will remember what all kinds of people coming together can mean. I see a lot of love out there. I want to thank especially all the people who've come in, all the young people who have worked their butts off helping us. They certainly don't deserve to be called names, and they deserve to be given credit for what they've done. I don't know how we're gonna do without them when they leave, but I want them to know that we love them and we love everything they've done for us, and we welcome them back anytime, and our love goes with you wherever you go. Late that night, someone fires 7 or 8 shots at Larry Gibson's cabin up on Cayford Mountain. When I call him the next day, he says he's alright and doesn't think he needs any extra help with security at the moment. He tells me he spent much of the night walking around outdoors with a pistol, thinking how ironic it was that, just that day, speaking to the crowd at the rally, he'd been saying how important it is to keep the campaign's non-violence pledge, and here he was walking around with a gun in his hand. Larry also says a couple of things I've heard him say before. He says he doesn't think he's going to live much longer. I wonder if greed is going to spur enough anger for someone at long last to kill him. He adds that before he started standing up against MTR, nearly 2 decades ago, I wouldn't have liked him. He didn't like himself. By choosing to stand up for what's right, he's become a person who likes and respects himself, and who's earned the love and respect of many others. Although Kfert is now beyond saving, Larry hopes still to see other people's home places be saved, and to see MTR ended everywhere. But if he dies before that, if he dies today, he feels he'll die at peace. 222. 223. Tennessee. As MJS moves on from West Virginia to Tennessee at the end of July, so do I, driving through southeastern Kentucky to the Tennessee border north of Knoxville. A short way south of that border, I detour west from I-75 to visit Elk Valley. The road winds through hills covered with young forest. Today, a hot sunny day, it feels good to look deep into the cool green darkness here. A little farther on, the road continues through Elk Valley, an unusually wide flattish place in this hilly part of the world. Much of the valley is in pasture or hay, vivid green in the summer sun. The view from the one main road that goes up through the valley is idyllic, a beautiful sweep of farmland dotted with houses and horses, cattle, and churches and schools. Just to the west is Zeb Mountain. You can't see the mine site from the road, and its owners don't trumpet what they're doing here. According to Chris Irwin, the 3 peaks on which mining is currently permitted at Zeb encompass about 2,400 acres, just under the limit that can be mined without an environmental impact statement. Naughty Onal Coal has recently requested a permit to mine an additional 90 acres. It looks to Chris as though they're aiming to take the whole mountain. A few MJS volunteers have been doing listening project work here in Elk Valley, as well as around Egan Mountain, east of here. Here as there they've found people who don't fully understand the 223. 224. Extent of the strip mining now going on up in the mountains near their homes. Other MJS volunteers have been scouting Zeb Mountain, off and on, evaluating its possibilities for a mountaintop takeover or other direct action. From the air, up in a plane flying low, you can see that the Zeb mine site is surrounded by patchy forest. Down on the ground, the scouts have found that some of this is difficult terrain indeed. Much of it was strip mined in the 1980s. Although SMCRA, by then, demanded that strip mines be reclaimed, much of the mining here was abandoned without restoring anything like original contour. Enough time has passed, and the old mining was small enough in scale that it's well on its way to being engulfed by young forest. Ecologically, this is good. However, while the patchwork of forest and brush and meadow surrounding the active mining restores life to the mountain and provides cover for the scouts to hide in, it also obscures the bewilderingly irregular topography of the place. Wherever you walk there, you're apt to come across unnatural cliffs and ponds and holes in the ground that make getting from point A to point B difficult and dangerous. Bit by bit, the scouts are working up a map of viable routes around the site. In addition to being difficult and dangerous, Zeb Mountain is almost unbelievably buggy, especially now, in the latter part of a summer with a good amount of rain. Recently I talked with one fellow who several days earlier had been scouting up one of the branches that drain the site, following what looks from the air like a road but is really a sort of grassy path leading to a sediment pond. Knowing that other grassy places on Zeb are plagued with tiny, seed-like ticks, I asked him how many ticks he'd picked off himself. "I'm still picking them off," he said. Scouts have been amazed not only at the quantity but also the variety of biting insects, ticks, mosquitoes, chiggers, spiders, you name it. People come out of the woods with garish assortments of bite marks, sometimes unsure about what all has bitten them. There's little doubt. 224. 225. Though, about the rashes scouts are developing, there's an awful lot of poison ivy there. All this is pretty much what you'd expect from land that was torn up in a patchwork of strip mining 2 decades ago and left to recover on its own. Plant life has taken hold wherever the scattered remnants of forest on the site and surrounding it have reseeded it. Assorted herbaceous weeds come first in this succession, then brushy plants like blackberry and poison ivy that are held to walk through and harbor abundant insect life. Now a scruffy forest is beginning to take hold, beginning to knit the remnant patches of forest into a continuous fabric. Or at least that fabric would be continuous, were it not for the remining NCC is doing in the middle of the site. What they're doing here today will make even the sort of recovery seen here since the 1980s impossible. The thousands of acres they're blowing up won't be left with remnants of forest sufficient to reseed those vast disturbed areas. The streams will be not just interrupted by the mining activity as they were in the 1980s, they'll simply be gone. What will be left when NCC is done is a vast moonscape of crushed rock incapable of either retaining water or channeling it to streams that support life, with little or no soil or subsoil at the surface to enable a transition back to forest. What is at stake here as elsewhere throughout coalfield Appalachia is the very resiliency of this most naturally resilient landscape. This is what MJS is trying to save: landscapes that can support life, human as well as wild. Scouts can see the land's homey quality even as they're hacking through brambles and poison ivy they've been picking and eating ripe, tart blackberries by the handful. In a recent planning meeting for the mountain takeover action, someone asked how long they wanted to keep this takeover going. Others answered, days. Weeks. We're homesteading, aren't we? The patch of Tennessee woodland I've been visiting and revisiting this year, up in the mountains just west of Caryville, is only a dozen or so miles south of Zeb Mountain. Much of the hilly land between these 225, 226 places, like Zeb, has been mined in decades past. The forest on this land is still recovering. Also, like Zeb, much of this land is slated for MTR-scale remining. Back in the woods along the trail today, it's hot, steamy. The fantastic profusion of foliage here is now so thick that breezes rarely reach the trail. The trees are heavy with dark green leaves. On the forest floor a wildly various jungle of herbaceous plant life swamps the path, hip-deep and sometimes higher. Here too is a fantastic profusion of bugs, clouds of them, and a constant din of bug noise, sometimes the whine of a mosquito, sometimes the buzzing of flies and bees, wasps, yellow jackets, hornets, constantly the drone of locusts. I'm wearing bug spray and I keep moving, so I'm not getting bit, but I think if I stood still without benefit of DEET I'd be eaten alive. This is a place and season of tremendous fertility and abundance. A good ways along the trail, maybe a mile from the road, I flush an elk that's been resting in a trampled bed of weeds right on the trail. He jogs briefly up the trail, then stops and looks back at me, maybe 100 feet away. He's beautiful, a bull elk with 12 points on his rack, sleek, handsome, strong, big. For quite some distance, a good quarter of a mile at least, we continue up the trail together, maintaining a distance that the elk seems to find comfortable, close enough to get a good look at me, far enough away to feel safe. We stop from time to time just to look at each other. He seems unsure of what to make of me. I don't look like another elk, don't look like a bear, don't look like a deer or anything else about my size that he normally sees here. The overgrown state of the trail here shows that it's not been used by humans in weeks or months. Though this is part of the elk's ancestral habitat, it's only within the past few years that elk have been reintroduced here, after being locally extinct for generations. So this elk is both a native and a newcomer here. Watching him, it occurs to me that so am I. My family's lived in the hills north of here for a very long time, but this summer is the first I've spent much time in this part of Appalachia. Meeting the elk here feels rather 226. 227. Like meeting a distant, previously unknown cousin at a family reunion. It's sweet to think of him as family, as part of the same living community. Eventually the elk decides to leave the trail. He stands and looks at me for a long while before melting into the woods. I walk farther up the trail. On my way back, half an hour or so later, I hear him again, ahead of me, moving parallel to the trail in the same direction as me, surprisingly quiet for such a large animal. Moving a little faster, I soon see him off the trail, once again about 100 feet away. He turns, looks at me, and walks back a ways, still paralleling the trail but now moving in the opposite direction, back past me. And once again we stop and just look at each other for a very long time, 5 minutes or so, occasionally looking away and then looking back, neither of us moving on. In the end, he continues on in the opposite direction from where I am heading, and I head on my way as well. 40 miles or so farther south, in Knoxville, I find John and Amanda cleaning house, as MJ Sirs arriving in Knoxville will be staying at their home, and at Chris and Paloma's a few miles away. John seems distracted. He says he's having a hard time maintaining focus and feels like he's on the edge of burning out. He's worried about facing the month ahead with a great deal of work to do, without a whole lot of people he knows well and knows he can rely on. Chris and Paloma, on the other hand, tell me they're ready. They and their house look ready. They seem a little tired, but no more than usual for people who work so much. A few days later, after dozens of MJ Sirs arrive, John tells me he's really happy with the people who are here and how well they're doing. His near burnout has evanesced, at least for the time being. Chris and Paloma are still looking tired, and increasingly harried. Lots of things are getting done: distribution of Mountain Defender newspapers, preparation for upcoming public events, groundwork being laid for work in Nashville later in the month. Still, planning and preparation seem to be running late for the major mid-month action targeting ZEB. A lot of scouting is needed before they'll be able to nail down. 227. 228. Exactly what to do. They haven't managed to complete that yet. But they're making progress. On Sunday, August 7th, MJS has called for a midday rally at the gateway to the mine at ZEB Mountain. It's overcast and drizzly, not hot today. Parking is by the side of the road, a few hundred yards from NCC's driveway. John will stay there to keep an eye on the cars. While we're still at the parking area, an SUV pulls up with 2 people in it. One of the 2, Josh, a tall and very big fellow, runs security operations for NCC. He takes pictures of the protesters and has a brief exchange with John, who tells him that the folks here are going to walk up the road to the gate and protest there. Then about 3 dozen protesters, mostly MJ Sirs but also a few local people, walk on up the road, singing "Which side are you on?" The road here runs along the outer edge of NCC's leasehold. Active mining is currently well inside this edge, so the forest along the road is unusually extensive for woodland at the edge of a mine site, at least for the time being. Not much logging is going on here right now, but that doesn't mean that more mining isn't imminent. The trees on this site are mostly so young that if logged now they're fit for nothing but pulp, and the price of pulpwood is currently so low that it wouldn't pay for NCC to haul it out. Scouts seeking trees big and high enough to hold a tree-sit platform have been having a really hard time of it. They have yet to find several big enough trees in a cluster close to each other, and close enough to active mining so that occupying the trees would prevent blasting. 4 pickup trucks and 6 SUVs block the entrance to the mine, including Josh's SUV. Half a dozen security men stand near their vehicles. No police are visible. Paloma starts the rally off, speaking into a bullhorn, "We thank you for joining us. Why are we here? To shut national coal down." Speeches alternate with music, and first up is Zach, a young woman. Relatively new to MJS who's a terrific fiddle player. NCC's security people are clustered together behind the pickup truck nearest the road. Each person who takes a turn with the megaphone stands with his or her back to this truck, facing the crowd of protesters, who are facing up the driveway toward the mine site. The crowd has grown to about 50 people. Eventually, a man and a woman step up to present MJS's demands to NCC: 1. Shut down the ZEB mountain mine and stop all surface mining. 2. Employ local residents in real restoration of previously mined areas. 3. give reparation to those who have been adversely affected by destructive strip mining. The NCC security people don't want to accept the demands, so the two presenters lay the poster board on which the VE been written down in the driveway. Josh, the big security guy, looms over one of the two and tells him to get it out of the driveway. Joe Schillinger, a stream biologist who teaches in the state university system, gets angry at this, points out that there are 10 feet of public right-of-way off a public road, paces them off, and sets the demands down there. Josh, contemptuous, picks the poster board up off the ground, crumples it, and throws it in the back of a pickup truck. His colleagues laugh, nervously. Shortly after this scene, I approach the security people and ask if they'd like to tell me their side of the story. Turns out they don't all actually work for National Coal, at least 2 are local people who came out to stand with their buddies who do. Soon 2 of the protesters join us, Brendan and his mother, Phyllis. The NCC supporters say there's no problem with the mining going on here. Ain't nobody doing no damage or nothing, says one of them, who doesn't want to give his name. Nobody hurting nothing. I worked in the coal mines all my life. I've been here for 45 years and we got more deer and stuff in these mountains than we've ever had. We even got elk now. How many people is there from Campbell County in this group? Nobody. 229. 230. Phyllis disputes this, I'm from this area. Where do you live? My grandfather's from Elk Valley, and on my mother's side, Goodman's and Carol's from Smoky Junction. What we're talking about is blowing the top off the mountain. You don't have to do that to get the coal. Nobody's telling you not to get the coal in a decent way. They don't know what they're talking about. Then why don't you tell me what I'm talking about? Why don't you tell me the good in it? If I don't know what I'm talking about, tell me what good you're doing. You can't, and that's why it's time to stop now. Because you can't tell me anything good. That's why he wants you to stop talking to me. The NCC supporter continues, you know what? 40 years ago, there wasn't no deer, turkeys, nothing here. There's 10 times here now. And you talking about the stripping, getting rid of it, all right, that's a bunch of bull. Today we're talking about blowing the top off the mountain, Phyllis responds. And you're trying to change the subject. I'm asking you to tell me the good of mountaintop removal. I'm 51 years old. Talking about the fish and all that stuff ain't never have been fish in that creek. I's born and raised over yonder. There's never been no fish. The water up there, water ain't that deep. But that water washes down to other water, see, so when it gets dirty up here, it gets dirty way down the road, too. Every time it rains, it changes the color of the water, the man acknowledges. I ask him, have you been up and seen this mine site? I haven't been there on foot, but I've flown over it, and it's so big, I find it hard to imagine putting it back together okay. 230. 231. Well, I ain't gonna say that is going to be as high as it was, he says. But he expects the forest to recover much as it has been recovering from previous strip mining, although it'll be slow, he admits. You get a better view of stuff if you looked at the mountain where it was tore up back in the 60s and the way they're growing back now. Chris, who has the megaphone now, is bringing the rally to an end, waving up the driveway saying, we'll be back, gentlemen. 2 days later, MJSers assemble at National Coal's Knoxville headquarters for yet another demonstration, to be followed by leafleting at some of the many strip malls in this part of town. The protesters' numbers are much reduced from the 50 or so who showed up at the mine site rally. Plans for the large covered action at ZEB are taking the lion's share of the campaign's resources and energy right now. People who've been scouting and taking photos in recent days tell me that on part of the site, near the middle, it looks like they're pulling out the few trees that are useful as timber, with the rest of the young forest there being bulldozed to be buried or burned. There's a lot of active mining near where the trees are being cut, and NCC seems to be pushing into that area. Current plans are for that area to be targeted in the upcoming direct action. The scouts are also beginning to get a much clearer sense of the site overall, which areas are active and which currently aren't, and where major pieces of equipment are and how they might be targeted. One photo they've taken shows the inside of the cab of a big drilling rig in perfect detail, right down to the operator's empty coffee cup. By 11:45 a.m. only 2 carloads of protesters have arrived for the demonstration, which is scheduled for noon. 2 more carloads arrive soon thereafter, parking like the others down the road a bit, away from the NCC building. Chris Irwin is standing on the grassy edge of the road opposite the building's entrance. Across the road, 3 yellow plastic signs have been planted in the lawn, posted. No trespassing. Keep out. 1 car from the Knox County Sheriff's Department is parked in NCC's 231, 232 parking lot. Chris, bullhorn in hand, yells across the street, "National Coal, come out and sue us," referring to the slap suit NCC has filed against Chris, John, and Amanda. The police car moves into the driveway. I walk across the street and sit down under a tree near the road, where I've got a good view of both the driveway and the protesters across the street. The policeman looks me over, and apparently decides not to bother with me. The MJSer acting as police liaison walks over to the officer to introduce herself, to explain that this is a peaceful protest, and to ask that if the police have any directions for the demonstrators would they please communicate with her. Josh, NCC's security guy, comes out of the building and walks over to me. I remind him that I'm a writer, here to report. "I know," he says, "but I need you to get off our property." I say there's a 10-foot public right-of-way by the road, and I'm standing well within it. "On that side," he says, pointing across the road. "On this side also. This is a public road. I think the right-of-way is on that side." When I repeat that there is in fact a 10-foot right-of-way on both sides of a public road in Tennessee, he hollers 5 feet, over his shoulder as he walks away. I sit back down. A second police car pulls into the driveway, but soon leaves. It's nearly noon. Half a dozen demonstrators have assembled, and another dozen or so are getting organized near their cars. The MJS police liaison crosses the road again, this time to talk with Josh. People take turns with the bullhorn, making speeches and taunting NCC. A few folks are handing out Mountain Defender newspapers to people in passing cars. A few others are drumming away on 5-gallon buckets. I don't know if the timing of this is accidental or not, but a man on a very noisy lawnmower arrives to mow the grassy slope where the 232, 233 protesters are standing. He refuses the Mountain Defender that's offered to him, pauses while the protesters back up a little to get out of his way, then mows along the edge of the road, shooting cut grass over their feet and ankles. Back and forth he goes, him and the protesters keeping just out of each other's way. Eventually, I see he's going over places he's already mowed. He looks angry and flustered. Another car from the sheriff's department pulls up, conveying a piece of paper to the policeman in the first car. Soon a third police car pulls up. The police wave the MJS liaison over, complain about MJSers obstructing traffic by leafleting nearby, and tell her that the owner of the property across the street has complained about not being able to mow his lawn. The police ask the protesters to move on. Chris argues with them about the 10-foot right-of-way. The discussion ends with an officer grabbing Chris by the arm, marching him down to where his car is parked, and giving him a shove in the back, pushing him toward his car. The next morning, August 10, MJS assembles in Nashville, the state capital, a few hours west of Knoxville, for several days of demonstrating and lobbying. A midday march to TDEC's headquarters is planned for noon. Far fewer people are here than Chris and Paloma had hoped. Most MJSers in Tennessee have remained behind in and near Knoxville, working on the upcoming ZEB action. Only 18 or 20 are here now, including half a dozen local folks. Today they pass out Mountain Defender S to state workers, particularly targeting TDEC for education about why MTR should be stopped in Tennessee. The next day, 10 MJ sirs, half of them Nashville locals, go to Vanderbilt University with a letter for its chancellor, who sits on Massey's board of directors, asking him to end his association with Massey and stop supporting MTR. The following morning, a few more people arrive from Knoxville, including Paloma, who'd stayed behind for a meeting with TDEC officials there. It's been indecently hot all week, and today the temperature is to be well up in the 90s again. I ask the lead local organizer, Joe Overton, gosh, couldn't you have arranged for a little more heat? He tells me, deadpan, well, it would be too expensive. I didn't have the money for it. We all head to the Capitol for a demonstration under the governor's office window. Chris once again takes first turn with the bullhorn. We're here today because the mountains of Tennessee are being ripped apart by coal companies. The governor is presiding over the greatest ecological destruction in our state's history. Once again, the protesters alternate music with speeches. We're standing on an unshaded porch that runs around the building. The sun on the pale stone is blinding, the heat nearly unbearable. Security officers come and look at the dozen protesters, then go away. 2 state troopers arrive and say the bullhorn must be shut off. You can talk and protest all you want. Just don't use the megaphone. The bullhorn is shut off, and the protest continues for a while. One MJSer gives a whole stack of Mountain Defender-s to a woman who works inside, who says she'll pass them on to other people in there. Later that day, back in Knoxville, John Johnson tells me about the meeting with TDEC officials, which John attended along with Paloma, Gina, and a dozen or so other conservation advocates. Paloma and Gina and others presented various concerns about the effects on water quality due to mining. And then, John relates, TDEC's deputy director, Paul Sloan, really got straight to the point. You want us to effectively ban surface mining in this state by denying permits. And several of us were, like, well, yes. Sloan didn't think it was their place as a regulatory agency to do that. I think they're scared of doing something like that, John says. I think they're scared of lawsuits. Even though said that he already 234. 235. Told his people in the department that politics was not going to be a factor in their decision-making. The fact that they refuse to interpret the law as clear-cut as it appears to be spelled out really says something. He basically said that if we interpreted it that harsh, we would shut down commerce in the state of Tennessee. I think what it means is that we're gonna have to rethink our approach. Because it's gonna take resources that we don't have to try to get the department to see things our way. At about 11 p.m. on Sunday night, August 14, 10 MJS activists and myself disappear into the woods from the road that borders one side of the ZEB mountain mine site. We're running late this evening, having had difficulty at the staging area for this action with assembling and packing all the needed gear. My companions tonight are carrying an awful lot, not just what's needed for themselves to be out in the woods overnight, but also an array of climbing gear and other hardware, 2 hollow core doors for tree sit platforms, and many, many gallons of water, including enough to supply 2 tree sitters for at least a couple of days. Our route this evening takes us steeply uphill, in the dark, through brambles and poison ivy. I soon learn that several of those with me here are just not comfortable being in the woods at night. Flashlights flash far too often for stealthiness, and far more than is needed under tonight's nearly full moon. People chatter like magpies, as though dark silence unnerves them. It's a good thing we're on a part of the mine site far away from current mining and thus not regularly patrolled by security guards. An experienced woodsman bringing up the rear tells me, gloomily, that he's just here to try to make sure no one gets hurt. He thinks this action's chances for success are slim. At last night's action planning meeting, the tree sitters had said that they weren't ready to go yet, that not enough. 235. 236. Equipment and supplies had been cached in the woods near where they would set up the tree sits. The monkeys asked that the action be put off for a week. Others responded that they couldn't stay around that long but still very much wanted to take part in the action. Feeling pressured, the monkeys agreed to go ahead on schedule. And here we are, heavily laden. As luck would have it, our drop-off tonight put us into the woods not quite where the scout who's navigating for us expected. He's not been exactly here before, but he knows roughly where we must be and where we need to go. So we bowl our way steeply uphill in that direction, through thickets and thorns. We fall still further behind schedule. Shortly after 3 a.m., we stop and cache one platform and other supplies for one of the tree sits, figuring we'll travel quicker if we're carrying less. The crew still hopes to set up one of the two platforms on schedule. By 4 a.m., we've traveled no more than a few hundred yards from where we were dropped off, 5 hours ago. Time matters because we're not the only ones in the woods here tonight. There are the miners to consider. Their next shift change is due to begin around 4:30, the changeover from a skeletal Sunday crew to the full working crew of Monday morning. And there are other teams of activists elsewhere on the mountain, several dozen people altogether, whose plans are timed to coordinate with ours, and vice versa. Here's what I'd thought we'd be doing tonight. By midnight or so, the monkey crew and its gear was to have arrived at the site of one of the proposed tree sits. Leaving folks there to set up the platform, and then a second platform in a tree nearby, I and two others were to have continued on to another location to rendezvous with a different crew. That crew intended to lock down to one of the mine site's two big drilling rigs. One person was to lock herself inside the cab of the rig. 236. 237. Another to the outside. I was to stay hidden in the woods near the rig, to watch and document whatever happened. With any luck, I'd also be able to watch the tree sits from my vantage point. The two people I'd been traveling with would next go up to the other drilling rig, lock it up mechanically, then disappear into the woods. Meanwhile, other activists were to be deploying in various places around the mine site. Some were to be hidden watchers, either like myself keeping an eye on vulnerable activists in trees or locked to equipment, or keeping an eye out for security or police so as to alert others in the field via cell phone or radio. Two medics were to be in the field, in case anyone needed their help. In addition, another, very large crew was to set up a double blockade at the mine's main entrance. After the various lockdowns, tree sits, and blockades were established, and both NCC and the police became aware that the action was underway, yet another crew were to play cat and mouse. The cats, as they called themselves, were to move around the site, from time to time using a whistle or a flag to alert security or police to their presence, then running like hell to another location and doing it again. Part of the intention of the cat and mouse game was to provide distraction that could help support people attempting to resupply the tree sitters, if the tree sits could be continued that long. It was also thought that the blockades would be broken pretty quickly, the tree sits would last a while longer, and then the cat and mouse game would continue to prevent a resumption of mining, allowing the Mountaintop takeover to continue longer. Well, that was the plan. The reality for the monkeys is that by 4 a.m. it's obvious they'll not be able to set up either tree sit before dawn as planned. Nor are they the only crew running into trouble that night. Shortly before 4 a.m., the monkey crew makes radio contact with an activist elsewhere who says that someone in the field has reported that the area around the drill to be occupied was crawling with Care Bears. 237. 238. Maddeningly, the person on the radio isn't quite clear about who that someone was, and more maddeningly still, no one is quite sure what Care Bears meant. Did it mean security guards or police? Worse still, when we try to make radio contact with the drill occupation crew, we get no response. After some discussion, the monkey crew decides that they're too tired to make good decisions right now, that the tree sits aren't going up before dawn anyway, so they should catch a few hours of sleep and decide how to proceed in the morning, with clearer heads and perhaps better information. Several of those who had tried to convince the action planning meeting to put it off for a week are pretty angry right now, as the night's events certainly attest to inadequate preparation. Mostly, though, we're all just exhausted, as well as disappointed and worried that the risks we're facing are higher than expected. By morning, NCC and the police will know that activists are on the site. We no longer have the advantage of surprise. Meanwhile, crazy things are happening elsewhere on the mountain. One scout, who expected to be playing cat and mouse by morning, later tells me, I was with the two medics. We got dropped off on the west side of the playing field, a side which none of us had been in through before. We were already like an hour late. So we scurried up a steep hillside into the brush, and then we heard a car coming. We were hoping maybe it was another drop-off. It was very humorous, actually. The vehicle stopped almost exactly where we had got dropped off, and we heard car doors open, the engine still running. We hear things being removed from a truck, and we're like, oh good, they're here already. And then we hear very loud conversation, and we're wondering, why are they talking that loudly? After a while, finally, the vehicle leaves and we hear a horse. Somebody was unloading a horse there, at night, moments after they'd left that spot in the road themselves. Weird coincidence, but coincidence nonetheless. So we continued to 238. 239. Make our way up that hillside. It was pretty rough terrain, especially in the darkness, and not wanting to use bright flashlights. It was very steep. There were lots of briars. We had to do a lot of crawling, carrying things in our hands at the same time. I thoroughly enjoyed it. We'd been told that if you go straight up, you'll hit a trail that connects with the wet weather conveyance, and from there you can find your way up to where everybody's going to be working. So we made our way up, we found a trail. I walked around the south end of that particular ridge just to verify our position, and see if I heard anything going on. I did hear a security truck driving through the middle of the... It was about 11 o'clock. That was the last security vehicle we saw or heard for the entire evening up until 5 o'clock in the morning. From there, we continued to make our way up. After a lot of back and forth, and coming to new plateaus, and following roads, we found a series of wet weather conveyances and followed those for a while, because we knew that those would take us to the road. It was kind of tricky and almost treacherous because on the one side there's this bright green toxic water, and on the other side there's a very steep descent, and there's only like a 1.5 foot wide ledge to walk on, and we've got heavy packs. Again, I thoroughly enjoyed it.